she has sadly passed away since our meeting. So I want to put on my record my condolences to her family, not least to her son, Les, on whose behalf my honourable friend representing Hemel Hempstead has been in touch in recent days. As the honourable member is aware, exactly because of the service of our armed forces, £10 per week of any armed forces compensation scheme award is disregarded when calculating pension credit entitlement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for his response, and he will absolutely remember last year when I brought Staff Sergeant Pauline Cole to meet him. Pauline is a veteran who was awarded military compensation for injuries that she sustained in her service, but that led to her pension credit being cut from £77 a week to £10 a week because military compensation is considered income by the DWP. Now, I've tabled Pauline's law in her name to ask the DWP to correct this injustice and disregard military compensation from being considered in these calculations. Will the Minister work with me, together with Les and Simon Hafferden, Pauline's sons, to conduct a review into the merits of disregarding this income so that we can protect our veterans for the future?
Minister.
I thank the member for his question, and I recognise the powerful arguments that he's made and that Pauline made in our meeting. The position that we have today reflects the balance between recognising service injuries and being consistent across the whole welfare system. And pensions credit is a means-tested benefit, the goal of which is to top up pensioners' income to a guaranteed minimum level. So to ensure consistency, most forms of income, including the ones he's referring to, are taken into account. But as I said, there is a partial disregard to recognise veterans' service, and the value of lump sum payments received in respect of personal injury are fully disregarded.
John Cooper.
Question number 3, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, with your permission, I'd like to answer questions 3, 17, 18 and 20 together. Headline unemployment is below the average rate it was under the last government, and inactivity is falling as more people are actively seeking work. We've seen 381,000 more people move into work over the past year, but there is a long-term challenge with youth unemployment, which we are responding to through the Youth Guarantee, more youth apprenticeship starts and other measures.
John Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We've heard there that youth unemployment is in fact spiking, nearly 5.3%, which is heartbreaking, particularly for young people who cannot get that all-important first job. The government likes to pretend it's a cork in a storm-tossed sea, not really able to do very much about this, but it could act. It could look at employers' national insurance contributions, and it could also look at the disastrous Employment Rights Bill, which is driving up youth unemployment.
Secretary of State.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, the honourable member will be aware that for workers under 21 there is actually a national insurance tax break where there are no employers' national insurance contributions payable unless the worker earns more than £50,000 a year, which not too many workers under the age of 21 are earning.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, the Minister answered a question about unemployment by giving data about employment. So let's focus on unemployment numbers. What is the increase in unemployment, general unemployment, between July 2024 and now?
Secretary of State.
Well, I did talk about unemployment, and as I said, the unemployment figures are lower than they were on average when his party were in power. We are, of course, doing everything we can to help people into work, and that's why I referred to the measures that we're taking through the Youth Guarantee, the increased apprenticeship starts, and it's a much more active approach than the one that was carried out by the last government, where they saw NEET numbers rising and did precisely nothing about it.
Sir Desmond Swain.
They loaded costs onto employers whilst the benefits bill let rip. What on earth did they think would happen?
Madam Deputy Speaker, as I said, there are no employers' national insurances payable for workers under the age of 21. We do believe that workers should be decently paid for the work that they do, and we are responding to the particular challenge of youth unemployment, which I acknowledge is there and was there when his party were in power, with active measures like the Youth Guarantee and more youth apprenticeship starts. And I would remind the House that youth apprenticeship starts fell by 40% while they were in power.
Alison Griffiths.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I recently launched my Bognor Regis and Littlehampton Business Club. Many who joined are independent hospitality and leisure businesses, and their number one concern is how difficult it is to take on new staff under this government. So what assessment has his department made of the impact of the Treasury's new jobs tax and the government's new employment regulations on job creation in coastal constituencies like mine? And what steps is he taking to mitigate these effects?
Secretary of State.
Well, first of all, let me congratulate the Business Club. These things play a very valuable role in our constituency. She asks what measures we are taking. I am grateful to the Chancellor for the extra funding made available at the budget for the Youth Guarantee, which will give hundreds of thousands more training and work experience places to young people, and very importantly, provide funding for the long-term youth unemployed to gain 6 months work paid at national minimum rates for 25 hours a week, so that young people get used to the discipline and the duty of turning up, doing a job and experiencing the sense of pride and purpose that comes with having a job.
Lauren Edwards.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Net migration has fallen to the lowest level since 2021, and this will have a significant impact on our labour market and our economy if we do not train and support unemployed people here in the UK into jobs in key sectors. What steps is the Secretary of State taking to target back-to-work programmes, and especially those for young people not in work, education or training, to fill skill shortages in crucial areas like health and social care?
Secretary of State.
Well, my honourable friend asks an excellent question, and the fact that net migration is falling to lower levels than we've seen for some time does give an added urgency to the question that's often been posed: why don't we do more to train our own workers? And that is precisely why I am prioritising youth apprenticeship starts. They fell by 40% under the last government. We have to arrest that decline and make sure that we respond to that new situation with falling levels of net migration by training more of our own young people.
Steve Yam.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wonder if the Minister might outline what the Youth Guarantee means exactly for young people in my constituency in Mansfield.
Secretary of State.
What it will mean for young people in his constituency and many others is intensive work coach training, the chance of training or work experience, and if that doesn't get them into a job, ultimately a subsidised job where they get 6 months work experience paid at national minimum rates for 25 hours a week, because the last thing we want is people leaving education and going on to a life on benefits.
Chris Finns.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Secretary of State will know that the levels of young people not in education, employment or training in Harlow has gone down due to the hard work of Harlow College, working in partnership with local schools like Parsmore's and Beltmill Academy, which I visited this morning. What businesses and the Chamber of Commerce are telling me is that the number one challenge for getting young people to employment is the skills that they get leaving school. So can I ask the Secretary of State what work he's doing with the Department of Education to ensure we have a curriculum that incorporates those skills that employers so desperately need?
Well, I'm very relieved to hear that the number of young people not in education, employment or training is dropping in Harlow. If we look at recent years, the number of such people rose by £250,000 in the last year, the last few years of the £250,000 people in the last few years of the party opposite's time in government, and they did absolutely nothing about it. Now, bringing skills into the Department of Work and Pensions does give us the chance to bring skills policy and labour market policy closer together to help young people get that vital first chance of a first job.
Shadow Minister Peter Bedford, and then after I'll call Mr Darling.
Came to office, unemployment stood at 4.2%. After a brutal 18 months of job-destroying, anti-business, anti-growth policies, it now stands at 5.2%, and with young people bearing the brunt, with 1 million of them not in employment, education or training. We Conservatives believe in being in work and off welfare, and that is the best path to eradicating poverty. So will the Secretary of State break with the mistakes of all previous Labour governments and commit that unemployment will actually be lower at the end of this Parliament than when it began?
Secretary of State.
I believe this may be the honourable member's first time at the dispatch box in this capacity, but if I'm wrong about that, I'm sorry, but if I'm right about it, I welcome him to his position. Now, he asked about the forecast for the future. We had the forecast for the future published alongside the spring statement a couple of weeks ago, and in that the OBR forecast employment to rise in every year of the forecast period.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Steve Darling.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Politics is all about choices, and last week the Chancellor stood at that dispatch box and had a choice. She could have chosen to reverse the jobs tax that is costing thousands of jobs for young people up and down the United Kingdom. Why didn't she?
Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, whatever department I am in, I hear the same problem from the question from the Liberal Democrats, which is to support all the extra spending that is funded by revenue-raising measures, but to oppose all the revenue-raising measures themselves. If he wants NHS waiting lists to fall, if he calls for more spending every week, then he has to support the revenue-raising measures that make this possible.
John Lamont.
Thank you very much. Question number 4, please.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Universal credit is primarily reserved for people settled in the UK. In terms of trends, overall, the proportion of universal credit claimants in this country who are foreign nationals has fallen since January 2025 from 17% to 15.5% in the latest statistics, January 2026.
John Lamont.
According to the government's own figures, most foreign nationals that are claiming universal credit are not in work. The government doesn't seem to want to do anything to bring this figure down either. So will the Minister tell us how much this is costing the UK taxpayer?
Minister.
The honourable gentleman may be unaware that the proportion of foreign nationals claiming universal credit in work is 1/3 higher than it is in the proportion of people who are British or Irish claiming. So if he prefers to put it into the context that he's just suggested from a sedentary position, 10% lower in terms of people who are not in work. In terms of the specific number, it's often difficult to extrapolate those figures because universal credit figures such as these are calculated on a per household basis rather than on an individual basis. But if I am able to provide the number specifically, I will follow up with him in writing.
Shadow Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Working Age Benefits Bill is set to reach £171 billion by the end of this Parliament, yet they are doing nothing to get it under control. In fact, by scrapping the two-child cap, they've added another £3 billion. It's time to stop spending and get saving. We would stop benefits for foreign nationals and save £7 billion a year. Britain cannot be a cash machine for the world. With war in Ukraine and now in the Middle East, we must boost our national security. So why is the government continuing to bankroll benefits for migrants rather than investing in defence?
Minister.
Well, the honourable lady will be aware that this is the system that the party opposite created. But on the specific question of what we are doing to restrict access to the benefit system for foreign nationals, she will also be aware that the Home Secretary has brought forward proposals to extend the period before somebody can achieve settlement from 5 to 10 years. There is a consultation underway to move that point from the point of settlement to the point of citizenship. But in terms of whether somebody who has worked here for decades, contributed to the system and made a positive contribution to this country, we have a fundamentally different point of view if it is the position of the party opposite to suggest somebody who has made that contribution should have absolutely no access to support.
Conor Round.
Question number 5, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, with your permission, I would like to answer questions 5, 12, 13, 21 and 25 together. The statistics for the second half of 2024 show the scale of the situation we inherited from the last government, where the number of young people not in education, training or employment had increased by around 300,000 since 2021. But unlike the last government, we're doing something about it. Over 3 years, the Government will invest some £1.5 billion to improve opportunities for young people through both the Youth Guarantee and more youth apprenticeships. We're expanding the number of youth hubs to more areas of the country. And as I said, the change to youth apprenticeships, we aim to add about 50,000 more starts, which is a stark contrast to the situation we inherited.
Conor Rand.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to draw the Secretary of State's attention to Wise Up Networks, an organisation based in my Altrincham and Sale West constituency, which enables employers across Manchester and also London to provide young people with work experiencing and mentoring opportunities for those with social and economic barriers to work, including young people with special educational needs. These opportunities lead to job offers, increased confidence and new career options for the participants. And given this government's commitment to social mobility and ensuring young people are earning or learning, will the Secretary of State meet with me on Wise Up Networks to discuss how we can support their vital work?
Secretary of State.
Well, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for highlighting the valuable work of Wise Up Networks. He is absolutely right that work experience and mentoring can play a very important role in helping young people find work. Confidence can be an issue for young people, so building that up is really important, and I'm happy to arrange a meeting between him and a minister from this team.
Lindsay Farnsworth.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm delighted that the Secretary of State is planning to visit the David Nieper Academy in Alfreton later this year. The school recently achieved 0 NEETs at aged 18 for the 2nd year running by working closely with local industry and teaching employability skills. Local initiatives like this should be complemented by national programmes, so could the Minister provide an update on the results of the Wakefield Pathfinder, which is seeking to trial a new locally led approach to job seeker support, and given our success in Alfreton, I wonder whether you could confirm whether Amber Valley could be considered as a location for the next Pathfinder.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for highlighting the excellent work of the David Nieper Academy and achieving NEET 0. Congratulations to them for doing that. She mentioned the Career Service Pathfinder in Wakefield, which was launched in April last year. We're testing more personalised employment support. Evaluation is underway to understand how this approach works, and I think it is right that we approach these matters with flexibility and innovation and not always do what we've always done.
Josh Dean.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. If you're a young person with undiagnosed ADHD, you're more likely not to be in education, employment or training, and this is driven by a lack of recognition, treatment and tailored support. The expert-led NHS ADHD Task Force estimated the cost of unsupported ADHD is £17 billion to the UK economy each year. But with the right support, young people with ADHD can thrive. So can the Minister set out how the department is working across government, including through the Milburn Review, to ensure that young people with ADHD can access the support they need to thrive in work and reach their potential?
Well, I thank my honourable friend, and I know that he has spoken movingly about his own experience with ADHD. I can assure him that Alan Milburn, who's carrying out this report for us, a former Health Secretary, is in regular contact with the Chair and Secretariat of the Independent Review into Prevalence and Support for Mental Health Conditions, which has been carried out by the Department of Health, and more broadly, that we should support young people, try to increase their confidence and make sure that they do not conclude that a diagnosis means that they can't work, because that shouldn't be the conclusion reached, and many people who do have a diagnosis can go on to a very productive working lives.
Annalise Midgley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last week I met with Knowsley Chambers and we all welcomed the government's youth guarantee. 55,000 placements is a great start, but with no starts from the scheme currently planned in Knowsley, where young people are more likely than average to be out of employment, education and training, will the Secretary of State commit to expanding the scheme and meet with me and Knowsley Chambers to discuss how we can get more young people into good jobs in Knowsley?
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend has spoken powerfully of how unemployment in her constituency has scarred generations. Let me assure her that the Youth Guarantee will become nationwide by the end of the year. We have to break the cycle of intergenerational unemployment that she has spoken about. I share her ambition to be more ambitious in this area, and I'm very happy to keep up a dialogue with her and to meet with her or to have a fellow minister in the team do so.
Alex McIntyre.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Gloucestershire Gateway Trust do vital work in my constituency, helping those not in employment, education or training back into work. They run the Bridging the Gap programme, which provides an employability skills course and a guaranteed interview at the country's best motorway services, Gloucester Services. They also ran the GEM project, which supported over 2,000 local residents furthest from employment. They're exactly the kind of organisation that we need to work with to tackle the challenges we are facing. But the GEM project was stopped under the previous government due to a lack of funding. So can the Secretary of State visit my constituency to see the work that Gloucestershire Gateway Trust are doing and discuss how we can work with community and voluntary organisations to tackle these challenges from the ground up?
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I suspect we could be here for some time talking about what the best service station in the country is. And I do have to say that I think the rugby services between London and Wolverhampton has taken things to an extra level. Now, the Gloucestershire Gateway Trust has helped create over 400 jobs for local residents. It continues to provide invaluable support. And I'm very happy to take the opportunity to visit the Honourable Gentleman's constituency at some point, diary permitting, as they say.
Graham Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May the Secretary of State perhaps come up to Long Riston in my constituency and go to Oasis Services, where I went on Friday. They've got a five-fold increase in their business rates, as well as the impact of the increase of more than £4,000 in hiring a young person. Some people may welcome this national youth guarantee from the government, but does it not remind you, Madam Deputy Speaker, of what Ronald Reagan said? The left, first of all, if something keeps moving, they'll tax it. If it still keeps moving, they'll regulate it. And when it stops moving, they'll subsidise it.
Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the truth is that the party opposite provided over a huge post-COVID rise in the number of young people not in education, employment or training, and they did precisely nothing about it. They also presided over a huge rise in the number of young people going on to sickness and disability benefits and did precisely nothing about it. And they have discovered a thirst for change only after they have left office. They have no credibility and no plan on this issue, and in contrast to that, we are responding through the Youth Guarantee, through changes to the apprenticeship system and through giving young people more hope that the government will actually help give them a chance in life.
John Mills.
Madam Deputy Speaker, a recent report from Adzuna, a large job search agency, shows youth unemployment at an 11-year high and vacancies plummeting. Job seekers urgently need the new Job Centre in Your Pocket digital service. Given current timeframes suggest it won't be ready until 2028, will the Secretary of State assure us that all options are on the table to accelerate delivery? That includes leveraging the private sector technology so we can support job seekers now rather than years down the line.
Secretary of State.
Well, we do want to support job seekers now. As I said, there is a long-term challenge with youth unemployment. We are responding to it through the measures that I've outlined. And if we can be more ambitious in those measures in the future, then we very much will.
Greg Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Centre for Social Justice found that at the end of last year there were 707,000 young people with a university degree out of work and on benefits. And that statistic comes at the same time that employers in my constituency, from the furniture makers in Princes Risborough to the rocket scientists and space sector in Westcott, are saying they don't want graduates anymore, they want apprentices. So what is the Secretary of State doing in conjunction with the Department for Education to better signpost young people into pathways for learning and education that will actually help them get a job later down the line?
Secretary of State.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, he will find that this issue of graduate unemployment is an international one, and if he wants more non-HE skills, then he should support our plans to stop the decline that we saw in youth apprenticeship starts when his party were in power, direct more of the money to youth apprenticeship starts, and that is precisely what we're going to do.
Vicky Slade.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My Time Young Carers in Dorset works to identify and support young people with caring responsibilities, as without information on their whereabouts, it's hard to target them for initiatives. But in a recent National Youth Voice survey, 1 in 3 young carers aged 16 to 18 reported they're not in education, employment and training. That's 8 times the rate of the rest of their peers. So what steps is the department taking to level the playing field for young carers alongside their peers so they can fulfil their potential?
I think that the Honourable Lady makes a very good point. When we look at the total number of NEETs, there are within that what we might regard as standard unemployment cases. There are a lot of health, sickness and disability cases, and there are also a significant number of young carers. One of the things that we're doing is expanding, of course, childcare support through free breakfast clubs, extending the number of free hours so that we can support young parents to try to get into work after they've had a child.
Tom Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I recently visited Ventrola, a specialist heritage window manufacturer in my constituency. They were concerned about the recent announcements of apprenticeship reform and the impact it would have on their apprentices. They've signed a cross-party and a cross-organisation letter from industry leaders and experts to the Prime Minister about the concerns the sector have with the changes to apprenticeships, and they think they will undermine the government's ambition to generate economic growth. So what conversations are ministers having with businesses like Ventrola to ensure that these changes don't adversely impact the sector and rob young people of these opportunities and apprenticeships?
Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, we have a lot of dialogue with businesses about the nature of the Growth and Skills Levy and how it's used. But I have to say to him in the House, we are making a choice to prioritise young people. And it is precisely because the previous government didn't prioritise young people that we saw a 40% decline in apprenticeship starts. I don't think that's an argument for the status quo. I think it's an argument for change. That's the slogan upon which we were elected, and it's change to the system that we're going to bring.
Shadow Minister Rebecca Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last time he and I met like this, the Secretary of State lauded the rollout of youth hubs and the introduction of the youth guarantee as the solution to tackling the scale of young people not in employment, education or training. However, since then, apprenticeship figures have been updated. Latest figures show that apprenticeship vacancies and adverts have significantly decreased since the Labour government took office. Comparing latest figures from this academic year to the same period in 2024-25, apprenticeship adverts have fallen by 27% and the number of vacancies has fallen by 22%. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, how can the Secretary of State make the promise of a youth guarantee with this alarming reduction in the number of available apprenticeships?
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Precisely because we are tilting the funding more towards youth apprenticeship starts. That will arrest the decline in youth apprenticeship starts that happened when the Honourable Lady's party were in power. Change needs to come to the system if we want to do that, and I believe it's the right choice, because if young people come off education and go on to a life and benefits, then the effect on them can be lifelong. So it is right that we prioritise young people in this system.
Adam Thompson.
Number 9, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Right Honourable Alan Milburn is making progress on his report. He brings valuable experience as a former Secretary of State for Health and former Chair of the Government's Social Mobility Commission. He's engaging with stakeholders across the country to increase the understanding of what's driven the increase in NEETs in recent years, and his interim report will be due later in the spring.
Adam Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In Derbyshire, almost 8% of 16 and 17-year-olds are not in education, employment or training. We're indeed the worst county for it in the East Midlands. At Newt Stanton Park in Ilkeston, however, on the former site of a once famous ironworks, major investments means good manufacturing jobs are coming back to Erewash. Can the Secretary of State please share the work that he's doing to ensure that apprenticeships are available to disadvantaged young people so they can thrive instead of being left behind?
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend brings valuable experience to this, and I know that he had previous experience teaching engineering apprentices at the University of Nottingham. We are committed to ensuring that disadvantaged young people can access high-quality apprenticeships and benefit from the new jobs being created in places like Erewash. And that will be through the changes to how the Growth and Skills Levy is used in the way that I've outlined to previous questions, and the extension of youth hubs in the region to give those young people who are perhaps not claiming benefit, not on an apprenticeship, the chance to get help finding that vital first job.
Dr Danny Chambers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was speaking to Sophia in my constituency office in Winchester this morning. She's one of many recent graduates who have been applying for hundreds of jobs and not even getting replies. And these are often people of really good degrees from really good universities. Has there been an impact assessment done by the department on the effect of artificial intelligence in all its forms on graduate employment prospects over the next few years? And what work is being done with universities and other institutions who offer apprenticeships to ensure that young people are graduating with the right set of skills to ensure they can work in this era of artificial intelligence?
Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I think the honourable member has posed a very good and important question. And the issue of graduate unemployment is by no means confined to the UK. If he looks at the United States, for example, he will find a similar debate about graduate unemployment there. The truth is there are structural things happening in the labour market. Technology is a big shift, and I think every government has to ask itself how to help young people through this transition. The one thing we cannot do is abandon them to it. We have to train people, and we have to make sure that the UK is best placed to take advantage of this big technological shift.
Kerry Entwistle. Minister.
Under the previous government, an additional 900,000 children became part of the child poverty statistics. Under our child poverty strategy published in December, 550,000 children will be lifted out of poverty by the end of this Parliament, the largest number ever in a single Parliament. This includes the removal of the two-child limit from April, which could benefit around 4,710 children in my honourable friend's constituency of Bolton North East.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am proud that this Labour government will lift more than 4,500 children in Bolton North East out of poverty by scrapping the two-child limit. Can the Minister outline further measures this Labour government is implementing to help tackle child poverty and support families in my constituency of Bolton North East?
Minister.
Reducing child poverty, I think, is a moral imperative for us all and for this government in particular. What we know is that if you grow up in poverty, it damages children's health, it damages their education, and it also damages their future employment prospects. And we've just been discussing about the number of NEETs, and many of those children could move into becoming NEETs. So it's bad for the UK's economic prosperity. Now, we haven't just been waiting for the strategy in December. We'd already introduced the extension of free school meals eligibility. We'd tripled access to breakfast clubs. We'd supported the holiday activities and food programme, and we've also put £1 billion into reforming the Crisis and Resilience Fund.
Dr Peter Prinsley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. So we welcome the government's commitment... Number 11. Yes.
Minister.
Well, I thank my honourable friend who has such good questions that he's always very keen to get to them. Over the course of this Parliament, the yearly amount of the full new state pension is projected to go up by around £2,100 a year. This reflects the government's commitment to the triple lock for the duration of this Parliament. Payments of both the basic and the new state pension will increase by 4.8% in just a few weeks, boosting pensioners' incomes by up to £575 a year.
Dr Peter Prinsley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. So I do declare an interest, for I am in receipt of a state pension.
No way. How?
Now,
Must be impossible.
We welcome the government's commitment to the triple lock, but some pensioners in my constituency of Bury St Edmunds and Stowmarket continue to live in poverty and isolation and in need of food banks. So what specific measures can the government take to reduce social isolation and tackle poverty in this group of people?
Minister.
Well, now that he's got to it, I do thank my honourable friend for his question and for the shocking news of his age. He's absolutely right to highlight both the issues he raised. Pensioner poverty halved under the last Labour government, but it has risen more recently. That's why, as well as increasing the state pension, it's so important that we've put in place the biggest ever take-up campaign for pension credit and focused on the cost of essentials, most importantly, energy, where new measures will obviously come into place in the next few weeks. But he's also absolutely right to focus not just on poverty, but on isolation. I'm sure all of us on every side of this House, when we're out knocking on doors at the weekend, meet some younger but also some older constituents who are too isolated. They may or may not be happy to see the particular member who opposite them, who comes to knock on their door, but they may be. And the general thing, more generally, whatever people think about politicians knocking on their doors, we all have in our constituencies organisations and charities like Age Cymru in Wales, and I'm sure many in his constituency, which do important work in tackling isolation amongst all our communities.
Father of the House, Sir Edward Lee.
I declare a similar interest. I read this weekend that if we grapple with the increase in pensions and benefits, we might be able to afford 15 new frigates. Now, it's easy for people on this side to attack in-work benefits. It's more difficult to question the state pension. But I wonder whether he's seen the paper from the Institute of Fiscal Studies that we should consider moving to a smooth earnings link for state pensions, which would ensure that they never fall in real terms, but in the long term they always rise with earnings. Now, he won't give me an answer now, but perhaps he might write to me about how we're going to buttress the long-term sustainability of the state pension.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his question. He's right to recognise the challenge. We have around 12 million pensioners at the moment, but that will rise to 18 million over the course of the next 50 years. Our view is that the triple lock driving above inflation increases on average amongst pensioners is the right thing to do for this Parliament. That's why we set it out in our manifesto, and that's what's driving the increases in the state pension today. But when it comes to the costs of affording frigates, I would merely point him to the fact that defence spending under this government is higher in every year than it was in a single year under the party opposite.
Shadow Minister Mark Garnier.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, helping millions of people ensure financial security in their retirement is a cornerstone of his department. But in their first 18 months, this government has disincentivised pension savings through introducing inheritance tax on pensions, by removing pensions from their lifetime ISA reforms, through forcing pension trustees into mandation, and right now, most recently, introducing a cap on salary sacrifice savings incentives. Through their actions, Madam Deputy Speaker, this government is pushing people to be more reliant on the state pension rather than encouraging people to take control of their own financial future. So, which will be the next government U-turn? Will it be cancelling mandation or will it be abandoning salary sacrifice caps?
Minister.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, that was just a bit sad, because the U-turn that we're seeing is from the honourable member opposite, who's come here through the pension schemes bill, through the second reading report stage, declined to vote against the bill. I'll just quote the honourable member back to himself. He told me, the minister, that was me, will be pleased to hear there is cross-party consensus on many of the planned changes. He then got even more excited. He got more excited back in his reasonable days, before he'd been lent on by the Looney Tunes, before they wander off to reform, and he told us we broadly support measures in this bill. The U-turn is the member opposite who has let himself down.
Luke Airhurst.
Question number 14, please, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Health and Safety Executive is working to make sure employers know their duties under COSH, the Control of Substances Hazardous to Health Regulations 2002, as amended, and those regulations require a risk assessment and the prevention of or adequate control of exposure of employees to hazardous medicinal products.
Luke Airhurst.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Will the Minister consider developing a clear statutory definition of hazardous medicinal products and subsequently mandate the development, publication and ongoing maintenance of a comprehensive UK list of hazardous medicinal products?
Minister.
Well, my honourable friend makes an interesting suggestion, and I know there has been some campaigning around this. What I'd say to him is the Health and Safety Executive has not seen evidence that the current arrangements are inadequate. They appear to be robust, well established. They seem to be doing the job that's needed. If there is evidence of a problem that my honourable friend was able to draw attention to, then the HSE will certainly look at that very seriously. For now, though, the focus is on making sure that NHS Trust and others know the obligations they have under the current regulations.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for his answers? I'm not sure if the Minister had a chance to see in the paper last night some figures which indicate that those over 50 years of age have been in receipt of poisonings on a number of occasions. And now, whether they're unexpected, whether they're coming from medicinal products, whether they're coming from the lifestyle that they live, it's not known yet. But can I ask the Minister this question? Because there is uncertainty and because the numbers are rising of those who are subject to poisonings, can the Minister look into that and perhaps come back to the Honourable Gentleman, myself in the House, and let us know if there is a connection? Because I think there may well be.
Minister.
Well, I don't think, Madam Deputy Speaker, I've seen the report that the Honourable Gentleman is referring to, that from what I've seen, there isn't an evidence of a problem with the current arrangements. Now, it may be in the information the Honourable Gentleman refers to, there is some pointers, and if there are, I'd be keen to have a look at them.
Kirsty Blackman.
Question 15, please.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Scottish unemployment rate is 3.8%, and overall economic inactivity in Scotland is higher than the UK as a whole. But I'm pleased to say Scotland has had the biggest increase in funding since devolution began. It will benefit from major defence contracts, including the £10 billion one to build 5 new frigates for the Norwegian Navy, and it will benefit from trade deals that we've negotiated over the past year, which will be of particular benefit to Scotland's whisky and food industries.
Kirsty Blackman.
The Secretary of State for his response. In relation to another specific industry, 1 in 3 people in my constituency are employed directly or indirectly or induced jobs through the offshore energies industries. That is 1 in 3 people, more than that, in my constituency. Given where we are with oil and gas currently, given the continuation of what has been happening with the tax system, investment has reduced in this. Is the Minister confident, is the Secretary of State confident that their measure of the jobs lost, particularly in the oil and gas industry, is truly accurate? When people are generally not signing on to universal credit, they are doing things like moving abroad to Dubai and Doha rather than signing on for universal credit.
Secretary of State.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is of course a hugely important industry for the UK. It will be here for a long time. She'll be aware there is a transition taking place, but oil and gas will be part of the mix for a long time to come. The Chancellor met with the industry last week, and I assure her and her constituents that the industry's importance is recognised and hugely valued by the Government.
Joanna Baxter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last year, the SNP government in Holyrood funded nearly 9,000 fewer apprenticeships than colleges and industry asked for, robbing thousands of Scots the opportunities and starving businesses of skilled workers. Meanwhile, youth unemployment in Scotland is rising, with more than 1 in 8 young people in Scotland unemployed. Does my right honourable friend agree that perhaps one of the solutions to that problem is electing a new government in Holyrood in May under Anna Sarwar with the Labour Party?
Secretary of State.
Well, I very much agree with the final point that my honourable friend made. I think Anna Sarwar would make an excellent First Minister, and I look forward to supporting him in the campaign to come. I would say to her that the youth guarantee that I've referred to today extends to Scotland, and we want young people in Scotland to have as many opportunities and as good opportunities as young people anywhere else in the UK, and particularly to not fall into the pattern of leaving education and going on to a life on benefits.
Manuela Pettigella.
Question 16, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Minister.
Well, her honourable friend, the member for North East Fife, raised this important concern in a Westminster Hall debate last week. A backlog of reassessments for the work capability assessment did build up during 2024. I'm pleased to say that backlog will have been almost entirely cleared by the end of this month.
Manuela Pettigella.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Research from Scope found that in 2025, only 7% of work capability assessments carried out were reassessments for existing claimants, compared with 19% the previous year. One of my constituents has experienced a significant deterioration in their health and urgently requires reassessment to determine whether they should now receive the limited capability for work-related activity element of universal credit. So what further urgent actions will the Minister take to reduce waiting times and ensure that disabled people are not left without financial support?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, she's right to raise this, and she's also right that the Department does prioritise initial assessments so the people without any support at all get it as soon as possible, and then reassessments are carried out when there's capacity. As I've said, the backlog that did build up towards the end of 2024 will have been almost entirely cleared by the end of this month. If there's still a problem, in the case of her constituent, I'd be grateful if she'd drop me a line.
We now move on to topical. Sarah Dyke.
Question number 1, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, since we last met, we've had Apprenticeships Week, where I visited the Camel Laird Shipyard in Birkenhead and the Acton Works for the London Underground in West London. I've attended the Youth Guarantee Jobs Fair in Blackpool, which connected over 3,000 local people with 90 employers, had a roundtable with business where, for example, Make UK reported 50,000 vacancies in the engineering and manufacturing sectors, and we extended the Connect to Work programme to give employment support to more than 75,000 more people with disabilities or long-term sickness, people far too often in the past simply signed off and written off.
Sarah Dyke.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Skills boot camps in Somerset give businesses in Glastonbury and Somerton the opportunity to collaborate with training providers. This helps to address persistent skills shortages. However, changes to funding allocations could see Somerset lose nearly 70% of its funding. So will the Minister urgently review the skills boot camp funding methodology? Because without it, an important pathway for residents to gain valuable skills and to support economic prosperity in Somerset is going to be compromised.
Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I do appreciate the value of skills boot camps. They can play an important role in the mix of policies that we're talking about today. I hear the representation she has made for more funding. All I would say to her and her party is that if we do have more funding, I hope that they support whatever revenue-raising measures have to put in place to fund it.
Sarah Coombs.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The situation we inherited at the election with 1 in 8 young people not in education or employment is a national scandal, and I'm glad this government is going to put it right. In West Brom, there's lots of opportunities in the manufacturing sector, but lots of young people often think of a different reality when they think of factories, whereas the reality is that many of the jobs are high quality, well paid, and work with modern machinery and robotics, not the backbreaking work that many think it is. What is the government doing to make sure that job centres connect young people with the opportunities in all different sectors, particularly in manufacturing?
Minister.
My honourable friend is exactly right, and this is why we need to ensure that job centres have a really good engagement with local employers, including manufacturers. And she'll be pleased to know that there's going to be an employer round table at the Manufacturing Centre in West Bromwich on the 17th of March with the college and manufacturing employers. And also there's going to be an employer breakfast on the 29th of April, again at Sandwell College, about job centres and what they can offer, particularly around swaps and manufacturing swaps that are so important.
Shadow Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, no doubt you're familiar with the dramatic principle of Chekhov's gun. If there's a gun on the wall in the first act, it will be fired by the final scene. Ministers say the mandation power in the pensions bill is merely a backstop that they don't intend to use. But once they have a power in law, like a gun on the wall, how long will that intention last? Can the Secretary of State commit to this House that the mandation gun will never be fired at the expense of UK pension savers?
Minister.
Well, I thank the Right Honourable Lady for her question. She'll know that it's the industry itself, through the Mansion House Accord, that has set out that it thinks there needs to be change in the pattern of investment within our largest defined contribution schemes. They say that because it's in the interests of savers. That's what the Mansion House Accord set out. That's what the previous Honourable Member for Hexham, the longest-lasting Conservative pension minister, labelled it a good thing. And all the pension schemes bill does is to put in place the mechanism to make sure that change, which the industry has said is in the interest of members, actually happens.
Shadow Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm actually disappointed the Secretary of State did not rise to answer this important question when the savings of millions of people are at stake. Now, the Pensions Minister needs to stop conflating the voluntary Mansion House Agreement with changing the law to give government the power to direct pension fund investments. The two are not the same. Both the Association of British Insurers and Pensions UK are urging the government to drop the mandation power from the bill. Now, the Pensions Minister has a tendency to think he always knows better, but he's not always right. Apparently, the Edstone was his idea. Let's not have people's retirement savings suffer the same fate as Ed Miliband's quest to become Prime Minister.
Exactly.
Government should not be giving itself control over how people's retirement savings are invested. That's what mandation does. I'm against it. The pension sector is against it. Savers are against it.
Yes.
Will he listen and change tack?
And possibly answer the question.
The Honourable Lady is going to be absolutely furious when she finds out what the front bench opposite did when the pension schemes bill came through this House, because all this sound and fury now, but when she chose whether she wanted to vote against the very power that she now says is incredibly dangerous, she went for a snooze. She did it at second reading, she did it at third reading, and she's going to be even more angry when she finds out what honourable members like the Right Honourable Member for Salisbury and the Right Honourable Member for Godalming Ash have called for, which is the mandation of pension schemes in the UK to invest...
Order. Can I just remind members and ministers that it's topical questions, so short questions, short answers. I now call Lindsay Farnsworth, followed by Steve Darling. Lindsay Farnsworth.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was pleased to see that the school's white paper outlined significant reforms to support children with SEND. Can the Minister outline how they are working with colleagues in the Department for Education to make sure that efforts to tackle the NEETs crisis, including the new apprenticeships and youth guarantees, will be inclusive and accessible to young people with SEND, ensuring that they have the opportunities to progress into fulfilling careers?
Well, with the Minister for Skills now being joint with the DFE and DWP, we have very clear collaboration. We've already launched 8 Youth Guarantee Trailblazers, which are testing innovative approaches to localised support for young people who are NEET or at risk of becoming NEET, including targeted SEND support. And we also have, of course, the Milburn Review into young people in work and how better to support them.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Steve Darling.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last week, Citizens Advice shared a report into Access to Work that confirmed many things that we know from our own postbags around disturbing delays within the Access to Work system, both on processing applications and reimbursement. Will the Minister share with us what recovery plan he has in place, and when will this get up to a 28-day turnaround for these important issues?
Minister.
What I can tell him, the new Disability Advisory Panel is going to be working with us, chaired by Zara Todd, who he may know, working with us on reform of access to work. We've increased the number of staff working on this from 500 to 650 in the past couple of years. That is reducing some of the delays that we saw as a result of the big surge in applications, and I'll be glad to keep him posted on further progress, including our proposals for reform that we bring forward as soon as we're able to.
Amanda Hack.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I recently met with my constituent Dean. He's in his 60s and wants to return to full-time work after a bit of ill health. With over 15 years' experience in HR, he's struggling to get over the line and get that next job. Dean feels he's being turned away not just because of his age, but because of his medical condition where he needs a cane to walk with. What work is the Minister doing to support people with health conditions like Dean back into work?
Minister.
Well, my honourable friend is right to raise this. She'll perhaps know of the Connect to Work service that we've introduced, which will be available across the whole country by the summer of this year, which is a methodology for it that's been defined centrally, but it's being entirely commissioned locally. And the feedback we're seeing so far is that it's doing a very good job in supporting people in exactly the kind of circumstances that my honourable friend describes.
Greg Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does the Minister think it's reasonable that my constituents have not received a penny of carers allowance for the entirety of last year whilst caring for their daughter living at home with them, and that whenever they phone the department, they're simply told, case awaiting update?
Minister.
Well, I'd be very grateful if the honourable gentleman would drop me a line about that case. I'll be very happy to look into what's happened.
Laura Kirk-Smith.
Deputy Speaker, I know the Minister has been making progress with the review of the PIP assessment. I hear from many people who struggle with the complexity and the mistakes in the current system, including one lady with severe spinal and nerve conditions who had her payments reduced after DWP didn't receive the medical evidence that she'd sent. Does the Minister agree that any changes to the system must be humane and fair, but also that the system must become easier to navigate and easier for people to trust?
Yes, I do agree with that, Madam Deputy Speaker. As she will know, we've set up a review of personal independence payment, which is underway at the moment. We've got a steering group of 12, almost all of whom are disabled people, plus me and two other co-chairs. We had our third full-day in-person meeting last week, and the issues that she raises are exactly the ones that we're going to be wanting to work through in the course of the review, which will report to my right honourable friend in the autumn.
Ian Sollom.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With nearly 1 million young people not in education, employment or training, and the Growth and Skills Levy launching less than a month away, as few as 8 courses have been confirmed with no funding rates, no duration and no assessment detail published. So how is anyone, a young person planning their future, a college planning its provision, or an employer planning their workforce supposed to act on a blank page?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, he's right to point to the disparity of information sometimes available on apprenticeships compared to university courses. I think this is something we need to address, improve the information and make sure that young people embarking on an apprenticeship are treated with just as much esteem and respect as someone following a university course. So information is very much part of the changes that we are pursuing.
Catherine Fuchs.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Sadly, I've been contacted by a number of constituents facing a hidden problem in the child maintenance system. Their ex-partner has found ways of hiding their income to avoid having their monthly payments increased or paying the arrears they owe. Can the Minister share with me the work the Department is doing to ensure that income assessment of paying parents is accurate, agile and serves the children it's meant to support?
Minister.
Can I thank my honourable friend for her question? She will be pleased to know that there are a range of interventions underway, including reviewing the child maintenance calculation across the piece. But what I would also say to my honourable friend is that if she has specific cases causing her concern, if she'd like to share them with me, I will ensure that these are referred to our specialist financial investigation unit that look into such cases where we fear hidden income.
Callum Miller.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I recently met with a constituent who is a victim of domestic abuse and, like too many others, has been let down by the child maintenance service. She's experiencing severe financial pressure as her ex-partner refuses to make maintenance payments. She complained to the CMS 11 months ago and has not yet received a response. To make matters worse, the CMS has refused to communicate with her and failed to provide her with documentation that's essential to an ongoing tribunal. Will the Minister meet with me and my constituent to understand what has gone wrong in this case?
Minister.
Definitely and soon.
Ewan Steinbank.
Deputy Speaker, Powering Futures are a fantastic social enterprise based in Falkirk with an oven-ready project which will deliver at least 1.6 million in quantifiable social outcomes, including addressing youth unemployment in every local authority in Scotland. With funders identified, will my honourable friend meet with me to discuss what support his department may be able to offer Powering Futures?
I thank my honourable friend for his question, and I'm very happy to make sure he gets a meeting either with me or with another minister on the team.
Lee Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. At least £10 billion a year is being paid in universal credits to households with at least one foreign national residing there. Truly shocking figure. But what I want to know is how much is being paid in PIP, carers allowance and attendance allowance to foreign nationals.
Minister, Secretary.
Madam Deputy Speaker, let me say I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for the retraining scheme that he's running for former Conservative MPs. I am not convinced, though, that a change of colour is really a change of heart. To the heart of his question, we do believe that if people have worked here and have contributed over the years, then they are entitled to the benefits that the state provides. And the logical conclusion of his position would be to deny that to many people who've lived and contributed here, sometimes for decades.
Jane Kirkham.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister will know that working in the visitor economy is so good for young people and their confidence. Yeah. We have an extensive Cornish hospitality sector who would like to be part of the Youth Guarantee pilot. Would the Minister consider meeting with us to discuss?
Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, we're all going to have busy diaries after this session. Let me pay tribute to the Cornish hospitality sector. She's right. These are great opportunities for young people. I'll make sure she gets a meeting with someone.
Joshua Reynolds.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. British pensioners living in the EAA, United States and up to 20 other countries get their pensions uprated, but those living in Canada, Australia and New Zealand do not. Campaigners know the government won't go back and uprate frozen pensions respectively. But will the government commit to a review of uprating frozen pensions for British pensioners going forward?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question. He'll be aware that the policy on overseas uprating is a long-standing one under governments of all parties, including the Liberal Democrat coalition government, and I'm not going to make promises that won't be delivered, so we're not going to be changing that policy in the near future.
Liam Conlon.
Speaker, today the Guardian have published an article showing that up to 13,000 survivors of Ireland's mother and baby homes living in Britain today could lose their compensation payments if they accept the redress scheme from the Irish government. My campaign, Philomena's Law, which is backed by public figures including Darragh O'Brien, Siobhan McSweeney and Steve Coogan, would resolve this by ensuring that payments are ring-fenced. Will the Minister consider the merits of this case and agree to meet me to discuss it further?
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the whole House will be aware that the women who lived in the mother and baby homes sometimes went through terrible experiences. I commend him for his campaign for some measure of justice to these women. We are examining what we can do in these cases. There will be a small number of these women living in the UK, and I can assure him that help is under active consideration.
Dr Al Pinkerton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My Surrey Heath constituent, Michael, who is autistic, lost his personal independent payment in January when he was moved to the Employment and Support Allowance without explanation, a decision that he is now attempting to appeal. Given warnings from the National Autistic Society about barriers autistic people face navigating the benefit system, can I ask what steps the Department is taking to improve communication and staff training to better support neurodiverse claimants?
Minister.
Well, the honourable gentleman is right to raise this, and it's fair to say, I think, that the PIP application process is old-fashioned and clunky and difficult for many. I mentioned earlier on the review of PIP that is being undertaken at the moment, and some members of the steering group that have described applying for PIP as dehumanising. The health transformation programme is underway. We are improving the process, including in a trial number of postcode areas, claims being fully online. But I hope coming out of the review will be a broadly much better approach.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. An important component of this government's drive to reduce the number of NEETs is encouraging Job Centre Plus to work innovatively in constituencies such as mine in Rugby. So will the Secretary of State join me in commending their work they are organising with me at Jobs Fair on the 16th of April, 10 till 1, at the Indian Centre in Rugby, and of course he or his ministers would be very welcome to come and see their innovation in practice.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I've already praised rugby once during this session. Let me do so for a second time. I can't promise to attend this jobs fair, but I can say that these fairs can play a very valuable role in bringing together employers who need work with employers who need staff with potential employees who need jobs. And I saw that myself in the very sizable Blackpool jobs fair that I attended a week or so ago.
And the final question, Gagan Mahindra.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Emma from Abbots Langley in my constituency has to comply with strict timeframes for her job as a frontline worker within a local government adult care service. Despite this, as a deaf person, Emma's video relay service allowance has been reduced by over 75%, meaning it is significantly below her working hours. Given that the waiting period for access to work reconsideration cases can span up to several months, how can the Minister assure my constituent that this delay will not undermine her ability to work?
Minister.
Well, I can say to him that there is a serious problem with delays with access to work. The application backlog on the 16th of February was 66,699. That's why we've substantially increased the number of staff working on access to work. Those who have got a job in the offing are prioritised for applications, but if he'd like to drop me a line about the particular case he's got in mind, I'll gladly look into it.
And that concludes questions, and I'll just give a few moments for the front benches to swap over. Order. Before we come to the urgent question on immigration rules, I should say that time is tight today. There is an important bill to be discussed, as well as the 3 statements that the government has chosen to make. However, I must put on record in the strongest terms my disappointment that the Home Secretary did not come to the House last week to make a statement on immigration. This follows a week of drip-feeding announcements to the media and a major speech outside of this place. It is simply not good enough. If this is the impact of the reported changes to the government comms grid, then it needs a rethink. It is unacceptable for important policy announcements to be made to the media before this House is informed. I call for the statement, Shadow Secretary of State, Chris Phillips.
Thank you. To ask the Home Secretary to make a statement on her recently announced immigration policy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, the British public expect and deserve an immigration system with order and control. In November, the Home Secretary announced the most sweeping reforms to tackle illegal migration since the Second World War. And last week, the government took concrete steps to implement these necessary changes. I hear very clearly the strong message from the Chair, Madam Deputy Speaker, and of course would never mean any discourtesy to yourself or to your colleagues. Features of the steps taken last week include that refugee status will be now reviewed every 30 months. At a 30-month review, refugees with a continuing need of protection will have this protection renewed, while those who no longer have a protection need will be expected to return home. Further, we are introducing targeted measures known as a visa break to help protect the integrity of the UK immigration system. As such, from the 26th of March, we will refuse applications for specific visa routes from nationals of Afghanistan, Cameroon, Myanmar and Sudan, where evidence shows a consistently high number and proportion of visa-linked asylum claims. This is the beginning, and other nationalities may face similar measures in the future. Due to the number of asylum claims from nationals of Nicaragua and St. Lucia, we have also introduced visit visa requirements and direct airside transit visa requirements on these countries to prevent visitor visa misuse. These came into force on the 5th of March. We have tabled further legislative changes to revoke the current legal duty to provide support to asylum seekers, instead restoring this to a power to provide support so that those who can support themselves do so. And we're also amending existing conditions of support legislation to enable the suspension or discontinuation of asylum support when an asylum seeker is working illegally. And we've started a consultation on our approach to family returns, exploring reforms to the support available to families with no legal basis to remain in the UK, and the approach used when enforcing the returns of families who have not departed voluntarily. Madam Deputy Speaker, after years of chaos and crisis, it has fallen to this government to fix the broken systems we inherited. I know this country. I know the protection that people want to provide to those who need it. We've seen that with the Syrian scheme, Afghan resettlement, Hong Kong BNO and Homes for Ukraine. But we can only do this where there is confidence that the system has order and control. These reforms restore this order and build the system the British people deserve.
Shadow Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, it is disappointing the government did not come here voluntarily to announce their policies, and I noticed there was no apology. But given the scale of their failure, it is not surprising. Since the election, 67,000 people have entered the UK illegally, a 45% increase compared to the same period before. Many of those 67,000 have since committed serious crimes, including murder and rape. In the last 6 days alone, 900 illegal immigrants have crossed the English Channel, and the government's promises lie in tatters. The gangs are not smashed. The French are not intercepting boats near the shores, as we were promised last year. And last year, the so-called one-in, one-out deal saw 41,000 illegal immigrants come in across the Channel and only 300 go out. So, the government is now resorting to bribing illegal immigrants with £40,000 per family to leave. That is more than most working people here earn in a year. British workers should not have to pay record high taxes for this government to give their money away to illegal immigrants. It is frankly disgraceful. Instead, the government should now agree to our plan to leave the ECHR, which would enable them to rapidly deport all illegal immigrants. The crossings would then quickly stop, and there would be no need to bribe illegal immigrants to leave. Let me turn now to ILR. When we proposed a 10-year path, the government voted against it. But I'm delighted they've now done yet another U-turn and adopted our policy. Now, while we don't agree with every detail in their plans, we do agree with the substance. But I'm sorry to hear some of the minister's own MPs are apparently unconvinced. So let me help the minister. Given the government appears to need our votes to pass these ILR changes, we will support them. Will the minister confirm the ILR changes will be made in primary legislation or via the rules? If they do use primary legislation, that will take some time to pass, by which time the 2021 and 22 arrivals will have ILR. So we would also support him to pass emergency legislation if he will accept that offer.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it is a challenge to be lectured on the need for apologies from the architect of Trussonomics that mean that my constituents month on month pay more on their mortgages. But we've seen more of that mathematics from the right honourable gentleman there, because he says that £158,000 that on average we spend on families in hotel accommodation who have no right now to be here because they have finished their way through the asylum system, that spending that money is better value than spending £40,000 in order for them to return home and to build their lives. Again, I'm not surprised. He talks about gangs. Well, he will know there have been a record level of interventions, more than 4,000. He talks about our work with the French, but he'll know too there's been 40,000 preventions of crossings. He'll know too, he mentioned returns. Well, 60,000 people have been returned under this government, a 31% increase under his time when he was in the Home Department. So he offers criticism, but the only answer that he offers in lieu is just to tear up international agreements with no sense of what change that would drive. It would merely set back that returns work and just leave us back to years and years of debate and no action. I won't do that. He mentions ILR. Of course, that wasn't the nature of the announcements last week. That was a consultation that closed, a very important one about earned settlement in this country. We'll be having those conversations with Parliament, and those, of course, will be laid in the usual way in the weeks, months ahead.
Meg Hillier.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wonder if the Minister could update us on the discussions about people who have got leave that they arrived in a country, were pursuing leave for 5 years to get status in the UK or for whichever period of their visa, who are approaching the end of that period. I have a number of constituents concerned their visa they'll reach this point in April, and they're concerned that they will have to start all over again under a new process. Could you update the House on this issue?
I believe, again, the honourable member refers to earned settlement. It has always been the case that the immigration rules in force at the point of application rather than the point of entry to the country are the ones that are germane with regards to the conditions an individual has to meet. Nevertheless, the Honourable Lady will know that we did consult about what transition protections there could be. That consultation closed last month. There is, an important reality for all colleagues to wrestle with here, that we saw in the first 5 years of this decade unprecedented levels of migration through legal means. The open borders experiment by colleagues opposite, which means that 1 in 30 people in this country came in that window of time. That means, at the same time, those people will become eligible for social housing, for benefits and whatnot. That, of course, is a significant challenge to the taxpayer and to public services. But nevertheless, that consultation took place and will be coming back in the usual way.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Will Forster.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is deeply disappointing that these changes were pushed through without an explanation in this chamber. The same Home Secretary who emphasised the importance of scrutiny from MPs at the IPPR also denied this House the chance to question her reforms. That is not good enough. Does the Minister think that reviewing each refugee status every 2.5 years for 20 years will really fix the asylum system? That is estimated to cost £725 million over the next decade. Can the Minister confirm what plans the government has to fund this, and can they give a cast-iron guarantee that it won't cause the asylum backlog to go further? Taxpayers are paying £6 million a day for asylum hotels, the legacy from the Conservative government. Will the Minister back Liberal Democrat plans to end the processing by faster claims, such as Nightingale processing centres, or set out their own plan? And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, will the government confirm their plan for lifting the ban on asylum seekers working? Why have they chosen a year, not 6 months?
Order, Minister.
I'm grateful for that question. I am surprised the honourable gentleman doesn't remember the statement in November on these very issues. I can assure him his colleague on the Liberal Democrat front bench remembers it very well, and I think thinks about it quite a bit. On the 30 months, let's be clear about how the system will work. What we are saying is we do not want people to come to the country and get that good news of their claim being accepted for refuge and then be at home and not take part in British life. We are saying that if people do that, then their claims will be assessed every 30 months. Instead, they will be offered the chance to move to a protected work and study route, which means that if they are taking part in work, taking part in study, learning the language, not committing crimes, then they're out with of that. So I don't recognise the points on how many decisions would have to be made or the spend. That isn't accurate. But what I also would say, because he talks about quicker decisions, well, last year was the best year since records began in terms of decision-making for initial decisions. So we are operating that system effectively, but nevertheless, there are significant demand issues, which means that applications across the EU are down significantly and in the UK are up significantly. And until and unless you address those issues, any process changes simply will be overwhelmed.
John MacDonald.
Can I ask, has the government done any assessment of those people who, as other colleagues have said, have come here under one system, but now the system is changing, and where those people are actually working at the moment? Because in my constituency, there's large numbers of people who've come here and now in their 4th year before they were about to then conclude, hopefully then to secure status, and they're working in the care sector. And without them, to be frank, the care sector would collapse in my constituency.
Minister.
Yes, we do know where they are working, because the nature by which they came to this country was on work visas, so we're very clear where they are. In terms of the assessment, that was the point of the consultation that took place that ended last month. We got more than 200,000 responses to it. I think that shows the strength of feeling. So we're looking at that in the usual way, and we'll come back with our plans after that in the usual way.
Father of the House, Sir Edward Lee.
May I quote approvingly the remarks of my constituency neighbour, the Labour MP for Bassetlaw, who said that if Labour is to win their battle against reform, they have to do much more on illegal boats. I'm sorry she's not here, but I have warned her I'm going to ask this question. And she says specifically a very good point, that people should only be allowed to claim asylum abroad. Now, if that was the case, surely there's an argument that if they arrived here illegally, they would not be able to claim asylum, they would not be covered by the convention, and they could be detained and deported.
Minister.
Well, I would agree with the right honourable gentleman in that I always agree with the honourable member for Bassetlaw. I've known her for a very long time and have found being disagreeable to her a bad idea. But on the principle too, we said as part of our statement in November, the third chapter is about opening up safe and legal routes. The Home Secretary has talked about our first foray into this endeavour with regards to a study route, that providing those options for people to come and seek sanctuary in this country to the degree to which our communities can sustain it out of country, so they don't make those dangerous journeys, so we're not seeing people cross the channel. Well, I think that's in everybody's interests, and I'm glad to see that that is drawing consensus.
Imran Hussain.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituent came to this country leaving a very good job, uprooting his whole family and young children on the promise that he would be allowed to come here, work and contribute in our NHS, which he has done for the last 4 years. But now, because of the government's harsh, hostile policies, he's left in a place where not only is his future uncertain, his children may not even be able to go to university. Does the Minister not understand the hostility and unfairness of this?
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman's question, and I would recognise, I think all of us would recognise the absolute importance that people coming from outside of the UK have played in the NHS for decades now. He will know that in our proposals that we set out with regards to earned settlement, that working for the NHS and working in public services was one of the proposed ways in which you could earn down that route to settlement. I say to him, as I've said to other colleagues, we're looking at the consultation closely. We do have to understand there is a real challenge that sits beneath this, and again, that it's always been the immigration rules at the point of application, not at the point of entry, that have applied. But nevertheless, I hear the point he's made and other colleagues have made with vigour.
Chair of the Select Committee, Dame Karen Bradley.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Could the Minister tell us whether the Home Office has made an assessment of the number of people who will be affected and the amount that will be saved from moving from a statutory duty to a discretionary power to support asylum seekers?
Minister.
I'm grateful for that question from the Chair of the Select Committee. The overall supported population is 107,000. Within that, there is a cohort of approximately half of those whose decision is now more than a year old. So they are able to access work in many cases. Similarly, there is a smaller proportion whom retained that right to work because they've overstayed their work visas. We are now doing the work of looking at all those people individually to see who that could work and therefore pay towards their own costs of support on the basis that, if you can pay for your own support, like our own constituents, you ought to, so that doesn't fall on the taxpayer and we can reduce that burden.
Ruth Cadbury.
Madam Deputy Speaker, in my constituency, people of all faiths and backgrounds live, learn and work next to each other. And unlike many other European countries, the UK has a really good reputation on integration. So can the Minister reassure me that these reforms will not lead to the UK becoming like some of our European neighbours who have much poorer records on integration?
I'm grateful for that question. I absolutely can. And as she spoke about her community there, I saw my own community in that as well. All of our reforms are around promoting integration. So, for example, as I say, with regards to illegal migration, promoting that people come, who when they do come to the country to seek refuge and have an accepted claim, that they enter work, they enter study, that they learn the language, which is crucial for integration. But I also know, we have important work to do across government, of which the Home Department has an important component around social cohesion more generally, and later on there'll be a statement from the Community Secretary along those lines about that important cohesion work, so we can be that brilliant, integrated, multicultural country that I know Nottingham is, I know Hounslow is, and I know the rest of the country is.
Sir Roger Gale.
Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, there are thousands of Ukrainians in this country, most of them women and children, who effectively are stateless. They didn't come here as asylum seekers. They came here as refugees. They don't know whether they're coming or going. They can't return to their own country. There is no prospect in the short to medium term of them being able to. They need to be able to determine accommodation, education and employment. So what's the government going to do to create some sort of proper settled status for Ukrainian refugees?
Minister.
I'm grateful for that question. I mean, it is really important that colleagues appreciate that the Homes for Ukraine scheme and the way by which people came to this country from Ukraine was never intended as a settlement scheme. That was part of our engagement with the government of Ukraine at the time. Nevertheless, we have, as the Honourable Gentleman note, have extended that period of protection longer in line with the challenges that he says faces. We want those people to be able to live fully whilst they're here. I hear the challenges that he makes, but as I say, that scheme was never designed as a settlement scheme.
Andy MacDonald.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for his statement. On the issue of work visas and on the issue of people being integrated into our communities, could he just say something about the abuses that we hear about how sponsors control the situation for those people and the potential damage that will be caused, especially to our public services, if we see those thresholds being unattainable by many of our key workers, especially in our health service?
I absolutely do recognise the characterisation that my honourable friend offers there. We know that there was abuse of that scheme by unscrupulous employers. We've been working, indeed, I met with trade unions only this morning, with trade unions about what a future model could look like to avoid that, so that if people do come to this country, they're not so precariously reliant on one employer, who therefore has a very, very unhelpful power imbalance over them and their lives. So we are looking at that very, very closely.
Chamberlain.
In Afghanistan, women and girls are being persecuted on the grounds of their gender. They cannot work, they cannot study. By law, their husbands can punish them however they see fit. And last year, the Home Office closed safe and legal routes for Afghan women to come to the UK. And last week, they closed the door both for professionals and students. The work of the Linda Norgrove Foundation means that a number of female medical students are currently studying at Scottish universities, including St Andrews. What hope is there for others to complete their studies and support the maternal healthcare crisis that is currently underway in Afghanistan?
Minister.
I mean, we take our obligations and our commitment to Afghanis very, very seriously. Since 2021, over 37,000 Afghans have come via resettlement schemes. What we've changed as of last week is that we have a student visa system that is being used as a de facto immigration system, which cannot be right. What we saw with Afghanistan students is that of the 3,730 visa issued, there have been 3,454 claims for asylum at some point during them. That is not an orderly system. I say, I feel the power and the passion with which the Honourable Lady speaks, but to accept that premise is to say that we believe that universities ought to set our asylum system. That can't be right. So taken in, I hope she would say, she would recognise that taken in concert with what we have announced with regards to a safe and legal study route, that must be a much better way. So we as a government and accountable to Parliament know who's coming, what their protection need is, what their institution is and what they're learning while they're here. I think that that's the right balance.
Members should be aware I'm hoping to finish this statement around 4:30 because we do have three statements. So if people could keep their questions and answers short. Afzal Khan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Boo Bob Centre has found that the restrictive policies have had an insignificant effect on the number of unaccompanied children seeking asylum in Denmark. Instead, the discrimination and constant uncertainty makes it harder for young refugees to learn, build relationships, or plan for their futures. So will the Minister commit to keeping the 5 years leave for unaccompanied children permanently to create stability for the most vulnerable asylum seekers?
I can give my honourable friend succour in that regard. Our 30-month protection announcement last week does not include unaccompanied asylum-seeking children. We take our responsibilities to children very seriously. I have optimism within our new system. Nevertheless, though, we need those children to be entering into study and then into work and learning the language. Of course, they've got the most to benefit from it. So our work with the protected work and study route will be particularly important for them.
Simon Hall.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister and the Government is to be commended for trying to wrestle with this issue, and where there can be cross-party consensus, let's build on that and foster. There's lots of groups of people who come to this country who generate complaints. One group that isn't are those who come from New Zealand and Australia to help our sheep farmers at shearing time. Could I really urge the Minister to rethink that? There's not a single rural member of Parliament who's calling for this. They should be allowed in. This is an animal welfare issue, and it's important for our food security and agricultural sector.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the announcements we made in November, as I say, were the most sweeping to illegal migration since the Second World War. They were unpacked last week as well, but they weren't so sweeping or broad that they had sheep shearing in them, though I know that elsewhere that has become a pertinent point. I'm having conversations, as my honourable friend, the Minister for Migration and Citizenship is, with rural MPs, and he will hear very clearly the honourable gentleman's words.
Alex Thurber.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In response to the urgent question, the Minister didn't mention the announcement last week that 4 countries will no longer be able to apply for student visas: Sudan, Afghanistan, Myanmar and Cameroon. Many of the students who applied came and studied, and the situation in their country materially changed and then applied for asylum. I'm very concerned that when things materially change, we will change policy on student applications. We're seeing a war in the Middle East now. We've got Ukraine. I'm really concerned that this is the government's policy now. We should take it in good faith that people are coming to study, contribute, and then when things are settled in their country, can go back and contribute there. We should not be cutting off student visas for those countries who are in conflict.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I mean, I hate to correct the honourable friend, but I did mention those in my opening. I totally accept. Everybody, no matter what the reforms that we announced in November, any element of it, how that impacts them, everybody will have their claim individually assessed on the basis of their own individual circumstances. I accept totally that an individual, if you come on a 3-year course, the circumstances at home could materially change during that period of time. What I will say gently to the honourable gentleman is when that is happening in virtually every one of the cases, those systems seek to merely be a study route and are a de facto asylum route, and it's better that that is something organised and coordinated by the government rather than academic institutions.
Kirsty Blackman.
The Minister is unhappy that we are conflating 2 different announcements. The issue is that the Home Secretary hasn't actually made an announcement about this one. She hasn't come to the Chamber and told us what the position is and what the announcement is. And they are planning to do this without parliamentary approval. It's not going to come to the House for debate when they make these changes. Will the Minister commit to ensuring that everybody in this House is able to have a voice, that these are not put through by negative statutory instrument, and that MPs across the House will be able to make our points clear and ensure that refugees will not have the goalposts moved after they have arrived?
I hate to disagree with the honourable lady, but I'm not unhappy at all. The way I look at it, I get to do the answers. Honourable colleagues and right honourable colleagues get to do the questions. I don't get to do them both. So colleagues raise whatever they wish to. On the point of scrutiny of these policies, well, as you will be aware, that has been a very well participated public consultation. There also was debate. There were 2 statements in November, one relating to restoring order and control, our asylum policy statement, and one relating to earned settlement. Colleagues had the opportunity then. She will know there's been subsequently been at least one debate in Westminster Hall. I'm sure there will be more. I have no doubt that colleagues will find their parliamentary opportunities to debate these policies and any others of the Home Department.
Deal.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. On the issue of indefinite leave to remain, the Minister from the dispatch box says that there will be close consideration of the public consultation that concluded last month, and yet last week the Home Secretary was saying that she is determined to push ahead with those changes to retrospective indefinite leave to remain. This is about people who are working here. This is about people who are contributing in many ways, not just financially. Which one of those is true?
Minister. I'm grateful to my honourable friend. We were very clear at the outset of the consultation that there were certain elements that we had decided prior to. First of all, that we're moving to a system with a default 10 years that could be reduced down to 5 years, provided on the contribution that people made to their community, and also on matters relating to speaking the English language that we thought were non-negotiable. But within the consultation were a question of transitional protections as well. So we're looking at all of those things in the round, and I don't see an inconsistency in those two positions.
Sir Desmond Swain. Where will he send an illegal entrant with no right to remain, but whose country of origin is unsafe? That's the question.
Minister.
Well, the honourable gentleman will know that we as a government have removed 60,000 people with no right to be in this country, a 31% increase on our predecessors. It is not impossible to effect return in every case. Everybody knows that. There are certain countries from which we are unable to do so, and in those cases we aren't effecting returns, but we have to have a system that has a backstop of removal, and I think that that's an accepted principle.
I do acknowledge the considerable challenge that the government has in winning back public confidence in the asylum system. But on the 30 months, the Home Office published a report last year concluding that there was insufficient evidence that restrictive asylum policies reduce claims. So will the Home Office publish evidence to show that cutting refugee leave down from 5 years to 30 months will deter claims in the UK? And does he accept that a substantial settlement pathway of 20 years plus is unlikely to deter those claims either?
Minister.
I'm grateful for that question. The honourable gentleman knows we bring forward our impact assessments alongside the policies as we publish them, as we seek to debate them or implement them. He knows, obviously, the case we made in our document in November as well. With regards to whether these policies work or not, I would gently say that, for example, Germany has a similar period of time for protection, as does Denmark, both of whom are seeing reductions in asylum claims. Asylum claims in the UK now are over 80,000 for the last 2 years. For the previous decade, they averaged 27,500. I don't think saying that no change is an option.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituent is a hard-working taxpayer, yet his wife and daughter remain in Iran because the family reunion route has effectively been closed since September. Does the Minister accept that failing to provide controlled, safe and legal routes not only lets down families like this, but also fuels the use of dangerous routes?
I'm grateful for that question. That route is paused for now. The Honourable Lady will know that over the last 4 or 5 years we've seen a huge increase. I think it's about 5 times increase in the use of that route. It is right that, given significant changes, the government makes sure that those systems are effective. We're looking at it closely. We appreciate the importance of family reunion, and she will have heard what I've said on safe and legal means.
Go Snell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister say what changes he expects to see happening to the national referral mechanism as part of these changes in relation to modern slavery? And with the switch from a duty to a power for housing people waiting for asylum, what does that mean for the national dispersal method, including for places like Stoke-on-Trent, which have routinely had more than was agreed? And if there's no changes, will he look at funding integration work in those places?
Minister.
I'm grateful for that question. The honourable gentleman will know my work in this place on modern slavery over the years. We know that that is a constantly moving picture. We want to make sure that the protections that I think are consensus in this place for victims of slavery are robust ones, and that system is being used properly. I take his point, the department's view on dispersal is full dispersal, so that communities share that challenge across the means. And with regards to payments, we pay £1,200 per head to help that integration work.
Ms. Cocking.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Paying illegal asylum seekers £40,000 to leave the United Kingdom is a kick in the teeth to my hard-working constituents in Broxbourne. Why aren't we using that money to build a detention centre so we can detain and immediately deport those who arrive in this country illegally?
So this is funny, Mr. Speaker, because when the honourable gentleman was in my office saying that he wanted his hotel closed, he was saying, make sure we get a grim and get them closed. And then when he sees the proposals that do it, he doesn't want them. I don't think you can do those two things together.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We see the reports of armed criminal gangs operating with confidence along France's northern coastline. My constituents ask what is actually being done by the French authorities to deal with it. Can the Minister give an update on the ongoing discussions he's having with his French counterparts and what will change on the back of these reforms?
Minister. This is an important point. You know, those gangs are well embedded. They got a good 6+ year head start on this government. It is not easy for French authorities. We work very closely with them. It's the matter of the Sandhurst Agreement. We have seen 40,000 preventions, but we are working now. We're in active negotiations with them now about where we go next to tackle that pernicious threat.
Colin Denning.
Mr. Speaker, aside from the cruelty of asking people who fled war and persecution to re-justify their already recognised refugee status every 30 months, I'd like to hear from the Minister how he is planning to pay for this huge additional administrative burden. As we've heard, the Refugee Council has estimated it'll cost £725 million over 10 years. He contests this estimate, so perhaps he can tell us how much he thinks it would cost, and why, when our NHS and schools are crying out for funding, is he spending money, taxpayers' money, scapegoating migrants instead?
Minister.
I gently say to the Honourable Lady that we won't be asking those who come to the country, have a protection need, who enter into work and study, who learn the language, who don't commit crimes, we won't be asking them to re-justify their protection need. I think that that's the right balance between the taxpayer and the individual. I don't accept and I don't recognise those figures. In terms of cost, this is about recognising that we in this country support a significantly bigger supported population than we have traditionally. That number needs to reduce. We have to break that attractiveness, and that's why we've proposed the reforms we have.
Duncan John.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Home Secretary last week mentioned that our immigration policy needed to be based on the idea of fairness. But is it fair to change the rules on indefinite leave to remain for those who are already making a contribution to our society and came here under the old rules? Will the Minister give those individuals some assurance that they will get some transitional protection?
I'm grateful for that question. On the point of fairness, applying the system as it has always been applied, and as I say, that has always been at the point of application, not the point of entry. So I don't accept that that in itself is a lack of fairness. Nevertheless, I've heard the point that he and colleagues have made, and that's why we had the consultation in the way that we did.
Sir Julian Smith.
I've often had occasions when somebody has leaked in advance the contents or part of the contents of a statement they're going to make to the House of Commons. But this is the first time that I've had a total revelation in the press of something they had no intention of making a statement about to the House of Commons. Why is that? And what will these measures do to deter people from breaking into this country illegally and then it being impossible to deport them?
Minister.
In terms of the deterrence point, we, as I say, recognise that we are receiving applications at an unprecedented level at a time when the European Union counterparts are seeing fewer applications. There is an attractiveness to this country. That's why we're making the change to the protection package we've made. That's why we're doing the record levels of enforcement around illegal working to break that pull as well. So those are the changes we're making to break those pull factors to this country. On the point on announcements, we would mean no discourtesy to this House. Of course we wouldn't, and you will have heard the apology I made in the statement at the outset. But I would also say, we stated our policy in November, and what we're now doing is building that out.
Ben Goldsborough.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. South Norfolk expects for our immigration system to be fair, open and transparent. The one problem that we've now come across, unfortunately, is a lot of confusion online and expertly shown by the Shadow Home Secretary in the Chamber. Can the Minister clarify that the process that we're looking at going for will actually save $20 million to the taxpayer instead of spending money to keep open asylum hotels?
Minister.
Well, this is exactly right. With regards to family returns, and, I hear from the opposition benches that they would rather pay a family an average of £158,000 to stay in a hotel with no prospect of staying in the country, or rather than pay that £40,000. But the honourable gentleman is exactly right. On the pilot, there's 150 families in that pilot. If we were successful with all of them, that would save the British taxpayer £20 million. I think we'd be doing right by them in doing so.
Sir Roberts.
Yesterday we marked International Women's Day with a statistic that women hold fewer than 2/3 of the rights enjoyed by men globally. Afghan women are already barred from secondary and higher education, and they now face further violence and discrimination from the Taliban's new criminal regulations. What's the Secretary of State done? But she is stopping them from applying to study in our universities. Does he not agree that the aim of ending violence against women and girls extends beyond boundaries, and his government has a moral duty to help women fulfil their potential in safety?
Minister.
I totally agree with that. That's why we've offered sanctuary to over 37,000 Afghans via resettlement schemes since 2021. That's before those who have come via the asylum system. The point of difference between she and I don't think is on the substance. It's whether that those sorts of routes to provide sanctuary to people who want to study and have their protection be needed, that they should be run by universities on our behalf without the scrutiny of Parliament rather than the government itself, and I can't agree with that.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the Minister for his updates. And the Home Secretary last week was absolutely right that the public expect a controlled and orderly immigration system, and I fully support her plans. But can the Minister say more about how quickly the measures announced will be implemented and how the Home Office will ensure that they are properly enforced in practice?
I know that the public are eager to see change. We were able to make some immediate changes in November when we announced the policies. We've tabled statutory instruments on last Thursday that we hope will affect further changes. Similarly, we made changes to the immigration rules last week and will do at future opportunities where need arises. And of course, where there is, with particular reference to important appeals reform, the need for primary legislation, that will come in front of the House in the usual way.
Dr. Kieran.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The only country that successfully tackled a similar illegal boats crossings to ours is Australia. And it tackled that not by paying people £40,000 a family to leave, but by sending them to a safe third country. I noticed the Minister completely failed to answer the question from the member from New Forest West. Does he accept reality that it's the only way we're going to tackle this problem, and when they get on with having a safe third country to deport these people to?
Minister.
Well, the Honourable Gentleman, I follow his work. The Honourable Gentleman always says no to large sites. He says no to hotels and then proposes fantastical third countries that he's not capable of naming. Ultimately, this is the choice. This is the choice. Do you want fantasy? Do you want more empty rhetoric and argument, or do you want change and action with this government? I know what I choose.
Bruce Atkinson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Along with Home Affairs Select Committee colleagues, I spent time in northern France last year seeing the challenges of intercepting small boats. The French maritime doctrine has clearly been an obstacle to adopting the more assertive tactics that my constituents wish to and expect to see. Can he outline the progress in getting the French to change their tactics, and will he make continuation of Sandhurst funding dependent upon that?
From my perspective, Mr Speaker, with regards to action at Northern France, what works is what works. And, you know, we do, it's a matter of record, have enthusiasm around maritime doctrine type tactics, but there are other ones prior that need to work as well, particularly with our work with them to disrupt organised crime, which is having significant impact. He mentioned Sandhurst, which we are in the process of negotiating at the moment, and I absolutely assure him all of that will be seen through the prism of bringing forward effective action.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. If the government is serious about stopping dangerous small boats crossings and smashing the guns, there must be safe routes for those fleeing war and persecution. And I remind the House that bombs are falling right now in the Gulf and in the Middle East. What progress has the Home Secretary made on establishing safe and legal routes for refugees so that people do not risk their lives crossing the Channel?
Well, the Honourable Lady will know from our announcements in November that we absolutely believe in safe and legal alternatives. She will know that the one-in-one work with France is itself a safe and legal route. She will also know of the announcements we've made around a refugee study route. So yes, we are getting on with those, alongside the difficult decisions that we've made in front of Parliament as well, in that balance to disrupt that model and change those behaviours from irregular and dangerous to safe and legal.
Thompson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Like many towns, Long Eaton is home to an asylum seeker hotel. It was gifted to us by the last Tory government, but I know the Minister is doing everything in his power to close it as soon as possible. A secondary effect, though, from the Tories' hotels is illegal work associated with the exploitation of local asylum seekers. Can the Minister elaborate on how measures announced recently will help end illegal work in Erewash?
I mean, we know from the materials of the traffickers that illegal working is one of those advertising features used to suggest to people that they ought to come and try to come to the UK. The impact of that is then felt in communities like Long Eaton and means that we've got hotels open. So we are changing that equation. We've extended the powers around illegal working to the gig economy now in the Borders Act. That is now coming into force so that the message is very clear. You won't be able to employ people illegally. You won't be able to work illegally.
Mr.
Speaker, we learned from the press, if not from the Minister, that up to £40,000 of taxpayers' money will be used to reward illegal activity. Doesn't that make a mockery of the law? And wouldn't it be far better to withdraw from the ECHR so that we can deport people who have no basis to be here?
I mean, it is tricky because the Honourable Gentleman talks with power and vigour that was lacking from his colleagues in their 14 years in government. Indeed, the Honourable Gentleman may well know, as certain colleagues on the front bench certainly know, that they themselves paid people to leave the country because it's in the taxpayers' interest. So there's choices between measures that work or measures like leaving the ECHR, which are fantastical and would just lead to years and years of arguing, disruption and no impact.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are some who say that this government is controlling our borders in spite of our progressive values. No, Mr. Speaker, we are securing our borders because it is in line with our Labour values. In my constituency, residents want to feel safe and they do not feel safe with our controlled borders not yet there. So, wanting to tackle illegal acts, will the Minister set out what this government is doing to stop illegal working, particularly within Deliveroo, Just Eat and Uber Eats?
And the Honourable Gentleman is right. I make the exact same assessment of Nottingham as I do in Bournemouth, that those are people who lent into Afghan scheme, Syrian scheme, Hong Kong BNO, Homes for Ukraine, but are rightly fed up that there's 3 hotels in Bournemouth and the impact that that has on their community, and the Honourable Gentleman's vigour in working for their closure is well known. So I totally accept that. With regards to illegal working, so people aren't using those facilities, we've brought in new punishments that mean that if those who work in the gig economy are using the substitution of their labour in order to circumvent legal working rules, that they are caught and punished, and we're doing that at record levels.
Logan.
Mr. Speaker, at lunchtime today I chaired a meeting of the APPG on fishing, during which we heard about existential threats to the fishing industry across these islands. Will the Minister agree to come to a meeting of the APPG so they can hear at first hand some of these threats because of the immigration policies of his party?
Minister.
Well, I would be sure that the subject of the meeting earlier wasn't how to help people work illegally in the fishing industry, as he knows we're discussing today. But of course, I am always open to meet with colleagues to hear about their important work and what they want to see from the government.
Government's focus on closing the hotels, and I'm really delighted that the last remaining hotel in my Telford constituency, which was opened by the Conservatives opposite, will be closing in the coming weeks. But will the Minister recommit the effort of the Home Office to recover the excess profits that were made by the providers of those contracts which were so badly negotiated by the last government?
Minister.
Well, the Honourable Gentleman times it perfectly, just as the Chancellor joins me, for me to say of the tens of millions that we've recouped from those contracts, not to mention the hundreds of millions reduction now because of our improvement with regards to hotels. Nevertheless, all of them will be closed, opened by the Tories, closed by Labour.
Mr. Speaker, and actually it's useful to raise that because lots of the migrants are going into HMOs, which is a real problem in my constituency. Both I and my Liberal Democrat-run council have raised concerns about what the impact is for our community, but also where people are being placed. These have been raised with Serco, and Serco are ignoring the concerns. Will the Minister meet with me so I can discuss these concerns both by me and the council, because my community are really concerned?
Minister.
Yeah, of course I will. I want to see equitable dispersal. I'm desperately trying to close the gap between the Home Office and local government so that there is better information sharing. Local authorities shouldn't be surprised. There should be an early conversation about a possible site in their community, not because they'll have a veto, but because they may have a better way of doing things. I'll have that meeting with him happily.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know the Minister will agree with me it's important that we have a working and fair immigration system, but that is not something that we sadly inherited. Constituents of mine in Harlow are rightly concerned that people come here to settle are law-abiding. Will he agree with me that if they are not, then they won't?
I totally agree with that. He can assure people in Harlow that every element of our system will incentivise people to come here and follow the rules. And if they don't, that will be a bar to citizenship. That will be a bar for them getting what they want from our settlement system. And that is the right balance for the British people to make sure that our generosity is not abused.
Ian Calm.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very perplexed, and I suspect most Brits would be perplexed. We have more than 650,000 job vacancies, of which more than 165,000 are for unskilled workers. Why aren't we dealing with the refugees, processing their applications, giving them training, putting them into job, and earning some money as opposed to paying for their hotel costs?
Minister.
Well, the honourable gentleman will have heard earlier that that we are now in the Home Office making decisions at a quicker rate than ever without affecting the grant rate. So we are making those quick decisions so those who need protection can build their lives in this country. What I can't accept, and he may well have seen the previous session when we were talking about young people in Britain out of work, that so many young people in Britain be out of work and we don't have the aspiration for them to fill roles.
Bradley Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituents want the government to get off their back and get on their side, not to use their hard-earned taxpayers' money to spend up to £40,000 to remove illegal asylum seekers. Will the Minister rule this out?
Well, the honourable gentleman's heard what I've said to his colleagues. The choice is between paying £158,000 for those families to live in hotels or £40,000 for those families to leave the country. I don't know if he needs a calculator, but I think that that's a good equation.
Christian Jolly.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister tell us what modelling work the Home Office has done on whether these visa bans will actually affect the backlog of refugee and asylum seekers? And have they looked at the impact on local services in constituencies like mine, where care homes tell me they're losing workforce, vital workforce, and may not be able to stay open?
Well, of course, we take a lens on reform. She will know that with regards to those seeking asylum, they can't be working in those environments, so they wouldn't be germane for that conversation. But we look very closely at the impacts of our policies and publish those reviews at the appropriate moments.
Craig Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The concept of paying someone who has come here illegally £40,000 to leave will stick in the throats of all taxpayers in this country. But notwithstanding the arguments the Minister has put forward, what assessment has he made that making that 40 grand offer won't act as a huge pull factor and cause more people to come here to collect our cash?
Minister.
Well, first of all, I can offer some degree of comfort to the honourable gentleman. This is a targeted pilot at this stage, so it couldn't act as a pull factor because people wouldn't be eligible for it. But I can also say that other countries, including Denmark, who offer this, are seeing their numbers go down. So I think that can give him a degree of comfort too.
Dr. Ben Spencer.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister's failed to answer the question by the members from New Forest West and Bexhill and Battle. In the absence of a third country scheme, where do we remove people to where there are no safe countries or returns agreements?
Minister.
Well, as I've said to his colleagues, for a start, Rwanda would not have removed those people. It would have removed a tiny portion at an eye-watering cost. We are ramping up removals for those who have no right to be here. But if what the honourable gentleman is really saying is that he wants to rip up the ECHR because he wants to send those people back to countries that aren't safe, he should name which ones.
Vicky Slade, that's what I was
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Alongside these announcements last week was the announcement, most welcome, that BNO passport holders will not be required for the B2 language qualifications. But my Wimborne, Hong Kong residents are really concerned about the income threshold. Can the Minister confirm whether that is also being exempted?
Well, I can confirm, as I've said to other colleagues, that that income threshold, and particularly how you resolve it at a family unit level, was part of the consultation. We've had, as I say, more than 200,000 replies, and we're looking at them closely.
Adam.
Over 330,000 people have signed a petition urging the government to scrap plans from extending the ILR from 5 years to 10 years, especially the retrospective nature of it. This is going to have a real detrimental effect on the core of our society, especially in the NHS, and this will exploit workers, and they'll be very, very vulnerable to very exploitative bosses. So does the Minister agree, like many of his backbenchers do, that the government must stop this cruel proposal from taking effect?
Yeah.
Well, the honourable gentleman knows, as I've said previously in this debate, that it's always been at the point of application that your settlement criteria, that is the governing criteria rather than the point of entering. He also will have heard from me that 1 in 30 people in this country came over the last 3 or 4 years, and therefore he will know that there is a significant problem for us to resolve here in terms of pressure on public service and fairness with the British taxpayer, and that's why we're looking at it so closely.
Sean.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Minister, some time ago in the Chamber there was a debate on fisheries. The Minister who replied from Defra said that they'd speak to the Honourable Gentleman and the Minister in particular to ensure they would have a meeting with us who represent fishing villages. There is a need for the visas for the fishing crews. Can I ask the Minister, please, would he have it? It won't cost any money to this country to have them here. They contribute to it. So would the Minister agree to a meeting, please? Thanks very much.
Minister.
I'll have, whether it's myself or the Minister for Migration and Citizenship, I'll ensure that meeting with regards to fisheries takes place.
Hussain, final question.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My constituents are deeply alarmed that retrospective changes to ILR could leave long-term residents living in fear of deportation. Will the Minister accept that leaving families across this country in a state of profound uncertainty risks undermining the very sense of security and fairness that our immigration system is supposed to uphold?
Minister.
I can't accept that. I know that the Honourable Gentleman will have seen that in our own settlement consultation we were very clear that coming here, working hard, contributing, paying your taxes, learning the language, taking part in your community, not committing crimes would get you that best route to settlement. I think that gives people the security they need.
I believe the Minister had a telling off earlier, but I just want to reiterate the problem. The scrapping of the grid may be something of the benefit for government. It is not beneficial to this House. This House doesn't want to be drip-fed 7 days via news. What we should do is come here first and then drip it for 7 days. We've got it the wrong way around. Hopefully the message goes back, no more. Right, we now let the front bench change over. We now come to the statement. The Chancellor of the Exchequer, Rachel Reeves.
With permission, Mr Speaker, I'll make a statement about the Government's preparedness and economic response to the conflict in the Middle East. Let me begin by paying tribute to our armed forces and by expressing my concern and sympathy for the British citizens whose lives have been disrupted by the conflict so far. I understand the anxiety felt by families and businesses during these incredibly uncertain times. And this conflict affects us all, and we must respond to it. As I have demonstrated time and time again, I will take the necessary decisions to help families with the cost of living and protect the public finances. I'm clear-eyed about my response to the current situation. My economic approach will both be responsive to a changing world and responsible in the national interest. The economic impact of the situation in the Middle East will depend, of course, on its severity and its duration. The movements that we have already seen are likely to put upward pressure on inflation in the coming months. But I also want to confirm to the House that our financial markets are functioning and I'm in regular touch with the Governor of the Bank of England. This afternoon, I spoke with G7 finance ministers, setting out my priorities for the international cooperation needed. First, calling for immediate de-escalation and a return to the diplomatic process. Second, we must guarantee the security of vessels passing through the Strait of Hormuz. Third, I stand ready to support a coordinated release of collective International Energy Agency oil reserves. And fourth, the UK will play its part as the global hub of maritime insurance. And I am meeting with the Chair of Lloyd's of London later today, where we will discuss how best to support the continued passage of maritime trade. I want to ensure the country that the fundamentals of Britain's economy are strong. Every step that I have taken since the election has built our national resilience, stability in the public finances, investment in infrastructure, in both defence and energy security, and reform to our economy. Last week, I updated the House about our progress in delivering that plan. We have cut inflation so that it is now at 3%, a lower base than at the outset of the Russia-Ukraine conflict. I have prioritised economic growth to drive up living standards, and I have stabilised the public finances. We have already reduced the deficit by £20 billion since last year. from 5.2% to 4.3% of GDP. We are due to reduce borrowing more over the rest of this Parliament and by more than any other G7 economy. And I have increased our financial buffers, confirmed last week by the Office for Budget Responsibility. I know that families and businesses will be concerned about the impact of this conflict on them. And so I want to set out the action we have already taken and will take to protect them. I'm prioritising energy security, investing in clean, homegrown energy. Our contracts for difference are already protecting consumers, ensuring that generators of low-carbon energy pay money back into the system when the wholesale prices are high, shielding bill payers from fossil fuel price shocks. I can confirm to the House that in the coming days we will publish the government's response to the Finkelton review of nuclear regulation to build nuclear power more quickly. Our energy system is now more secure than it was at the outset of the Russia-Ukraine conflict. In 2025, the UK imported 17% less gas than we did in 2021. And while gas generation is estimated to have set the wholesale price of electricity in Britain around 90% of the time in the early 2020s, this has now fallen by around a third. What this means is that we are less reliant on and less exposed to volatile international energy prices than we were at the outset of the Russian-Ukraine conflict, and that is welcome. I recognise the role that North Sea oil and gas will play in our economy for years to come. Last week, I met with North Sea industry leaders to discuss their role in jobs, investment and growth, and in energy supply. The Energy Profits Levy currently remains in place, and the Electricity Generator Levy will also be activated if prices remain at high levels. I have set out the details of our successor regime to the Energy Profits Levy, the Oil and Gas Price Mechanism, balancing providing certainty to business with fairly taxing windfall profits from energy companies. I have also taken direct action on energy bills. Our supercharger discount on business electricity is increasing next month, cutting costs for around 500 of the most energy-intensive businesses by an additional £420 million per year. We are supporting the lowest income families by investing £15 billion in our Warm Homes plan to improve the energy efficiency of people's homes and reduce their bills. And through the Warm Homes discount, taking £150 off bills for 6 million of the lowest income households. That is a doubling of the number of people who will receive the Warm Home discount compared with those plans that the previous government had. That is in addition to the £117 price drop in the price cap that Ofgem have confirmed from next month, thanks to the wider action on bills that I took in the budget. I want to be clear to families at home that despite the movements we have seen in energy prices in the last few days, the price cap for domestic bills for April will not change, giving families immediate certainty on their bills until at least the end of June. However, I recognise that households who use heating oil face unique challenges, and so I have asked the Financial Secretary to the Treasury to lead discussions with officials and with rural and Northern Irish MPs to explore further action that we can take, and those meetings will happen on Wednesday. The current conflict only increases the importance of the action I took at the budget to reduce energy bills. A rapid de-escalation in the Middle East remains the best way to protect us from rising energy bills. But as the situation continues to unfold, my priorities will continue to be helping families with the cost of living and protecting the public finances. I'm also taking action to ensure that people pay the lowest possible price at the pump. In November, I extended the 5p per litre cut in fuel duty for a further 5 months and ensured that fuel duty will not increase in line with inflation this year. Petrol is more than 8p per litre cheaper today than it would have been under the plans that we inherited at the election. And that discount increases to 11p per litre next month once that extension takes effect. The new cheap fuel finder that I confirmed at the budget is currently being delivered, helping consumers find the cheapest price for their fuel. Almost 90% of petrol retailers have already registered for this. And last week, I instructed my officials to accelerate the integration of the cheaper fuel finder with MAP applications. This week, I am meeting with petrol forecourt operators, and I will not hesitate to call out retailers who fail to provide data to the fuel finder. I am clear that the best way to keep prices at the pump low is rapid de-escalation, and I will continue to monitor prices as the situation develops. I have also asked the Competition and Markets Authority to be vigilant across prices, including essentials like road fuel and heating oil. Let me be absolutely clear. I will not tolerate any company exploiting the current crisis to make excess profits at consumers' expense. I am proud to be the Chancellor that is delivering the biggest uplift in defence spending since the end of the Cold War. And I am committed to giving our military the resource that they need. That is why I can confirm today that I approved access for the Ministry of Defence to the Special Reserve to deploy additional capabilities in the Middle East, meaning that no net additional costs of these operations will be funded by the MOD, but instead will be funded by the Treasury. Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, we don't yet know how long the conflict will last or what further action will be required. But it is my duty to be responsive in an uncertain world and responsible in the national interest, to protect the public finances and help families with the cost of living. That is what the Prime Minister is doing. That is what I will continue to do. And I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Chancellor Mel Stride.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I thank the Chancellor for advanced sight of her statement and add our firm support for our armed forces. Madam Deputy Speaker, as the Chancellor has made clear, these are very serious and concerning times, and the developments in the Middle East are already having profound consequences for our economy. Oil prices have surged above $100 a barrel for the first time since the 2022 energy crisis. That alone is enough to have huge knock-on effects for households and businesses. Families filling up their car will already have noticed petrol prices increasing. Fixed-price energy tariffs have either been increased or pulled from the market. So we are already seeing British households worse off as a result of this conflict. I'm grateful to the Chancellor for updating the House on the meetings with other G7 finance ministers, and I welcome her commitment to support action to ease pressure on global supply by using strategic oil reserves. That, however, will only go so far. As the Chancellor said, the longer this conflict continues, the more likely it is that we will see a sustained period of higher prices. Of course, that in turn will also have implications for interest rates and for our cost of borrowing. The longer this lasts, the more likely it is that higher inflationary expectations become anchored. If that happens, monetary policy will need to adjust accordingly, which may mean higher mortgages for homeowners who have only just begun to see some relief. And of course, gilt markets have already been responding to these events, which could mean that forecasts we were given just last week from the OBR end up looking very, very different. We must continue to monitor developments closely. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, where we on this side of the House clearly differ with the Right Honourable Lady is in her approach to the economy in the run-up to this crisis. Her gross mismanagement has left us far more vulnerable than would otherwise have been the case. Inflation, to which she refers, was bang on target when we left office. But thanks to the Right Honourable Lady's choices, It rose back up to almost 4% last year, the highest in the G7. And inflation remains elevated. That is far from ideal, given the threat of a significant further spike in energy prices. And of course, extraordinarily, the Chancellor has just now reconfirmed that the government will press ahead with a rise in fuel duty later this year. And borrowing is running higher than was forecast when the government took office. We are spending well over $100 billion a year on debt interest alone. That leaves us far more vulnerable to rising borrowing costs. And the government, of course, is continuing to impose ruinously high taxes on our oil and gas sector and choosing to rely on imports instead of maximising our own domestic energy supply. That is proving to be an incredibly short-sighted approach. But as the Right Honourable Lady has just told us, there will be no change in direction. That is the wrong choice. And more broadly, of course, business confidence has hit record lows and unemployment has risen back to pandemic levels. So our economy is weaker as a direct result of this Chancellor. Now, last week, Madam Deputy Speaker, at the spring statement, the Right Honourable Lady had an opportunity to change course, but instead we got no action at all. Just breathtaking self-congratulation and denial. She had a vital opportunity to come to this House with a plan to get the economy growing. But she did not do that, not least because this week government have caved into their own backbenchers, who prefer higher welfare spending over fixing our economy. So today, let me reiterate our offer to support the government if, even at this late stage, and particularly given the gravity of the current global outlook, they do the right thing, show some backbone, and come forward with a proper plan to cut welfare spending and strengthen our economy so we can properly support hard-working families through this difficult time. This is the very least that the British people deserve. Finally, Mr. Speaker, could I ask the Right Honourable Lady, will she urgently reconsider her decision to implement the first increase in fuel duty in 15 years? Likewise, to urgently reconsider her decision to continue with the crippling taxes being imposed on North Sea oil and gas producers. On the Fingleton review on nuclear, can she clarify if the government is accepting all those recommendations as ministers previously committed to do? Can she give further details on what additional economic action is under consideration internationally if the conflict continues? What measures is the government considering to support households in the event of a sustained period of higher prices, and what action is being considered as part of the Financial Secretary's work to support those reliant on heating oil? Are the government tracking the Iranian regime's illegal funding sources to ensure UK financial systems are not facilitating funds that are being used to support repression? And can she confirm that there is sufficient resource available in the Special Reserve so that our brave servicemen and women have the support they deserve?
Chancellor of the Exchequer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Right Honourable Member for his questions. The government believes that the best way that we can protect families and businesses from this conflict is through de-escalation. And we heard nothing in the Shadow Chancellor's response about what the opposition's view is on de-escalation. We believe that it's important that we get back to the negotiating table and don't escalate this conflict. I'm not that sure that that is the view of the opposition party. But we also know that commitment to greater energy security can help guard against shocks. And after inaction and delay from the Conservatives when they were in government for 14 years, this Labour government is committed to investing and building new nuclear, and that's why we're backing Sizewell C and also small modular reactors, both funded at the spending review, neither funded by the previous government, because this government is backing Britain's energy security. This Labour government is backing the industry of the future, such as carbon capture and storage, funded at the spending review, not funded by the party opposite, because we back Britain's energy security. And through the National Wealth Fund, we are investing in floating offshore wind and in our docks, funded in the spending review, not funded by the party opposite, because we back Britain's energy security. In 14 years, the Tories did nothing. So they failed when we needed new nuclear. They stood by and allowed the loss of gas storage facilities at Rough. They failed to fix the broken planning system to enable us to build renewables. And they had an effective moratorium on onshore wind, which is the cheapest form of energy. We are taking a different approach in the interest of our economy and energy security. On energy bills, I would urge the right honourable gentleman not to scaremonger. The £150 cut to energy bills that I announced in the budget will continue, as confirmed by Ofgem. We removed the failed eco scheme and we removed a number of levies off of bills. On heating oil, those conversations will happen this week and we are working closely with MPs, with colleagues in Northern Ireland to make sure that things are working well. But the Minister at Desnes met with the heating oil sector on Friday and spoke this morning to the Competition and Markets Authority. There is not currently a problem with supply, but where members have individual issues around supply, they should make sure they get in contact with Desnes. On fuel duty would have risen by 8p compared to if I had have used the plans that I inherited. And we've had two budgets, both of which all of the parties opposite voted against, which extended that freeze in fuel duty. So it's a little bit rich now to hear the opposition saying that they want to reduce fuel duty when they vote against budgets that froze it. And on the energy profits levy, I think the right honourable gentleman has a short memory because, of course, he was in the cabinet that introduced the energy profits levy. And they introduced it for a reason, because of the windfall profits that were being made by the energy companies and the need to help consumers with bills, which is exactly what we have done. On the public finances, again, I'm not sure if the right honourable gentleman listened either to my statement last week or my statement today. The deficit has reduced from 5.3% to 4.2% of GDP. It's the first time in 6 years that the budget deficit has been less than 5% of GDP. And in fact, in the 14 years that the Conservatives were in office, borrowing was higher than the G7 average. It is now lower than the G7 average, and it's coming down in every year of this Parliament. And on inflation, I'm not going to take any lessons from the party that took inflation to more than 11%. Under policy supported by the party opposite. And on welfare, I've got to say, for the former Work and Pension Secretary to say that we should be spending less on welfare, well, it would have been nice if it had done something about it when he was in charge. We are reforming the welfare system that they broke. And on Finkleton, we commissioned the Finkleton review because we are determined to build nuclear power, unlike the party opposite. On oil reserves, we have 90 days' worth of reserves of oil imports, and as confirmed by the G7 today, we will be making further announcements of that. On gas reserves, it was the party opposite that closed the storage facilities at Rough, and National Gas have confirmed today that our gas reserves are at a comparable level to last year and the year before that, and that the numbers being reported are utterly misleading because gas comes from a number of sources. It comes from the interconnectors, it comes from liquid natural gas, and it comes from our storage facilities. So again, I would really rather that the party opposite didn't scaremonger when people want certainty. On money laundering, of course, we have the very strictest rules around money laundering, and on the special reserve for defence, of course, we will make sure that the Ministry of Defence has all the money it needs for providing the support for our armed forces.
Chair of the Treasury Select Committee, Dame Meg Hillier.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, my right honourable friend is right to focus on the cost of living and de-escalation in the Middle East. And I'm pleased to hear her confirm again, as she did in her statement, that there is a money for the Ministry of Defence access to the Special Reserve to deploy additional capabilities to the Middle East. Could she give us a figure or a range for how much money the Treasury is providing to the Ministry of Defence to deploy?
Chancellor of the Exchequer.
It wouldn't be right to disclose that sort of information, but as I said, we will provide all the support that is needed for our operations in the Middle East.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Daisy Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful to the Chancellor for advance sight of her statement, but the statement does not include a single concrete announcement and in itself won't provide the reassurance that households and small businesses are looking for as they hear reports of energy bills about to escalate. Last week, the Liberal Democrats asked the Chancellor whether she would consider scrapping the planned 1p increase in fuel duty due in September. Could the Chancellor confirm whether that option is still on the table and that it has not been ruled out? Last autumn, we Liberal Democrats called for a new energy security bank to roll out low-interest loans to households and SMEs. We welcomed the government's Warm Homes plan in January, but can the Chancellor confirm that it could be extended from 5 to 10 years, that it will have a greater emphasis on home insulation, and for small businesses, could their investment in energy-saving measures be excluded from business rates calculations? Madam Deputy Speaker, in the long term, we need energy market reform. Can I urge the Chancellor and her government to intervene to stop these unpredictable fluctuations in the gas market? We need to urgently develop a plan to de-link gas and electricity prices and move expensive old renewable subsidies from the renewables obligation to the much better and cheaper contracts for difference model. I'm glad that the Chancellor has written to the CMA about keeping an eye on petrol pumps, but last autumn I wrote to the Secretary of State for Business and Trade and asked him to instruct the CMA to investigate bad practices in the energy market affecting hospitality businesses and small businesses as well. The Federation of Small Businesses and UK Hospitality have also asked for this investigation. 6 months on, it still has not happened. Can the Chancellor please confirm that she will speak to the Secretary of State for Business and Development? And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, on rural homes, we know that off-grid homes rely on oil. They are seeing prices going up already as panic buying spreads. I'm grateful that the Chancellor has indicated there will be a meeting on Wednesday. Could the Chancellor also then confirm that there will be an announcement forthcoming by the end of this week? Thank you.
Chancellor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Honourable Lady talks about energy security, but she has never once acknowledged her party's failure when they were in government. In 2010, her party's leader, Nick Clegg, justified opposing new nuclear energy on the grounds that it would take until 2022 to become operational. Well, 2022 has been and gone, but what is here is another example of Britain paying the high price today for the choices of the parties opposite. On the specific questions that the Honourable Lady asks, on energy bills, we announced at the budget £150 off energy bills. That comes in April and it continues until June by taking the failed eco-levy that the last government presided on over off of bills. And on heating oil, people on heating oil also use electricity in their homes and also benefit from reductions in their energy bill from April. But as I said, the Financial Secretary to the Treasury will be meeting with the relevant MPs this week. On fuel duty, the Honourable Lady walked with her colleagues through the lobbies to oppose the budget measures, which included freezing those fuel duties. So it's a little bit rich of her now to say that she wants us to cut fuel duty. On ensuring that homes are properly insulated, at the spending review last year, I announced £15 billion for the Warm Homes Plan, focused on lower-income families. On contracts for difference, the Honourable Lady is absolutely right that the contracts for difference are absolutely crucial in weaning ourselves off imported oil and gas, and we are in a better place because of the auctions and the CFDs that we have been doing, and the energy infrastructure which we've been building and can build because of the Planning Infrastructure Act, which the parties opposite opposed. And finally, on the Competition and Markets Authority, as I said in my statement, they've got an important role in ensuring that markets are functioning properly on heating oil, on petrol forecourts, and for small businesses. And we will make sure that they fulfil that role in making sure that people are not overcharged for the energy that they use.
Bill Esterson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome the Chancellor's commitment to giving us energy security through reducing our dependence on international fossil fuel markets and moving to clean energy instead? Can I also welcome what she said about her support for jobs and investment in the North Sea, and her commitment especially to protecting consumers through the Warm Homes Discount, the Warm Homes Plan, and indeed the commitment she made in the budget to taking £117 off consumer bills. She quite rightly pointed out the dire record of the parties opposite on new nuclear. 14 years where they failed. So will she give the commitment that this government will add to its already announced successes on Sizewell C and on SMR, and give that certainty of policy to the industry through a fleet approach both to large scale and to small modular reactors?
Chancellor.
I thank my honourable friend for that question. Already we have signed off commitment to both Sizewell C, a publicly funded nuclear power station, and also small modular reactors, which we will build with Rolls-Royce in North Wales. And the purpose of the Finkleton review is that we can build those quickly and cheaply, as the current situation more than ever demands.
Sir Jeremy Hunt.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When I was doing her job, the Treasury rule of thumb was that a 20% increase in energy prices meant 1% more on inflation and 0.5% less on growth. The truth is, it is much too early to know whether she is going to have to find £78 billion to help households with energy bills, as I had to in 2022. But what we do know is that the world is much more dangerous, and there are some big problems in our defence budget. I welcome the fact the government is now committed to increasing defence spending to 2.5% of GDP. But nearly 2 years on from when the previous government made the same commitment, it is clear that that is not enough. So will she unblock the arguments between the Treasury and the MOD and outline a timetable whereby defence spending increases to 3% of GDP, and we are able to defend our interests in the Middle East and our allies in Europe, as this whole House would wish?
Chancellor.
Thank the right honourable gentleman for his question. And I think this point about it being too early to tell the impact is really important. Of course, we will take the necessary actions to protect consumers and businesses. But the most important thing we can do at the moment is de-escalate the conflict and work with Lloyd's of London and with countries around the world to get those vessels flowing through the Strait of Hormuz. That is what is absolutely key for containing the rises in energy prices. On defence spending, in his manifesto, they committed to getting to 2.5% by the end of the Parliament. We're going to get to 2.6% by April next year. Then we've made further commitments to 3% and then 3.5%. Obviously, we've got a spending review coming up next year where these decisions will be taken in the round.
I'm only planning to run this statement until 5:45, so members and indeed the Chancellor can all help each other by asking very short questions, please. John Grady.
I'm obliged, Madam Deputy Speaker. The root cause of this issue in Britain
is our excessive reliance on gas. That is why consumers in Glasgow East pay much more for the energy. And the Conservatives had an offshore wind auction with no bids. They had an offshore wind moratorium, and the SNP are against any new nuclear power stations. Would my right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, agree with me that we must double down on nuclear, onshore and offshore wind to attack the root cause of our energy costs?
Well, we're building new nuclear in England and we're building new nuclear in Wales. We would love to build new nuclear in Scotland, but that will only be possible with a Labour government in Scotland. On renewables, in auction round 7, we had a very successful auction, and auction round 8 will take place later this year. My honourable friend is absolutely right. We need to wean ourselves off imported oil and gas and be more secure with our energy supplies here in the UK.
Dame Harriet Baldwin. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the Chancellor has announced today that she's not really making any changes at this point, and she's calling for a de-escalation. But what would she say to my rural constituent who has heating oil and who has a virtually empty tank after a long winter and now is facing a 100% increase in the cost of that heating oil? I didn't hear anything that would help that particular constituent.
As the former Chancellor says, it is too early to know the impact of this, and the key thing is de-escalation and getting vessels flowing through the Strait of Hormuz. And she would have heard what I said about heating oil, that is uniquely affected. People who use heating oil will get the benefits on their electricity bills, but I would urge her to attend the meeting to put the case of her constituent with the Financial Secretary to the Treasury on Wednesday.
Ben Goldsborough.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to thank the Chancellor and also the Treasury officials for working very closely with the Labour Rural Research Group to discuss the issues to do with heating oil troubles that we are facing right now, with prices going over 200% in some parts. Can the Chancellor elaborate more on what action will be taken with the Competition and Market Authority to make sure that we're protecting our consumers from these price gouging effects that are going on?
Chancellor.
The point about price gouging is really important, and that is why we have today instructed the Competition and Markets Authority to ensure, whether it is either heating oil or petrol retailers, that they're not taking advantage of this situation to line their own pockets rather than thinking about the consumers who they serve.
Chris Coughlin.
Speaker, the last week has underlined our perilous national security situation and the potential risks to growth. Does the Chancellor agree that now is the time to raise defence spending to 3% of GDP, perhaps funded by borrowing with our European Canadian allies to reassure bond markets, both to drive growth and protect our national security?
Chancellor.
I've got huge respect for the honourable gentleman who's on the Treasury Select Committee, but his party has opposed every increase in taxes that we have brought in to be able to better fund our public services, including higher defence spending. And, you know, like me, he will look at what's happening in financial markets. And I'm not convinced this is the time to unleash more borrowing on markets. That's what Liz Truss tried, and look where it got us.
Luke Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome the Chancellor's statement, particularly the focus on energy security and our plan for homegrown clean energy. It has been astonishing since the election to hear that the Conservatives' lessons from the Ukraine crisis was that we needed to be more dependent on international fossil fuels, costing £78 billion, as the former Chancellor just said. The Chancellor mentioned the electricity generator levy. I just wondered if she could tell the House at how and when that would be activated.
Chancellor.
Very much thank my honourable friend for his question. The energy profits levy is still in place, and the higher prices go, the more windfall tax is paid. There is also the electricity generators levy, where if electricity prices go up, because they are in some cases outside of contracts for difference linked to gas prices, we will also recoup money there. That is obviously important because if the situation goes badly, we will need to be able to better support consumers. That is why the EPL and the EGL were brought in the first place, and that's why they are important parts of the architecture we have.
Father of the House, Sir Edward Lee.
I'm not sure that whether in the middle of the war it achieves much to be overtly
party political. I mean, the past is where we were. We're now in the present. So, just to be helpful to the Chancellor, I agree with her on de-escalation as it happens, on defending our interests, not regime change. But the fact is that we have the highest energy costs in Europe. We're now in a crisis, and we're in potentially a war economy. So I saw the Energy Secretary sitting next to her earlier. Whatever the good intentions on net zero, will she listen to the Shadow Chancellor on North Sea oil? Because we are in this crisis now, and we have to meet this crisis with every tool in the toolbox.
Chancellor.
I thank the honourable gentleman for that question, and he's absolutely right. The best way to reduce prices for businesses and families in all of our constituencies is to de-escalate and ensure that vessels can get through the Strait of Hormuz, and that is our focus. But what this crisis, as well as Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, shows us is that we have got to win ourselves off oil and gas. We are better placed now than we were when Russia invaded Ukraine, because we get more of our electricity through contracts for difference than we did then, and we are less reliant on gas prices to set our overall energy prices. But this shows that we need to do more to invest in both nuclear and in homegrown renewables, so we are not so reliant on imports. But as I said in my statement, I met with the North Sea oil and gas leaders last week to talk about how we can support them during this time to make sure that we have access to the reserves that we need.
Jim Dixon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Chancellor for her statement? It's vital for residents in Dartford and across the country that they know that the government has their back when it comes to fuel bills going forward. Does the Chancellor agree with me that the economic stability that she set out last week in the spring statement means that the economy and consumers are much less vulnerable to the price shocks coming from the Middle East than they would otherwise be?
We are in a better position than we were when Russia invaded Ukraine for two reasons. First of all, because of our macroeconomic situation. For the first time since 2019, our deficit is below 5% of GDP. It came down by 1 percentage point of GDP just this year, and the OBR forecasts that it falls in every year, which gives us a bit more of a buffer. And of course, I set out how the headroom against the fiscal rules, both the stability rule and the investment rule, had increased at the spring forecast compared to the budget. But the other way in which we are better prepared is that more of our electricity comes from contracts for difference, which are not linked to the volatile and rising gas prices. That means that bills will be less affected. But just come back to the point, it is de-escalation that will have the most impact on my honourable friends' constituents in Dartford and elsewhere in getting their bills down.
Kirsty Blackman.
Families are already struggling with the ongoing cost of living crisis, and the Chancellor has failed to bring down energy bills in the way that was promised in the manifesto. As prices continue to soar and international events cause people real anxiety as they're looking at these situations, they're already struggling, they're already feeling the squeeze in the cost of living as more than they ever have before. Will she now recognise that this is a crisis for families, and will she put in real support to help families through the cost of living crisis?
Chancellor.
I'll just say with respect to the Honourable Lady, on the 1st of April, energy prices will fall by an average of £117 because of the action that I took in the budget. It will be frozen at that point until the end of June. And as the former Chancellor and other members have said, the most important thing we can do now is de-escalate the crisis. But if the Honourable Lady really believes in energy security, she should back Labour's plans to invest in nuclear energy, including the jobs that would create in Scotland.
Gareth Snell.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Chancellor's announcement, reiteration of the extension of the supercharger scheme, but she will know that that only really helps 10% of energy-intensive industry in this country, and in particular those that are electro-intensive. So with the price per firm in gas pretty much double what it was last week, is she able to set out what help might be available for gas-intensive industry and those electro-industries that aren't in the supercharger scheme? And if the de-escalation doesn't come, that we all hope it does, will she agree to meet with those energy-intensive industries to see how those that are impacted by gas prices can get some immediate relief?
Chancellor.
I thank my honourable friend for that question, and it is a really important point. 500 businesses will benefit from an increased discount through the supercharger, taking that discount from 60% to 90% from April. And next April, the British Industry Competitiveness Scheme comes in, benefiting, I think, around 7,000 businesses. That is set to go from next April, but of course, we will continue to look at how we can support our energy-intensive industries if the current situation continues in the Middle East.
John Glenn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Given it was promised at the start of June last year, when will the Chancellor sign off on the Defence Investment Plan?
Chancellor.
Well, thank the honourable gentleman for that question. I have huge respect for him for the time he spent at the Treasury. As the honourable gentleman knows, the previous government committed to get to 2.5% by the end of this Parliament. We're committing to bring that forward, and by April next year, we will be spending 2.6% of GDP. We will set out the Defence Investment Plan based on the strategic defence review that we did, and of course the previous government didn't even bother to do a strategic defence review.
Sam Rushworth.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've already got constituents in places like Weardale, Teesdale and Gornless Valley who are paying double for their heating oil to what they would have paid a week ago, and some of them simply can't afford to fill up their tanks. Thanks to the fiscal headroom that this Chancellor has created, there is money in the system to support them. Will she look at things like fixed-term payments in the short term, but also in the longer term, perhaps an expansion of the Warm Homes grant to help them to transition to cheaper forms of fuel?
Salah.
I thank my honourable friend for that question. As I set out in my statement, we put £15 billion into the Warm Homes plan at the spending review last year to better insulate people's homes and help them to move to cheaper forms of energy. But I do recognise the immediate problems around heating oil. That's why I've asked the Competition and Markets Authority to look at price gauging, but also why the Financial Secretary to the Treasury will be meeting with MPs, and I hope that on behalf of his constituents in Bishop Auckland, he will be there next week, on Wednesday.
Sarah Dyke.
Deputy Speaker, since the outbreak of the conflict in the Middle East, heating oil prices have increased by over 100%. It's a harsh reminder that relying on volatile fossil fuel markets leaves households financially vulnerable. Many rural households off the gas grid, like Julian from East Lambrook, aren't protected by the energy price cap. So does she agree that this is unfair on rural communities? And will she take steps to develop a mechanism to protect these householders from damaging global fossil fuel price shocks?
Chancellor.
The first thing I would say to her and also to her constituent and other constituents that almost every house will use electricity for turning on the lights, and they will benefit from some of these changes that come in on the 1st of April. 4% of households in Great Britain rely on heating oil. It's more than 60% in Northern Ireland. We do recognise the unique situation here. The increase in the price in the last few days does not reflect market conditions, which is why we've asked the Competition and Markets Authority to urgently look at extortionate prices and also ensuring that supply remains stable, because there is enough heating oil available, but what we don't want is people to be priced out of it.
Matt Rodder.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Could I welcome the Chancellor's statement and thank her for the work that she's doing to reduce the dependence on fossil fuels. Could she say a little bit more about the long-term work she's doing to increase grid capacity and to change the planning system to help invest in new nuclear and in solar?
Chancellor.
I thank my honourable friend for that question. We made changes to the National Policy Planning Framework just a few days into this government, and at the end of last year we passed the Planning and Infrastructure Act, which makes it easier to build a whole range of infrastructure, from housing to data centres and, crucially, to energy infrastructure. The Planning and Infrastructure Act was opposed by the parties opposite. They need to explain why they're against building the grid connections that will help us to benefit from cheaper energy.
Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I agree with the Chancellor that de-escalation is desirable, but the fact is this conflict is likely to go on for many months. And she talks about reducing our reliance on fossil fuels. I can agree with that, but businesses are operating in the here and now. Exactly. And they want some reassurance that the medium-sized business, forget the 500 that are going to benefit from the supercharger. What message can she give to the medium-sized businesses who are very concerned and are currently having to lay off staff?
Chancellor.
I recognise the concerns around businesses, and as well as the supercharger, the big scheme is coming in next year, and of course we are monitoring very carefully the situation to see what else might be necessary. But I would say that de-escalation is so important here. There is no reason why this conflict has to go on for months and months. Nobody wants that. It is in no one's interest. We need to quickly get vessels flowing through the Straits of Hormuz. That is why I'm meeting with Lloyd's of London later today to work through what insurance products can be introduced. And it's why on the G7 finance ministers call this afternoon, we talked about how we can guarantee the safety of vessels flowing through that strait.
Karen Moon.
Whereas, Madam Deputy Speaker, tens of thousands of homes across Cornwall are still totally reliant on heating oil. So I'm delighted that the Chancellor has confirmed that the Chief Secretary of State's Treasury will be meeting rural MPs who are disproportionately affected by the crisis. But does she agree with me that in order to accelerate away from a fossil-fuelled economy, the British Business Bank, National Wealth Fund and GB Energy need to take a more dynamic attitude to risk when supporting renewable energy projects?
I thank my honourable friend for that question, and can I also thank the rural group of Labour MPs for contacting me over the weekend with their stories and their suggestions, and that is why the Financial Secretary to the Treasurer have been meeting with MPs on Wednesday this week. In terms of the National Wealth Fund and the British Business Bank, they're already investing heavily in renewables, and we increased their budget to be able to do so. I also recognise that there are important opportunities in Cornwall, not just the South Crofty tin mine in his constituency, but other energy projects, including geothermal energy. And I've asked the National Wealth Fund to look again at those opportunities.
Robert Jenrick.
The British people are being clobbered. She could have come here today and scrapped her hike in fuel duty. She could have come here today and ended the insanity and got drilling again in the North Sea. Instead, she offered nothing. Absolutely nothing. This crisis deserves a proper response. When will she finally understand that for now at least she is the Chancellor, not just a bystander?
Chancellor.
Cuts in freezing fuel duty, Reform opposed it. The Energy Profits Levy, he introduced it when he was in the Conservative government, so I'll take no lectures for him, and the Tory Tribute Act sitting up there.
Torquil Crichton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Chancellor for his statement, for her support for the armed forces and for acknowledging the anxiety of constituents abroad. Closer to home, in fact at home, half of my constituents in the Hill and Near outside the town of Strawley rely on heating oil to heat their homes. They face great uncertainty, no guarantee of delivery, no guarantee of price on delivery. I hear what money-saving expert Martin Lewis hears, fears of price gouging and price rises. So I welcome Treasury talks and I hope that they will lead to further scrutiny and regulation of this unregulated industry. Otherwise, I will have to introduce the Chief Financial Secretary of the Treasury to the old Lewis tradition of cutting peat for winter fuel.
Chancellor.
I thank my honourable friend for his question and recognise that his constituency more than most will be affected by worries around delivery and price of heating oil. That's why I've instructed the Competition and Markets Authority to look at price gauging, and it's also why the Financial Secretary to the Treasury will be meeting with my honourable friend and other concerned MPs on Wednesday this week.
Tom Tugendhat.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I ask the Chancellor, looking forward at the decisions she's making on the strategic reserve being used for defence, will that include the availability for the Royal Navy to prepare warships to go to sea? Clearly, there has been rumour over the last few days that one of the reasons why one of Her Majesty's ships, or His Majesty's ships, sorry, forgive me, is not ready for sea is because the contractors are working 9 to 5. Will she be able to fund this properly so that all ships are available as quickly as possible?
Councillor.
I thank the honourable gentleman for that question. I confirm that there are no financial impediments for warships going to the Middle East, and that money through the strategic, the special reserve is absolutely available for personnel and contracts for all of our operations in the Middle East.
Alex Baker.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as the Member of Parliament for the home of the British Army, can I thank the Chancellor for her support for our armed forces. My constituency is also home to innovative defence and aerospace businesses, and many are ambitious to expand and play their part in strengthening our national security, but that depends on being able to access the investment they need to scale up. Can the Chancellor reassure these businesses in my constituency that this government will continue to work closely with the financial sector to ensure British defence and advanced manufacturing companies can access the capital they need to invest, grow and create good, skilled jobs here in the UK?
I thank my honourable friend for that question. As my honourable friend knows, we have increased the funding available to both UK Export Finance and the National Wealth Fund to invest and support our defence industry. And also I support the work that my honourable friend and the honourable member for York Outer are doing in ensuring that the financial services sector also lends to defence businesses, including scale-up businesses.
David Chadwick.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Almost 2/3 of homes across Brecon, Radnor and Cwm Tower are dependent on heating oil, the price of which is now surging thanks to Donald Trump's decision to bomb Iran. Can she reassure my constituents that help will be on the way from the government?
Chancellor.
Thank the honourable gentleman for that question. The meeting with the Financial Secretary to the Treasury will be open to all MPs and is on Wednesday this week, and I very much urge him to attend that meeting. We are aware of the unique situation concerning heating oil. That's why I've instructed the Competition and Markets Authority, but are also keen to hear directly from MPs.
Kelvin Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The impacts of this conflict spiralling are serious and will fall upon our constituents' pockets. So I welcome the Chancellor's statement and measures to address these. And yet, last week, the Honourable Member for Clapton was in the United States attempting to lobby against our national interests, on this occasion with a comical lack of success. So would my right honourable friend agree that the impact of living costs can only be compounded by the continued, deeply unpatriotic interventions of the benches opposite?
I thank the honourable and gallant, my honourable and gallant friend for his question, and also for his contributions in the debates last week as well. And my honourable and gallant friend knows how important it is to de-escalate because it is our armed services personnel who would be the front line of any escalation of the crisis. And de-escalation, of course, is also in the interests of all of our constituents, whether it is on heating oil, the price paid at the pumps, or indeed on their mortgage rates. And that is why this government is putting all of our diplomatic efforts into de-escalating this crisis and reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
Simon Hall.
Speaker, as heating oil prices go up and petrol prices go up in rural North Dorset, my constituents are hearing the Chancellor echo one of her predecessors, I think, effectively saying, crisis, what crisis? She needs to, I think, actively get a grip on this. Motorists in rural areas use their cars because they have to. The vast majority of them are off-grid. They have no alternative to keep warm other than using heating oil. This is a crisis in costs taking place today, which meetings and letters to the CMA are not going to help or address. Can she confirm, she's mentioned that this meeting has been organised on Wednesday and that invitations have gone out for it. Is it, we don't need the Honourable Member for Swansea West gesticulating like some string...
Order. The question is far...
Forgive me. Sorry.
Too long. Chancellor.
I've got huge respect for the honourable member, and I thank him for his question. As the former Chancellor of the Exchequer says, it is too early to know what the impact of this crisis is going to be. It's why today I met with G7 Finance Minister colleagues, which I'm sure he welcomes, where we discussed the release of the International Energy Agency strategic oil reserves, for example, because what is needed to contain prices for all of our constituents is to make sure that we have the oil and gas on the market that we need, and that is why we are prioritising those diplomatic routes to de-escalate this crisis.
Jonathan Davis.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Chancellor for his statement, because this is not just a worrying time for our national security but for our economy too. I am pleased to hear about the work that's going on with the Competition and Markets Authority in respect of consumers of heating oil. But perhaps I could suggest to her that she has a conversation with her colleagues in Desnes to expedite the £1 billion worth of community energy investment coming through the local power fund and focus that investment as quickly as possible into rural areas like mine in Derbyshire, because if this is going to be a protracted conflict, that's something that could make a difference.
I thank my honourable friend for that question, and I put in £1 billion for the Community Investment Fund in local energy schemes in the spending review last year to make sure that communities are more self-reliant for their basic energy needs. That is a lesson from Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and it is also the lesson of this conflict in the Middle East, that we need to be more resilient, more secure as an economy, and that is exactly what we are doing.
Ellie Chowns.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Iran crisis highlights the urgent need to speed up the UK's energy system transition to clean, green, cheap renewables and energy efficiency. Now, the last time that energy prices went through the roof due to illegal international aggression in 2022, normal people paid the price, while huge energy giants raked in billions of pounds in windfall profits. So will the Chancellor guarantee that in responding to this crisis now, she'll do everything possible to protect ordinary households and ensure that no energy company makes profits from this war?
I thank the honourable lady for that question. Well, the reason why we have the energy profits levy and also the electricity generators levy is to ensure just that. But if the honourable lady is really serious about energy security and investing in low carbon energy, I really don't understand why her party opposes the planning reform so we can build the grid infrastructure, and opposes both small modular reactors and also new nuclear in Suffolk. All of those things add to our energy security and reduce our reliance on fossil fuels. Why do the Greens oppose it?
Tom Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I respect the Conservatives opposite, who are calling for de-escalation, but they need to have a word with their leader, who wanted to sign Britain up to a war of choice with changing goals and no clear timescales, thereby contributing to the chaos and the worsening cost of living crisis. The Chancellor has a plan, and we're seeing inflation, interest rates and government borrowing falling as a result. Will she commit to keeping to that plan, to keep bringing down borrowing so that the country can live more within its means and get rid of the awful inheritance left by the Conservatives?
Yes, last week's spring forecast from the Office for Budget Responsibility showed inflation coming down, borrowing coming down and debt coming down. Our economy is fundamentally strong, but we all need to see a de-escalation of this conflict and the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz to ensure that our constituents continue to benefit from falling energy bills and falling interest rates, and that is why we're so focused on the diplomatic efforts.
Sir Oliver Dowden.
As the Chancellor has repeatedly said, at the root of the current economic crisis lies the closure of the Straits of Hormuz. So what conversations has the government had with the Trump administration, both about insurance, but more importantly, about deploying UK military assets to secure the reopening of the Straits? And would she agree with me that a more robust approach might reassure our friends and allies in the Gulf, who invest so much in the United Kingdom, and where our presence has been noted in its absence?
I thank the honourable gentleman for that question. There are two things that are needed to reopen or effectively reopen the Strait. The first is security for vessels passing through it, and that will require a cross-country action involving, of course, the US, but also the UK, France, and we all stand ready to do that, and that was one of the things that we discussed on our G7 finance ministers call today. But once that is provided, we also need to make sure that there are appropriate insurance products in place. We're working again with Lloyds and with the US administration. We are the global leader in maritime insurance, and so we've got an important role to play to ensure that those vessels are properly insured once they do start to move again.
Josh Newbury.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Chancellor has taken decisive action to bring down energy bills, but as she noted, those who rely on heating oil are often the most exposed to sudden price shocks. Even in my fairly urban constituency, there are hundreds of households in this position, and some have been in touch with me because the cost of heating oil has doubled in a week due to the effect of the Iran conflict. So as the Chancellor works to shield the British public from the economic fallout, will she make sure households on heating oil are protected from the shocking increases we're currently seeing?
Chancellor.
It is important that the players in the heating oil sector behave responsibly and do not seek to profiteer from this current conflict because it is their customers who will lose out, which is why we've instructed the Competition and Markets Authority to guard against that price gorging. I know that he will attend the meeting with the Financial Secretary to the Treasury on Wednesday to make those representations, but the best thing that we can do is to de-escalate and get those vessels flowing to get that oil and gas moving.
Helen Morgan.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. 1 in 3 households in North Shropshire are dependent on heating oil, and I declare an interest because mine is one of them. People have been in contact with me since last week, concerned about the rapid escalation of heating oil costs. I welcome the Chancellor's announcement that she recognises that problem and wants to act on it. Can she outline in more detail what kind of remedy she's envisaging and how soon we might be able to see it put in place?
Chancellor.
I said in my statement that despite what we did in the budget last year to take £150 off domestic energy bills, there is a unique situation with regard to heating oil. That's why I was pleased to receive representations over the weekend on it. The Treasury are working through those proposals, and it's why the Financial Secretary to the Treasury will meet with MPs this week. But the reason why prices are going up is because of the challenges in getting oil and gas out of the Middle East. That's why it's so important to de-escalate, but it is wrong for anyone to profiteer off the back of this crisis.
Luke Charters.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Many of my constituents stranded in the Middle East have been left out of pocket because of their travel insurance, and in my view as a former regulator, they have overly broad exclusion terms in those policies. So would my right honourable friend update the House on her meetings with the insurance sector, the FCA and consumer groups, and would she agree for the City Ministers to meet me to discuss this?
Chancellor.
I thank my honourable friend for that question, and I'm sure that the relevant minister, whether that is in the Department for Transport or indeed the Economic Secretary to the Treasury, meets with my honourable friend. It is important that everybody who wants to get home from the Middle East is able to do so. We welcome the work that the airlines are doing to get people home with the support of the government, but it's also important that people are not ripped off for that.
Harriet Cross.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We've heard the Chancellor and others on the government front bench for months now saying that we'll be using oil and gas for years to come, and of course we will. No matter how much they wish that away now, we'll be using oil and gas for years to come. We must secure our supply. In her meeting this morning with G7 finance ministers, does any of them say that banning new oil and gas licences from the North Sea is a good idea? Or any of them banning themselves from their own energy resources?
Chancellor.
I thank the honourable lady for that question. It was, of course, her own party that introduced the Energy Profits Levy in the first place, and introduced it for a good reason, because many of the questions today have been about the impact on prices. And of course, the way that support was given to consumers during the Russia-Ukraine crisis was through money from the Energy Profits Levy, then being used to subsidise people's bills. That's why we have the Energy Profits Levy.
Dave Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Chancellor for her statement today? She is absolutely right to take the action that she has on energy prices, particularly given that 20% of the world's oil is transported via the Straits of Hormuz. However, the Straits of Hormuz also transports over a third of the world's urea, almost half of its sulphur and a significant amount of ammonia. So can I ask the Chancellor what steps she's taking to protect our farmers from spiking fertiliser prices at the same time as energy prices are rising?
Chancellor.
I thank my honourable friend for that question. We're working closely with DBT and DEFRA as well as business to understand the different parts of industry that will be affected by a protracted conflict. But this is just another reason why it is so important to de-escalate. That is exactly what we are seeking to do, and it is also why we are working with G7 allies focused on reopening the Strait of Hormuz, because that's the best thing we can do to bring down prices and ensure supply continues to flow.
Saoirse Eastwood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome a statement this afternoon from the Chancellor. As she's already outlined, Northern Ireland is uniquely exposed. Up to 70% of people right across Northern Ireland are reliant on home heating oil. Instead of meeting with me, would you be able to tell me that you have plans to meet with the Minister of Economy in Northern Ireland this week, and indeed my ministerial colleagues in the Northern Ireland Executive, to see how we can best support our people?
Chancellor.
It's really important to understand the extent of the impact on Northern Ireland. When we made this announcement of the budget, we did make money available for Northern Ireland to have their own scheme, recognising the slightly different energy market in Northern Ireland. I know that the Financial Secretary to the Treasury, who's leading on this work at the Treasury, is meeting with his opposite numbers in the Northern Ireland Executive to make sure that we understand the challenges there and what we can do to best support.
Tony Vaughan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Chancellor for her statement, which really does underline the importance of new nuclear to boost our energy security. Many of us who back new nuclear also care deeply about nature, and Dungeness in my constituency is both a nationally important habitat site and a vital location for new nuclear. So does the Chancellor agree that we urgently need a reformed framework for habitat protection along the lines proposed by Fingleton Review, so we can safeguard the environment and welcome new nuclear back to places like Dungeness?
I thank my honourable friend for that question, and also his pragmatic approach. We will be responding to Finkleton in the next few days, and then legislating as quickly as possible to make it cheaper and quicker to build the energy infrastructure that we know we need.
Sir Alex Shelbrooke.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, defence industry supply chains really are desperately in need of the DIP. The Chancellor talks about the money that's being invested, but why is the Treasury not allowing the DIP to go forward? Because it's starting to become really critical, and we need that infrastructure. Secretary of State is desperate for that infrastructure. We need to know when's that coming forward. It was the government's self-imposed deadlines, nobody else's.
Well, we published the Strategic Defence Review earlier this year, and in the spending review last year, the biggest uplifts in spending were at the Ministry of Defence and at the Department of Health. The previous government said they were going to get to 2.5% at the end of the next Parliament. We're going to get to it to 2.6% by April next year, and that money is already being spent. He doesn't need to worry about that.
Peggy Shanker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I know that my constituents in Derby will be worried about the devastation that they see across the Middle East, and will agree that de-escalation must remain a priority. But they're also worried about the impact on their weekly shopping bills, their petrol prices and their energy bills. Will the Chancellor agree with me that stability for our businesses and local people is absolutely vital, given the volatility that we're seeing internationally?
Chancellor.
I thank my honourable friend for that question. That's why I'm pleased that since I became Chancellor, the Bank of England have cut interest rates 6 times, why we were able to take £150 off of energy bills, and also freeze prescription charges and rail fares. And of course, in my honourable friend's constituency, you have Rolls-Royce, who will benefit both from small modular reactors and also the increased defence spending that is already going in.
Ben Lake.
72% of households in Ceredigion Preseli do not have a connection to the mains gas grid.
And for those who filled their tanks over the weekend, the consequences of the Iran crisis have become very, very real. For those who are still to do so, they're very anxious to learn of when any potential support that might be agreed on Wednesday will be brought forward.
Councillor.
I recognise that there are significant challenges in some areas of Wales, as indeed there is in Northern Ireland, and I very much encourage the honourable gentleman to attend the meeting with the Financial Secretary to Treasury. We have already had representations over the weekend about what is needed, but I want MPs from all parties to be able to contribute to that. But the best way to reduce prices is getting that oil and gas flowing again, which is why it's so important to have both a military solution to get the Strait of Hormuz open, but also an insurance solution, which is what I'm working very closely on at the moment.
Can I thank the Chancellor for her statement this afternoon, and I'll allow a few moments for the front benches to swap over. I appreciate a lot of members will be disappointed not to have got in this afternoon. I will try to prioritise them in the next statement, if at all possible. Which brings us to a statement from the Secretary of State for Defence.
With permission, Madam Deputy Speaker, I wish to make a statement to update the House on the Middle East. And there's a lot to update, and I trust the House will understand. I want to start by praising our armed forces, who are working 24/7 to protect British lives and British interests in the region. From our 400-strong air defence teams in Cyprus, who I visited last week, to our counter-drone specialists in Iraq, our fast jet pilots in Qatar, our command specialists in the regional defence coordination centres, and everyone working on this crisis abroad and at home. Iran threatens us all, but it's our forces who feel this most acutely. So I'm sure the whole House will join me in thanking them for their outstanding dedication and for their professionalism. For protecting British lives, for keeping us safe, we want to say to them, you are the best of Britain in action. Madam Deputy Speaker, the UK's government approach throughout the current developments in the Middle East is founded on three principles. First, defensive, taking the necessary action to strengthen our collective defence. So we took steps from January, weeks before this current war with Iran began, to pre-position Typhoons, F-35s, counter-drone teams, radars and defence in the region, as well as the additional military capability we've sent since last Saturday, when the Iranian retaliation attacks started. Second, coordination with allies. We do not work alone, so we're leading and coordinating our response with NATO allies and other partners, including the US, E5 nations and the Gulf states. And I'm in daily contact with my counterparts, just as the Chief of Defence Staff is too. And third, Madam Deputy Speaker, our third principle is legal. We must have a legal basis for our decisions that allows ministers to make sound choices. It allows our military to operate with the fullest confidence. And our UK action is grounded in these principles to protect British people, protect British bases, to protect British allies. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the last week, we've seen Iran lashing out with dangerous, indiscriminate and reckless strikes. In the first day alone, they attacked 10 countries with military and civilian targets attacked, including hotels in Dubai and Bahrain and the Kuwaiti National Airport. British troops stationed at a US base in Bahrain were within a few hundred yards of an Iranian strike, and a small drone hit our base in Cyprus coming from Lebanon or Iraq. And Iraq has now fired over 500 ballistic and cruise missiles and over 2,000 drones. Thank you to the Honourable Gentleman. Iran has now fired over 500 ballistic and cruise missiles and over 2,000 drones. I'm grateful to him for paying attention to my statement quite so closely. And even after the Iranian president's apology and promise to the Gulf states over the weekend, Iran still then struck multiple countries with drones and missiles, including Bahrain, where 32 civilians were injured in one attack and a desalination plant was hit in another. We totally condemn these attacks. They're putting hundreds of thousands of people at risk, including British nationals and members of our armed forces. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, while Iran's current indiscriminate strikes began last Saturday, this Iranian regime has for decades been a source of evil, exporting violence across the Middle East and beyond. It supplied nearly 60,000 Shahid drones to Putin for Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine. Here in the UK, they conduct aggressive cyber attacks against us and have plotted assassination on Britain's streets. The Iranian regime is a destructive force which has slaughtered protesters in its own streets and inflicts terrible suffering, especially against its own people. We want to see Iran stop their strikes, give up their nuclear ambitions, and restart the negotiations. And as Defence Secretary, my number one priority is protecting British people, military and civilian alike. Since January, we've moved significant military assets into the region ahead of those first US-Israeli strikes. And those preparations made a real difference. It meant we've conducted defensive military operations from day one. Our F-35s destroying Iranian drones over Jordan. Our Typhoons shooting down targets heading to Qatar. Our counter-drone units defeating further attacks against coalition bases in Iraq. We acted early to protect British people and British interests and to support our allies. And as the Iranian response became clear from last weekend, we adapted our actions to the changing circumstances, driven at all times by military advice. So that's why we agreed a new US request for the use of British bases at RAF Fairford and Diego Garcia last Sunday. And that's why I committed further resources to the region last week, including 4 extra Typhoons, 3 Wildcat helicopters, a Merlin helicopter and HMS Dragon. And I can confirm today that Dragon will set sail in the next couple of days. And I want to personally thank all those who are working tirelessly, some 22 hours a day, to get that ship ready. HMS Dragon will join US air defence destroyers to provide additional protection in the eastern Mediterranean. And Madam Deputy Speaker, let me also provide the House with the following operational update from last night. The UK is now conducting defensive air sorties in support of the UAE. Typhoons successfully took out 2 drones, one over Jordan, the second heading to Bahrain. The third Wildcat has now arrived in Cyprus, and we've now deployed additional RAF operations experts in more than 5 countries in the region, helping coordinate regional military and civilian airspace. And the fragments of that drone that hit Akrotiri are being analysed for foreign military hardware by our experts at DSTL. British pilots have now racked up over 230 flying hours. We have 8 jets in Qatar, including our joint Qatari-British squadron, who are flying in support of regional allies, and we have more jets in Cyprus than any other nation. And I visited our 400-strong air defence teams at our base in Cyprus on Thursday last week. They're there in addition to the 4,000 personnel regularly stationed on the island. I was subjected to the daily air sirens that they face. I saw the impact that Iranian proxy drone had caused, and I asked the Commander of British Forces, General Tom Buick, "Do you need anything more from us back in Britain?" And he said to me, "No, I've been given everything I have asked for." The UK is leading this response to Iranian threats in close coordination with our allies. And Cyprus's head of the National Guard told me last week, our military cooperation has never been closer. And our support is backed up by our NATO allies, including the US, France, Greece and Germany, something I discussed with E5 defence ministers last week. And I can also confirm to the House that having given the US the go-ahead to use British bases for specific defensive operations into Iran last Sunday, the first US bomber landed at RAF Fairford on Friday. And as the Prime Minister has set out, this activity is part of, I quote, the collective self-defence of long-standing friends and allies and protecting British lives. It is in accordance with international law. These missions are to destroy Iranian missiles at source. And Madam Deputy Speaker, we are deeply concerned about escalation in Lebanon. Hezbollah is a dangerous terror organisation tied to the regime in Iran. It must cease these attacks against Israel. But we do not want to see Israel expand this conflict further into Lebanon. More than 400 have already been killed and 500,000 displaced by recent Israeli operations. The solution to these problems, to this conflict, must be guided by the Lebanese people and the Lebanese government. And we urge de-escalation and the return to a negotiated process. Now, I know, moving beyond defence, that many of us as MPs have constituents with friends and family that are caught in the region, worried for the safety of their loved ones. And my right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary and the FCDO teams are working as fast as possible to get our people out of the region. 3 chartered flights have now taken off, with more to come this week. More than 170,000 people have registered their presence, which has allowed us to get them information and support and advice that they need. More than 37,000 British nationals have been evacuated since the start of the crisis response, and as the Prime Minister said last week, we will not stop until our people are safe. Madam Deputy Speaker, these are deeply uncertain times. While we deal with the immediate crisis in the Middle East, we must also maintain our strong support for Ukraine, deter increasing threats in the High North, fulfil our NATO commitments, and ensure our homeland is protected. Our adversaries are watching. We must manage rising demands on defence, balancing resources to best effect. And we must also deal with the cost of living impact this conflict could cause, just as my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, has set out in her statement. I'm proud of the UK's response, acting at all times in our national interest. We will defend our allies, we will support our armed forces, we will do everything necessary to protect British lives and British interests, to make Britain secure at home and strong abroad. I commend
Shadow Secretary of State, James.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Secretary of State for advance sight of his statement and the briefing I received from his officials this morning. Can I begin by offering condolences on behalf of the opposition to the 7 US soldiers killed in action as part of their ongoing action against Iran. I join the Secretary of State in utterly condemning Iran's indiscriminate attacks across the region and in expressing my gratitude and that of the opposition to all our brilliant, brave service personnel and their families who are stationed out there. Of course, the Secretary of State and I will agree that the #1 responsibility of any government is to defend its people, and that everything possible must be done to secure our sovereign bases, particularly RAF Akrotiri on Cyprus, attacked by drones a week ago. That is an incredibly serious development. We support the government in taking steps to use the RAF and other assets to protect the airspace and defend against drone and missile threats to Akrotiri, but also in deploying our Air Force to defend allies in the region as an act of collective self-defence. The problem is this. any serious integrated missile defence plan for the sovereign base areas on Cyprus would by necessity include the presence of one of our highly capable Type 45 air defence destroyers. And yet, despite the Secretary of State just saying, and I quote, "Since January, he has been moving military assets to the region. There isn't a single Royal Navy warship present, and our Type 45 HMS Dragon hasn't even set sail." Can he confirm that the government only decided last Tuesday to send a Type 45 to the Eastern Med after the US action had already commenced and 2 days after RAF Akrotiri was attacked by kamikaze drones? Of particular importance, Madam Deputy Speaker, it has been widely reported that the Royal Navy recommended to ministers weeks ago to deploy a Type 45 destroyer to the region. Is that true? And if so, when did the Navy make the recommendation to send a Type 45? And which minister took the decision to decline that advice from the Royal Navy and instead choose not to send a destroyer? Who? Most importantly, why was the decision taken not to send a Type 45 until attacks had already taken place against our base on Cyprus? And can the Secretary of State tell us on what date he expects HMS Dragon to be in position to provide air defence in the region? And furthermore, given the Chancellor's promise in her statement just now to reopen the Straits of Hormuz and France's pledge to provide escort ships, what other Royal Naval assets will we be sending to assist? This is the big one. Madam Deputy Speaker, it was on the 19th of February that the BBC reported that the United Kingdom would not allow the United States to use its bases to launch an attack on Iran. We know that 3 US Arleigh Burke destroyers, their equivalent of the Type 45, have for days been based in the Mediterranean, providing Cyprus with defence against ballistic missiles. Doesn't this mean that until the Prime Minister's U-turn a week ago, that this Labour government were displaying the most extraordinary double standards to our closest military ally, on the one hand denying the US the use of our bases, whilst on the other relying on them to protect ours? Exactly. One of the bases in question is Diego Garcia, Madam Deputy Speaker, absolutely critical for launching US heavy bombers. Now, it's bad enough for the Prime Minister to be U-turning over permission to use Diego Garcia whilst it is still our sovereign territory. How much worse will the situation be once we've started paying billions for the pleasure of Mauritius, a close ally of China, to have a say on whether such action complies with international law? So isn't it the case that when it comes to the Prime Minister's next and 17th U-turn, the best thing he could do is to scrap his crazy Chagos deal and spend every penny on the British Armed Forces? But this isn't just about the future of Diego Garcia. Last week, the Cypriot Foreign Minister said, and I quote, "There are questions about the future of the UK's military bases on the island." Isn't the reality that Greece, France and Spain are all sending ships, and that Labour's failure to deploy the Royal Navy to the Eastern Mediterranean has completely undermined our international standing, not just in the eyes of our many allies in the Middle East, but also in the eyes of those who can now exploit such weakness? So can the Secretary of State give his cast iron guarantee that UK sovereignty of our bases on Cyprus is not up for negotiation? Madam Deputy Speaker, of course, it's not just HMS Dragon that everyone is waiting for. At a time of war on multiple fronts, we've now been waiting months and months for the government to publish its long overdue defence investment plan. I cannot emphasise how serious this is. Britain urgently needs to rearm. It was right that we gave a huge amount of munitions to support Ukraine, but that has made our need to rearm even more pressing. Correct. So when exactly is the government going to publish the defence investment plan? Can the Secretary of State at least say if it will be published before local election purdah commences? That is a key question. Finally, isn't there a simple reason why there's no defence investment plan? And isn't it the same reason that for the first time in almost half a century there are no Royal Navy warships in the Middle East? Because when it comes to defence spending, this government has prioritised welfare over rearmament. Yes. They've chosen to spend billions more on benefits rather than strengthening our defence in a dangerous world. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, after all the Prime Minister's dither and delay, U-turns and weakness, will the Secretary of State finally demand from his Chancellor what we all know our armed forces need, a properly funded plan to get to 3% on defence this Parliament?
Secretary of State.
Well, let me start by recognising the fact that he supports the steps that we've taken to put UK defence capabilities into the Middle Eastern region, that his recognition and support for the fact we did this in advance of the current crisis, and these capabilities and our coordination of them have been alongside US allies and have been purely defensive in nature. We have been doing what Britain can best contribute to the protection of British interests, British personnel, British bases and British allies in the region. He asks me about Dragon. Well, we've been building up that significant military presence in the Middle East since January, which he, for the first time, has recognised and welcomed. It is totally right that as circumstances change, so should our military posture. He asks me when this option of Dragon was first put to ministers. As the Chief of the Defence Staff said on the BBC on Saturday, he looked at the proposals for Dragon being deployed to the Middle East on Tuesday last week, and I signed them off the same day. And I say to the right honourable gentleman, if he is unhappy about the state of the British Navy, he should take a hard look at his government's own record. Over 14 years, they hollowed out and underfunded our forces. They cut £12 billion from the defence budget in their first 5 years. Total frigate and destroyer numbers were cut from 23 to 17. And in 14 years in government, they didn't order a single new destroyer. Madam Deputy Speaker, we only have Dragon available to go to the Middle East today because the Labour government commissioned it before 2010. And I'm proud of the work our military are doing in the Middle East. I reject claims about the response. We've got ahead of the first strikes in the way that we've set. And I've been unable to find any evidence, in public or in this House, of the Shadow Defence Secretary calling at any stage for military assets to be moved to the Middle East before the war began. Indeed, the Shadow Foreign Secretary, barely a month ago in this House, was saying in this chamber, calling for our military, and I quote, to prioritise or repurpose inventory to contribute to NATO's high North missions. He really is proving himself quite an armchair general. General hindsight, wise only after the event. And I'm really disappointed. He asks about the dip. We're working flat out to produce that. He asked about defence spending. He cut it. We invested in defence. We're rising, the greatest increase in defence spending since the end of the Cold War. This year alone, we're spending £62 billion on defence. That is £8 billion more than the last year of their government. And I'm really disappointed, and I tell you our forces are disappointed, that he did not stand up and offer an apology for what his leader said on Friday. His leader's claim that British forces in the Middle East are just hanging around is totally wrong and deeply insulting. They are working flat out in the face of air raid sirens and warnings to protect British lives, protect British interests, protect British allies, and it's time the Tories did the decent thing, apologised for her remarks and withdrew them.
Chair of the Select Committee, Tanmanjeet Singh Desi.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Defence Secretary for advance sight of his statement and his operational briefing before. And I also want to pay tribute and praise our armed forces for their bravery, dedication and professionalism to defend our citizens and our allies in the region. I agree with the Defence Secretary that we must urge de-escalation and a return to the negotiation process. And I also am glad that the government pre-positioned Typhoons, F-35s, counter-drone units and other air defence assets into the region. But the lack of a naval presence should be a cause of huge concern for all of us. I appreciate the Secretary of State's comments that our armed forces are significantly overstretched from the high north to further beyond, and that the hollowing out in recent years has meant that we do not have enough assets. But what is being done to urgently rectify the situation and increase the investment into defence in the near future so that we can be in several places all at once?
I'm grateful for my honourable friend's support for the action that we've taken, the deployments that I've decided to commit to the region. He asks about what are we doing to make good 14 years of our armed forces being hollowed out and underfunded under the previous government. The first step to is increased defence spending. This year, more than £8 billion greater than the last year that the previous government was in. £270 billion in this Parliament alone, the single biggest increase in defence spending since the end of the Cold War, and a defence investment plan that will follow up the Strategic Defence Review, a vision and a plan for rebuilding our forces, strengthening our deterrent, integrating our armed forces for the future, and harnessing the accelerating power of new technology, something that I'm grateful to he and his Defence Committee members for supporting and recognising.
Lib Dem spokesperson James McCleary.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I thank the Secretary of State for advance sight of his statement today and echo his praise for the bravery and professionalism of our armed forces putting their lives on their line for us all. The Liberal Democrats continue to have grave concerns about the UK being dragged into Trump's illegal war. However, it is fair to say that the situation has evolved very quickly. So given that it is commonplace for UK personnel to serve aboard US Navy ships, including aircraft carriers like those currently engaged in attacks on Iran, can the Secretary of State provide assurance to this House that no UK personnel are currently serving aboard US Navy ships engaged in offensive operations in the Middle East? Furthermore, there have been serious questions raised about the use of UK bases for US airstrikes. So can the Secretary of State reassure the House on what monitoring is in place to ensure that US actions from UK bases remain purely defensive? And will the government ensure that any intelligence relating to US strikes conducted from UK bases is provided to the Intelligence and Security Committee for review? And if UK bases were used, proposed to be used for offensive action beyond the government's authority, would the government withdraw permission immediately? Securing these guarantees is essential to ensure that the UK doesn't become complicit in Trump's unilateral and illegal war. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, even if the limited defensive actions carried out being asked for armed forces have exposed the stretched resources really are. So I must press the Secretary of State to give a clear time frame for the release of the Defence Investment Plan to start the urgent task of plugging these gaps. We must make sure that UK forces are given all the tools they need to do the jobs we ask of them, both now and in the future.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as I said to the House in my statement, all decisions that we've taken, all actions in the face of this current conflict have been defensive in nature and legally well-based. That gives a sound foundation for ministers' decisions. It gives the forces personnel the fullest confidence in the actions they're taking. That is true of those that we've got deployed in the region. It will be true of those that we have embedded, I'm proud to say, in the US forces around the world. And I'm proud, Madam Deputy Speaker, that our US-UK relationship remains deep and close, and that we continue to do things together that no other nations will do.
Emma Lewell.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Secretary of State is right that our armed forces are the very best of us. Australian and British media are reporting that HMS Anson has departed Western Australia ahead of schedule. Can my right honourable friend indicate whether HMS Anson will play a role in defending British interests in the region on her voyage home?
Madam Deputy Speaker, there are certain things that I will not and cannot disclose publicly, and the operations of our submarines fall into that category. My honourable friend is a long-standing member of the Defence Select Committee. I know she will understand the sensitivity and the potency of our submarine fleet. I know she asks the question, but she cannot realistically and reasonably expect the answer, and I know she knows that.
Lincoln Job.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Secretary of State for his statement? At that dispatch box about half an hour ago, perhaps unwisely, the Chancellor of the Exchequer delved into the world of military strategy, and she said a couple of things which were slightly alarming. Firstly, she upbraided, actually, the Shadow Chancellor for not calling for the de-escalation of the operations against Iran, and yet the Defence Secretary's own statement only mentions de-escalation when it comes to the situation in Lebanon. So could he just clarify whether he is calling on his American counterparts to de-escalate in Iran or not? And secondly, she said that in order to open the Straits of Hormuz, we would need to support something she called cross-country operations with France and the US, and that we were ready to do that to open the Straits of Hormuz. Could he comment on that too, please?
Madam Deputy Speaker, we as the UK Government are urging Iran to de-escalate. We are deeply concerned about regional stability, and part of the reason for our coordinated defensive actions, the contribution that we're making in the regional coordination centres, but also with our jets flying in defence of Middle Eastern allies, is to reinforce regional security and stability. Now, my honourable friend, the Chancellor, made an important statement this afternoon and included the commitment that she can confirm she'd approved for the Ministry of Defence access to the Special Reserve to deploy additional capabilities as they're needed to the Middle East. I'm sure the House will welcome that, as they will welcome the fact she said, I'm committed to giving our military the resources they need.
Fred Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I strongly welcome my right honourable friend's leadership at this time. One of the defining characteristics of the UK's response to the crisis when Russia full-scale invaded Ukraine in 2022 was the political unity that this party offered our country in that response. So does my right honourable friend find it extremely disappointing to find the Leader of the Opposition saying that our military are hanging around when they are putting themselves in harm's way to defend our interests abroad? And does he expect, like I do, the opposition Secretary of State to perhaps apologise for that really disappointing, cheap political point scoring?
My honourable friend is entirely right. When I had the honour of spending part of Thursday with our personnel on our base in Akrotiri, it wasn't just the teams and the pilots flying the fast jets that are working flat out. The F-35 team I spoke to had deployed at 5 days' notice to Cyprus. It was the whole military personnel on that base, including those looking after and ensuring the relocation of non-essential personnel and families to hotels in the Pathos area. Madam Deputy Speaker, nothing could be further from the truth. Nothing could be more insulting than the suggestion that they're simply hanging around in the Middle East. And I really would like to hear, we didn't hear it from the Shadow Defence Secretary, any of the honourable members on the benches opposite contest what their leader has said, apologise on her behalf, and let's have the sort of support that recognises our armed forces are in the region to protect British personnel, to protect British bases, to protect British interests, and we're proud that they're doing that job.
Sir Julian Lewis.
I'm not particularly keen on the tone of these exchanges, so may I make a positive suggestion to the Secretary of State? We've heard that Ukraine has offered to assist the United States with its specialized version of anti-Iranian drone technology. Yep. These weapons for bringing down Iranian drones are much cheaper than the drones themselves, whereas the weapons which the Americans and ourselves generally use are much more expensive. Given the difficult relationship between Zelensky and Trump, Does the Secretary of State agree that there is a role here for Britain, with its high standing in Ukraine, to see if we can't make a start by acquiring from Ukraine some of these weapons, which we can use in defence of our own bases, and which may then pave the way for a deal between Trump and Zelensky for the wider benefit of the whole theatre?
Madam Deputy Speaker, if we take this one step at a time, and I appreciate the Right Honourable Gentleman's suggestion and the tone in which he offers his thoughts. First of all, he, like I, will welcome President Zelensky's declaration that Ukraine stands ready and is offering their experience and their expertise to Gulf states facing many of the same Shahid Iranian drones. We are playing our part. We have the Defence Special Advisor for the Middle East at the moment doing a series of visits to 9 Gulf countries with a team that includes British experts in the Ukrainian fight against Putin's invasion and the technologies they've been using in order to defeat many of Putin's developments and drones. And the Minister for Defence Readiness and Industry is also talking to British firms about the contribution that they could make to supplying the reinforced defences that our Middle Eastern partners so badly need.
Please, can I encourage members to ask short questions and the Secretary of State to give briefer answers. Paul Wall.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I shed no tears for the demise of an Iranian regime which murdered and repressed tens of thousands of its own citizens, particularly women. But I'm proud that this government has not joined the US and Israel in this reckless war, which lacks a clear plan and which is hitting my constituents in the pocket and is threatening the global economy. Given that this government has its own independent foreign policy, it's not the handmaiden of Washington, as the Tories would want it, and nor is it the poodle of Putin, as Reform are. But can the Defence Secretary now tell me how important it is that the Chancellor is providing new funds for our armed forces who are defending British interests and British citizens in the region?
I do indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend is right to underline the statement and the commitment the Chancellor made this afternoon to this House. He's also right to point out that the US may be our closest ally, but as the Prime Minister has said, it is for the Prime Minister and the British government to decide what is in Britain's best national interests.
I thank the Secretary of State for his statement. I listened very carefully to what he had to say about the authorisation of the US using UK bases and his confirmation that there are UK personnel embedded with US operations in the region. With that in mind, it seems all the more important that this government is entirely clear on the limits of the consent it has given to operating with the US. Defence Secretary Hesketh on Monday last week mocked the idea of rules of engagement and said he wanted to seek, and I quote, maximum lethality. President Trump then on Saturday said that new areas and groups of people would be under serious consideration for complete destruction. What confidence does the Secretary of State have that the US are following the same rules of engagement that he believes are legal for the UK?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I have the fullest confidence. These arrangements for access, basing and overflight are well established. The relations between the US and the UK are very close. We have operated these together before. We are doing so now.
Peter Swallow.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Defence Secretary for all that he is doing to support our troops in the region and protect British citizens? It is clear that a long conflict would pose real risks not only to them but also to energy prices and the cost of living here in the UK. So can I ask him, does he agree that we need to see urgent de-escalation and a reduction in tensions across the region? And does he share my concern that the Conservatives and Reform would see us dragged into a conflict that can have such devastating consequences for British lives and livelihoods?
Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend makes important points, and when the first concern of this government, and I welcome his support for this, is the protection of British personnel, British citizens in the wider Middle East, our bases and our allies. I know he will support the action that we've taken, both before this current conflict broke out and in the week or so since.
Thank you. Dr. Andrew Murison.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Isn't the problem here not our military capability? We still have the second most capable navy in NATO. It is political will. Why is it that HMS Duncan is alongside in Portsmouth, having spent the summer in a maintenance period, the sister ship of HMS Dragon? She has been up and ready to go for weeks. And why is it the case that she wasn't sent at the beginning of this crisis?
Well, the Honourable Gentleman's another former minister in the previous government in the Defence Department. He knows all about the decisions that have left our Navy in the state that it's in now. But he will also appreciate that we've taken decisions to deploy the things that Britain can best put into the region to protect our allies and to protect our people, both military and civilian. He will recognise and applaud the fact that because of that, from day one, our fast jets have been flying defensive operations in coordination with our allies and our US colleagues, and that where the circumstances change, we will adapt the action and the decisions that we take, which is just what we've done from the point that we saw the indiscriminate extent of the Iranian response last Saturday.
Peter Prinsley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Iran has a network of proxies and lone actors who threaten security here at home. Will the Minister join me in thanking all the volunteers of the Community Security Trust who protect our Jewish places of worship and schools? Never have they been more crucial.
I will indeed. My honourable friend is right. The Community Security Trust does extraordinary work in very difficult times and is responding to deep unease and deep concern and in some cases serious fears amongst the Jewish community in this country.
Sir Roger Gale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I first say that I don't know of anybody on these benches that would not wish to associate themselves with the Secretary of State's praise for the courage and determination of our armed services, both worldwide and particularly in Cyprus. I have to declare an interest, Madam Deputy Speaker, as you know, as an honorary citizen of Cyprus. The Republic of Cyprus has maintained a principled neutrality, and that has served British nationals and others well over many years. Akrotiri is based exactly almost between Paphos and Larnaca. It's a very difficult situation for the Secretary of State to square. Could he tell the House what steps will be taken to protect those many British nationals resident in Cyprus and those many other British visitors who hitherto have gone to the island for their holidays?
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman's remarks about our armed forces, and I will ensure that those are passed on. I hadn't realised he was an honorary citizen of Cyprus, and I hope he will appreciate in my statement I confirmed that the head of the National Guard confirms that cooperation between our militaries has never been closer, and I hope he'll appreciate that the defensive capabilities and activities that we are running from Akrotiri are part not just of defending our base, but defending our people right across Cyprus and the island of Cyprus itself. And from that island, we can also and are help defend regional allies.
Alex Baker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to say thank you to the Secretary of State for everything that he is doing to support all of my constituents in the region and keep them safe. I know that he and I share a priority that we need to get our serving personnel the capabilities that they need. In the light of the movements we have seen today in the gilt and the bond markets, which underline the pressure of governments to finance increased defence spending, does the Secretary of State agree that we should explore innovative multilateral financing mechanisms, such as the Defence Security and Resilience Bank, to help unlock the capital our defence industrial base needs to grow?
I do, and we are. And my honourable friend will also have noted the Prime Minister's important speech in the Munich Security Conference a couple of weeks ago, when he recognised in this new era of threats that we face, this is now an era of hard power, and that he has recognised the need to spend more and faster on defence.
Stuart Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I visited the UK-US Bahrain base at the end of last year, and on the 5th of January this year in the Venezuela statement, I said that we were exposed in Bahrain with the naval assets. The Secretary of State has rightly said from the January they've ramped up the UK presence over there. If last Tuesday was the first that the Chief of the Defence Staff saw a request for naval assets to go to that region, what has gone wrong during that time, and is this a strategic failure to take that long to put those assets on that desk?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I've explained to the House the range of defensive capabilities that we put into the region ahead of this current conflict. When we saw the scale of the Iranian reaction to the strikes, the retaliation from Saturday onwards, it was clear we needed to do more, and I have, and I've explained that to the House. I've also explained that these aren't just British defensive assets deployed on a fully legal basis. These are deployed in full coordination with our US and other allies. And HMS Dragon, as I've explained, will take up its position in the Eastern Mediterranean alongside other defensive destroyers that the US has already deployed in the area.
Alex Ballinger.
Deputy Speaker, the Shadow Secretary of State laments the state of our Royal Navy, but he will remember that it was his party that cut investment in our Royal Navy over 14 years, cut the size of a number of warships we had by 25%, and ordered no new destroyers in that period either. So does the Secretary of State agree that we should be investing in our Navy, but we should take no lessons from the party opposite that set up our Navy ready to fail in the situation we're in now?
I do agree, Madam Deputy Speaker, with my honourable friend, and we are, just as we are increasing the defence investment across the board, including in the munitions that we need when we're faced with conflicts like this.
Members will have noticed that there's still a lot of people on their feet. I'm aiming to finish this statement around 1:15. I call Richard Ford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Secretary of State made a distinction between permitting the use of British bases for offensive and defensive action. I understand the need to protect and defend British citizens in the Middle East. But can the Secretary of State explain how he is seeking to maintain this distinction between offensive and defensive action, given it would require a degree of control over US military activity that the British government may not possess?
Well, the honourable gentleman is a military man by experience. He will understand the nature of the agreements, the requests that nations make of each other, the agreements that they put in place and how those work. Access, basing, overflights, which is exactly the request that we had when it was clear the Iranian response to the first wave of attacks took us into a new phase. That was a request from the US that we allow US bombers to operate from Fairford and Diego Garcia for specific defensive purposes, and that is to take out the Iranian missile positions, and that's what they are doing.
Calvin Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It was a Conservative 2010 Strategic Defence and Security Review and subsequent basing review that took the Royal Navy's repair facilities from 3 to 1, an utterly reckless decision that was made worse when you knew of the power plant problems for Type 45, which you created an internal competition for the limited resource, Madam Deputy Speaker, that they created for the Royal Navy. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that it was both reckless Tory risk-taking which left the Royal Navy in this precarious situation?
Questions have to be shorter. Secretary of State.
I do agree with my honourable friend, Madam Deputy Speaker. He speaks with the authority of someone who was serving at the time in 2010, when in that first year they cut £2 billion from the defence budget, and in those first 5 years they cut £12 billion from defence. They underfunded and hollowed out our armed forces over 14 years.
Ben objecting.
The appointment of HMS Dragon means that we've left a gap in our commitment to be the flagship of the NATO Standing Naval Maritime Group 1 commitment. HMS Duncan's already tasked to go on Operational Firecrest to the High North, and HMS Dauntless is still in the fleet time support period. So can the Secretary of State guarantee that we will be able to fulfil our commitment to NATO in providing the flagship role, and can he guarantee that it will be provided by a British ship?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm not going to announce in advance the deployments that the British forces make. He's right to point to the balance of threats and responsibilities that we have to manage. We are doing that, and we will always fulfil our NATO commitments.
Rachel Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I thank my right honourable friend for everything he's doing in Britain's national interest. But our armed forces cannot believe their ears, with the leader of the opposition saying that they're hanging around doing nothing, and the honourable member for Clacton swanning off to the States to tell Donald Trump that if he were Prime Minister, he'd blindly follow US defence policy. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that the first duty of any Prime Minister and any Secretary of State for Defence is our national interest, the Britain's national interest, and not anything else?
The first duty of any government is to defend the country, to pursue our national interest and to support our armed forces. On this occasion, we had expected and we looked for better from the Leader of the Opposition.
Chard.
I've only been in the House 21 years, but whenever we talk about defence and when our armed forces are in harm's way, I have to say a blame game on either side is not going to save a single life. And whilst we all want to see de-escalation, I think the government, I hope, will have learnt lessons in the last few weeks and months to prepare for escalation. So is the Defence Secretary aware of the 2024 report by the US Director of National Intelligence that underlines the stockpiles of chemical and biological weapons that Iran holds? And would he work with friends and allies in the region and with the new Syrian government to identify those stockpiles and deal with them? And finally, on Akrotiri and other bases in the region, to ensure that our armed forces personnel and their families are given the right protective CBRN kit?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I am aware of the 2024 report that he cites. We are aware of those risks, and I say to the House, the right honourable gentleman puts his 21 years as a member of this House to good effect in the comments that he makes this afternoon.
Imran Hussain.
Mr. Speaker, we should be deeply alarmed at the sight of US bomber jets arriving at UK military bases ahead of joining President Trump bombing Iran. These attacks violate international law. The suggestion that these aircraft would be used only for defensive purposes is frankly absurd. Their deployment risks dragging Britain into unlawful attacks and the loss of further civilian life. So can the Minister explain what assurances he can give this House that UK bases will not be used to facilitate further unlawful attacks and that Britain will not be dragged deeper into an illegal war that the majority of the British public do not support?
British bases will be used by American aircraft for fully lawful defensive purposes spelt out in the agreement that we have with the US, and that is to destroy Iranians' missile bases that are holding such indiscriminate risk and threat to our personnel and our allies in the region.
Savile Roberts.
Protecting livelihoods and limiting the cost of living both depend on President Trump ending his war of choice. I doubt whether he cares a jot about the damage he's doing to our economy, but he does care about his poll numbers. Does the Secretary of State agree, therefore, that it is a matter of national security that every method is used to make clear to the President how his reputation prior to the midterms is best served by bringing this crisis to a speedy conclusion?
Well, the last thing that the Honourable Lady is going to find me doing is sort of commenting on American political affairs. What she will find me doing as Defence Secretary is putting first and foremost the protection of British people, military and civilians, protection of British bases and the protection of British allies for front and centre, and that's what I'm doing.
Mohammed Yazin.
Madam Deputy Speaker, US and Israeli strikes on Iran have pushed the region into deeper instability. Over thousands of civilians, including children, have been killed. Britons remain stranded, and the shock to fuel prices already being felt at home. The government was right not to join this illegal war, but will the Secretary of State hold the line against the drumbeat for escalation, act only to defend British citizens and national security within international law, and not enter an offensive war without the consent of this House?
My honourable friend will have heard me say in my statement and in response to other questions, the principles on which the decisions we've taken are based. Those are principles that will continue to inform any future decisions that we take as circumstances in this conflict may change.
Sir Ian Duncan-Smith.
Madam Deputy Speaker, nobody supports the armed forces more than I do, and he has my full support and my respect, as he knows. But I do want to ask a simple question. There seems to be some confusion, it seems to me, on the government backbenches, that somehow the government has kept them out of this war. The government has not kept Britain out of this war because we are in the firing line in our bases and our allies. And so can he now confirm to me that when the Chancellor stood up and talked about the Straits of Hormuz and the necessity of taking action where it's applicable, that the UK will and in international law can take action against threats to oil tankers and other facilities in the Straits of Hormuz by the Iranians?
Madam Deputy Speaker, we will take the action we need to defend British interests and British personnel and British civilians. He's right to say that our personnel are at risk. He puts it in the firing line. And I'm incredibly proud of the work that they're doing, not just to protect our bases and each other, but to protect our allies in the region and to lead the coordination of defensive operations that help keep the Middle East safe in the face of these Iranian attacks.
Damien Egan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Targeting of RAF Akrotiri by Iranian proxies represents a direct act of aggression against the United Kingdom. The Iranian regime has repeatedly shown its willingness to export terror internationally and across multiple fronts. May I ask what steps the Secretary of State is taking with colleagues across government to ensure that Iran poses less of a threat to Britons abroad and here in the UK?
Well, our first priority is British citizens in the region at present, which is why my right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, and her team are working so hard to advise and help Britain bring Brits back. My priority is to protect our forces personnel and to ensure that they can play their role in protecting the allies that we've got in the region, our British citizens that are there, and the recognition that many people have friends and family that may be stranded in the Middle East, concerned about their future, and I'm incredibly proud of the role that our armed forces are playing in doing just that.
Rebecca Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We all agree how important it is we protect our overseas bases and personnel deployed on operations. This must include the Ukraine. Over the weekend, the MOD posted a video on social media from a British-run military repair facility in Ukraine. It has been taken down, reportedly as it revealed the geolocation of the sensitive site. So can the Secretary of State confirm if this is indeed correct and reassure the House that it won't happen again either in relation to the Ukraine, the Middle East or anywhere else in our facilities?
Madam Deputy Speaker, we've taken that video down through an abundance of caution. The last thing that I and the British Government would want to do and will allow to happen is to put Ukrainians at risk. And the last thing that I will do is to ensure that the steps we take in our support of Ukraine, just as we are doing in support of our allies in the Middle East, reflects our national interests, reflects our duty to protect our own people.
Steve Race.
Speaker. I'm talking to people in Exeter over the weekend. There was very strong support for the government's current position of defending British citizens and assets, and at this point not going further. But does the Minister agree with me that this government's work to increase defence spending and commitment to new assets, including the new medium-haul helicopter programme in partnership with Leonardo in the southwest, safeguarding hundreds of jobs in our region, stands in stark contrast to the record of the government opposite?
I do indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. This isn't just a contract that will secure actually well over 3,000 jobs for the future. It creates opportunities for many more in the years ahead. This isn't just a contract to build new medium helicopters in Yeovil. Leonardo has made the commitment to make Yeovil and the UK its global centre for the development and export of military helicopters, and it is also going to be the global centre of their development of helicopter autonomy for the future. It reinforces and is a great vote of confidence in Britain's innovation and industrial base.
Ayub Khan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I mean no discourtesy to the Secretary of State, but there was an omission in his statement, a statement that lasted 10 minutes, and that was the murder of 165 young children at a school. And that target, allegedly, by a Tomahawk cruise missile and a double-tack strike. This government talks about calling out war crimes, in particular violence against women and girls. This does very little in trying to support that proposition. Will the Secretary of State condemn that attack? And would he like to explain what he has done in terms of talking to his alleged allies about this particular
Secretary of State.
Well, the Honourable Gentleman will note, of course, that we only have the reports from the Iranian regime about that strike, and he will be aware that the US is looking into this at present.
Dr. Scott Arthur.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I do want to start by paying tribute to Edinburgh's Iranian community. Despite being concerned about their family in Iran, they've taken time in the past week to host public events which share details of Iran's rich culture and also, I have to say, the barbaric nature of its regime. But I do want to ask a question about HMS Dragon, when I think the maths is quite clear. The ship cost £1 billion. The party opposite cut the defence budget by £14 billion. Surely, Secretary of State, if the party opposite wants to see more destroyers in the Mediterranean, they should have built the things.
Secretary of State.
Well, my honourable friend is right to pay tribute to the Iranian community in his home city of Edinburgh, and I reinforce and echo his comments. He's also right, of course, about the party opposite. 14 years and they didn't commission a single new destroyer, and we only have HMS Dragon set to sail this week in the next couple of days because it was commissioned by the previous Labour government.
Final question, Luke Taylor.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Trump and Netanyahu's illegal war on this Iranian regime has shocked and disgusted our constituents, just like the Iranian regime's crackdowns on opposition protests for decades. The horrors that we've seen reinforce the feeling in this country that international events are happening to us, and since Brexit and since Trump re-entered the White House, we have much less say in our future and our security. So can I ask the Minister if he will listen to Liberal Democrat calls to empower us to take back control of our fate by issuing defence bonds to raise the cash we need to meet our defence spending, but also rebuild our place in Europe with deeper cooperation with our European neighbours to reduce our dependence on the Mad King in the White House?
Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm always interested in ways of getting more funding into defence, and it's one of the reasons that I've laid such stress, not just on the record increase of defence investment that this government is making from the public purse, but ways that we can also leverage that with investment from private sources. And it's why we've got a defence finance advisory group that will shortly set out their report with proposals that we can pursue on that too.
Point of order.
That concludes the statement. Point of order, Jim Allister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, at the end of the first statement, it was indicated from the Chair that those who were not called on that statement would be prioritised in respect of this second statement. Did that happen? No. And if so, why not?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his point of order. There has been a degree of prioritisation, but no guarantee. I am sure he understands that the time pressures on this chamber are sometimes absolutely impossible. With 3 government statements and an important debate, it is just impossible. We now come to the next statement. I'll give the front benches a few moments to swap over. We now begin the next statement. Statement, Secretary of State, Steve Reid.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And with permission, I'll make a statement on the Government's action plan for social cohesion entitled Protecting What Matters. Britain has faced global crises at many moments in our history, and we got through them by staying strong and united. Today, we navigate new threats to our communities and families, and we must stand together once again against those who seek to divide and weaken us. They want to sow division in our streets, our neighbourhoods, our homes, and in our minds. They feed off deliberate misinformation, hatred, and extremism, carried across social media by algorithms and funded by hostile states and rogue billionaires determined to pull our communities apart. Online echo chambers, hatred for those with a different point of view, and unwillingness to seek compromise have led to a politics more aggressive, polarised and toxic than we've seen before, certainly in our lifetimes. As a nation, we are proof that people from different backgrounds can live, work and contribute together. A multi-ethnic democracy where neighbours look out for each other. But the foundations on which this country was built have been rocked by the rapid change all around us. Economic shocks and austerity halted the once steady improvement in our living standards. Rapid technological change has transformed how we work and live our lives. Intergenerational unfairness, regional inequality, an ageing population, the Tory open borders experiment and the disruption caused by their asylum seeker hotels policy. All of this has left communities more fearful of the future and more susceptible to siren voices wrongly putting the blame on minority groups. Today, through the publication of Protecting What Matters, which we've laid as a command paper in both houses this afternoon, we set out our steps towards a more confident, cohesive and united kingdom. Patriotism means bringing our country together, never pulling it apart. It's not patriotic to target someone because of their religion or the colour of their skin. We will resist those who peddle that kind of hatred and division. We choose to celebrate our country and all it stands for. We choose to come together in the best of times and the worst of times. We choose to take on those who seek to divide us. That is patriotism. Our action plan aims to build confident communities that have hope in the future. There is a direct link between declining high streets and a sense that the country is going backwards. People remember high streets from years gone by that were vibrant, buzzy, great places to socialise with friends and family. There's a real sense of anger as well as of loss that so many have been left boarded up and run down, covered in graffiti, full of dumped rubbish, bleak symbols of the wasted Tory years. People deserve to feel proud of their neighbourhood, and pride in place is central to our plan to make that happen. We have now committed £5.8 billion to almost 300 constituencies and begun to set up neighbourhood boards so local people can decide for themselves how that money is spent. Fair funding for councils means funding now follows deprivation for the first time in over a decade. We're offering grassroots organisations £5 million through the Common Ground Fund to tackle division in communities. We'll focus too on protecting young people from those who want to warp their minds with hatred and introduce more effective regulation of home education. The first ever register of children not in school, stronger oversight where children may be at risk, and piloting a new approach where new safety checks are carried out before a child can be taken out of mainstream schooling. It's important children grow up understanding the diversity of our nation, so we're investing £500,000 to link schools serving different communities to make sure they know and understand each other better. We will establish a social cohesion measurement framework so we can identify risks early and act quickly. We'll set expectation on integration for new arrivals and the communities that will receive them, with a focus on learning English so people have a shared language, can participate in the local community and have respect for British values, our democracy and our way of life. We will end the Tory asylum hotels policy and shape an immigration system that is fair and transparent and works better for all communities. We will not allow hatred to distort the lives and life chances of those who are targeted. Right now, Muslim communities are facing shocking levels of abuse. Anti-Muslim hate crimes are at record levels, and they now make up almost half of all religious hate crimes, way out of proportion to the size of our Muslim population. Mosques, schools and businesses have been attacked, women harassed, families are living in fear. We have a duty to act, but you can't tackle a problem if you can't describe it. So today we are adopting a non-statutory definition of anti-Muslim hostility. This gives a clear explanation of unacceptable prejudice, discrimination and hatred targeting Muslims so we can take action to stop it. The definition safeguards our fundamental right to freedom of speech about religion in general or any religion in particular, and ensures that concerns raised in the public interest are protected. I want to thank the members of the independent working group chaired by Dominic Grieve, who have provided advice to the government on this matter. They have themselves been targets for abuse because they carried out this work, and that is utterly unacceptable. I am grateful for their patience and their wisdom. We will now work with groups across society to consider how this definition can be used most effectively and what comes next in disseminating it. And we've deposited a copy of the definition in the libraries of both houses. We also remain absolutely committed to stamping out anti-Semitism. We have witnessed murderous anti-Semitic terrorist attacks, both here in the UK and abroad. Sickeningly, this led to spikes in anti-Semitic abuse. Since coming to power, this government has taken decisive steps to combat anti-Semitism, with record funding for security at synagogues and schools, millions of pounds to tackle anti-Semitism in schools and universities, new laws to stop abusive protests outside places of worship. Today, we are going even further to tackle anti-Semitism in schools and colleges and in the healthcare system, and crucially, clamping down hard on the extremism which so often targets Jews first of all. Work is underway across government as we continue to root out anti-Semitic hatred from every part of British life. We also hear concerns about hatred and discrimination in the workplace. We're building on protections in our landmark Employment Rights Act, rolling out training across the civil service and working with major employers like the NHS. This will include training to prevent and respond to religious hatred across the entire workforce. Confronting extremism in all its forms requires more resilient communities. We will implement the anti-extremism policies the previous government announced but never brought into force, embedding the 2024 extremism definition, producing an annual State of Extremism report, and improving our ability to monitor and stop extremist influence online and offline. We will introduce a state threats designation power to disrupt hostile state and proxy organisations. We'll strengthen the Charity Commission's powers to tackle extremist abuse and ban visas for extremists and hate preachers. Our universities should always be beacons of free speech, where students feel safe to learn, to disagree, and to explore how they see the world. But in recent years, this has been undermined, and we will not tolerate that. We're introducing new measures to tackle the rise of extremism on our college and university campuses, particularly since the October the 7th attacks, strengthening monitoring of extremism on campuses, improving oversight of compliance with the prevent duty, and taking more robust enforcement action where that's needed. We will also protect people from hate content online. The government will not stand by as rogue platforms push divisive and aggressive hatred on social media. We are looking at how we can make platforms give their users more control over the algorithms that determine what they see, and we will make full use of powers in the Online Safety Act. Madam Deputy Speaker, we have all grown up in a United Kingdom which by global standards is remarkably cohesive. That cohesion underpins our economic strength, our democratic freedom and our national security. It is a fundamental part of the Britain we love. We have made our choice. In place of division, we choose unity. And we know the people of Britain have made the same choice. The division and hate spewed by a small minority will never reflect our country. The real Britain is where parents put on after-school clubs and summer fetes to bring their kids together, where towns come out in the pouring rain to support their local football club with the same passion as they'd support their country's team in the World Cup, where neighbours hold street parties and where they set up mutual aid groups to look out for each other during COVID. This is a Britain to be proud of. Madam Deputy Speaker, I commend this plan to the House.
I thank the Secretary of State for his statement. However, I've had no prior notice that he would overrun over his 10 minutes that is allocated to his statement by more than 2 minutes. So he's actually taken 12 minutes. Therefore, the shadow front bench, you will get your time extended to 6 minutes. Shadow Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I thank the Secretary of State for advance sight of his statement, although I wish it was an advance sight because this government leaked it on the Friday and his department briefed it to the press yesterday. Parliament should not learn the details of government policy through newspaper reports. This House deserves transparency. Now, there are some measures in this strategy that we welcome. Efforts to tackle extremism in charities and universities are important and necessary, and we welcome them. But this strategy lacks ambition and action to deliver tangible change. And Madam Deputy Speaker, the Secretary of State spoke for 2 minutes over his allocated time, which is ironic because there's absolutely nothing new in the measures that the government are announcing this evening.
The strategy claims that the government intends to embed the anti-extremism principles adopted by the previous Conservative government in 2024. But if that is the case, why has this government reversed the position on naming extremist organisations? We now have a ridiculous situation where the government claims it has a policy of non-engagement with extremists, but refuses to say who that policy applies to. Last month, we saw this confusion laid bare. When the Home Office was asked whether it engaged with the Muslim Council of Britain, two different ministers gave contradictory answers. When asked whether the MCB had given written evidence to the MacDonald Review into hate crime, the policing minister stated, "The government's policy of non-engagement with the Muslim Council of Britain has not changed." But just 2 days later, when asked whether the Muslim Council of Britain was on the list of organisations subject to that policy, the Security Minister replied, "The Home Office does not comment on specific groups." So which is it? And this lack of transparency also applies to the review itself. Will the Minister now publish the full report provided to him by the working group? Will he publish a list of every external organisation that the working group met and every organisation his department has subsequently consulted on that report? And will he confirm whether organisations deemed extremist or subject to the government's policy of non-engagement were permitted to submit evidence? Because so far, this review appears to have been conducted largely in secret. The government had to be dragged, kicking and screaming, even into publishing an email address so that evidence could be submitted. Madam Deputy Speaker, this proposed definition still raises serious questions. Jonathan Hall KC, the government's independent reviewer of terrorism legislation, has warned that any definition should include clear examples of free speech that are not considered anti-Muslim hatred. He said it is important that people can still openly discuss difficult but significant topics such as migration and Islamism. So it risks undermining free speech within the law, it risks hindering legitimate criticism of Islamism, and it risks creating a backdoor blasphemy law. Now, on English language, the strategy also claims the government wants to promote the English language, but it will not say whether it supports the guidance issued to councils in 2013 by the then Secretary of State, Eric Pickles, which advised against routine translation into foreign languages. Madam Deputy Speaker, we should be investing in English language training, not endless translation. Translation undermines integration, it wastes taxpayers' money, and it ultimately harms equality. There is no legal duty on councils to translate documents into foreign languages, yet too often officials gold-plate the Equality Act and do so anyway. Meanwhile, around 1 million adults in this country cannot speak English properly. This fundamentally limits their life chances and it perpetuates separate communities. If a government truly believed in equality, it would not turn a blind eye to practices like family voting, where husbands effectively take the votes off their wives, nor would it tolerate the misogyny and segregation that occur when men prevent women from learning English. And finally, there is the question of, if they might want to listen, because I'm about to talk about anti-Semitism, and I know they've had a problem with that, but on the question of anti-Semitism, will the government challenge anti-Israel boycotts and divestment campaigns in local government, as we have seen recently in Bristol, advocated by a party in this House? Such campaigns fuel hostility towards Jewish people and contribute to the rise in anti-Semitism. Local procurement boycotts of Israel are supposed to be unlawful, yet ministers do nothing to enforce the law. They would not even compile a list of councils pursuing such boycotts. Added to these fears, separatism is on the rise in our country, as the Leader of the Opposition rightly set out in her speech last week. She said that for too long, Britain has been complacent about its own culture and too tolerant of those who weaponise identity politics for their own gain. Britain is a multi-racial country, but it must not become a multicultural one. We must reject the absurd idea that culture, that was in the Secretary of State's statement, by the way, we must reject the absurd idea that culture is something imported from somewhere else. For integration to work, people must know what they are integrating into. That means a culture that is confident, a culture that is strong, and a culture that believes in itself. And that is what this government still seems unable to understand and unwilling to defend.
Secretary of State.
Well, I thank him, for his comments. Now, the reason this is the first social cohesion strategy any government's published for so many years is because they didn't bother when they were in government. And no, there has not been proactive engagement with the MCB in the work that was carried out by the government or the task force. The previous government didn't publish a social cohesion strategy, but they did sow division in our communities. Their asylum seeker hotel policy that we are having to clean up caused all sorts of problems all over the country. They actively stripped money out of poorer communities, then boasted about it, leaving high streets to fall into decline and the people living in those communities to feel that the country was going backwards and was offering nothing to them. The definition of itself, there is absolutely no question of blasphemy laws by the back door, but we will not do what they did and stand by and simply watch while Muslim communities face targeted abuse in ways that any decent country would consider to be absolutely intolerable. And as for English language teaching, they cut funding for it by 60% and then have the cheek to stand up there and say there's not enough of it going on. Now, when I was a student, I volunteered to teach English to refugees. I suggest he might go out and do the same thing because it's very enriching for the volunteer. It's beneficial for the person learning English, and speaking the same language is fundamental to social cohesion.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Secretary of State for her statement, and I welcome the narrative that he's spoken about because I think it'll give a lot of strength to people in my constituency. Can I ask a practical question, though? I hear a lot from people with Muslim-sounding names that when they apply for jobs, and the research also shows that they're 3 times less likely to get a positive response if they have an identifiable Muslim-sounding name, even if they have the same CV and qualifications as someone with a Western-sounding name. Of course, I will be speaking about the narrative that he's spoken about and talked about the dispatch box, which will be very welcome at the constituency. But what does he actually want me to say to the young Muslim black men in the Kilburn estate in my constituency when they're looking for jobs and being rejected because of what their name sounds like?
Secretary of State.
Yeah, I thank her for her question, and many members across the House will recognise the point she is making, which will have been communicated to us by our own constituents as well. You know, there are laws against outright discrimination, and those must be enforced properly. But how we hope the definition will help is the vast majority of employers, people of goodwill, who may not understand the nature of hostility towards Muslims or people who appear or sound like they are Muslims, how they are contributing to that kind of hostility. The intention of the definition is to enable those individuals and employers to better understand the circumstances so that Muslim people are given the same opportunities and chances in life as anybody else.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Marie Goldman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for advance sight of his statements. Liberal Democrats are pleased to see the government present this social cohesion strategy, partly because we've consistently called for its publication without further delay, which it was promised last year. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, this should not be a political matter. We all witnessed the scenes during the 2024 riots. To suggest that a community cohesion strategy is unnecessary is to be blind to the very real challenges facing our country. Challenges that have regrettably been inflamed by certain politicians who really should know better. With almost 140,000 hate-related offences recorded in the year to March 2025, it's clear that action is definitely needed at a national level. But to support community cohesion, we must first build community itself, and the kind of community that comes from access to shared spaces, youth clubs, green spaces, and the everyday places where, regardless of background, we come to recognise how much we have in common with each other. So could the Secretary of State outline how faith communities will be properly supported and involved in proactively preventing division? The government also previously committed to promoting local faith covenants as a way of strengthening partnership between councils and faith groups. Will the Secretary of State also confirm whether the new strategy will provide practical support for local authorities to implement these covenants, especially given that many councils are financially on the brink? Thank you.
Secretary of State.
I thank her for her comments and for her and her party's welcome of the strategy. It's important that we give it as much backing as possible because there is an awful lot to fix because of what the previous government left behind. In terms of helping communities, including help to build communities, our Pride in Place funding makes available £5.8 billion across nearly 300 constituencies now, and the intention there is that communities themselves will take decision about how that money is spent. Now, I've been to visit some of these communities already. Very frequently, there's a multi-faith engagement in taking those decisions on the neighbourhood boards. That is bringing faith groups together and giving them a role, together with other community organisations, in taking decisions about how they can build cohesion and indeed community in their localities.
Imran Hussain.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the reality is the abhorrent rise in inflammatory rhetoric from national figures, including in this place, has normalised Islamophobia to the extent that it is now open season against British Muslims. This scapegoating feeds a hostile environment, and recent violent attacks on British Muslims show the real-world consequences. But let us be clear in this House. This isn't just an attack on British Muslim communities. It is a direct challenge to British values of fairness, respect and the rule of law. And so we must stand united to say British Muslim communities deserve safety, dignity and the freedom to exist without fear like every other community. So can the Minister set out how this strategy goes to directly addressing this open season of hatred against British Muslims?
Well, thank you for his question, and of course I recognise what he's saying. We have a situation where over 40% of all recorded religious hate crimes are targeting British Muslims. That is wildly out of proportion with the number of Muslims in our country. So the reason that we're publishing this strategy today, the reason that it includes the anti-Muslim hostility definition, is so that we can better tackle the problem by describing it and then reviewing how we disseminate it with partners, with institutions, with groups across the country to give Muslims access to the freedom and rights they deserve just as much as everybody else in this country.
Sir Julian Lewis.
Like, I think, a number of other honourable and right honourable members, I come from an immigrant family and grew up in a household where a foreign language was primarily spoken by my grandparents. My father was bilingual and I was monolingual with the language of the country that my family had come into. So the key to it all working is willingness to integrate. So can the Secretary of State confirm that there are measures in this overall plan that seems to have much to commend it, which are designed to prevent separatism and ghettoization in society, because really where that exists, a community becomes impossible to navigate in the way that I think we would all want it to be navigated.
Secretary of State.
I thank him for his question. There's an awful lot in the report, and I can't go through all of it because I'll further annoy Madam Deputy Speaker by using up too much time. But if I might point to one area where we're allocating £500 million to link together schools from different communities so that children growing up, perhaps with their friends from the same community as them, can get to know and understand better children from other backgrounds as well, and to understand that they live and are part of a thriving, diverse community.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I recently attended an anti-hate crime seminar organised by the Rochdale Council of Mosques, and what struck me there was it was clear that the innocent Muslim men and women and children are subjected to vile Islamophobia in the street and blamed for terrorist outrages, just as Jews are subjected to vile anti-Semitism and blamed for the actions of Israel. So can I welcome today's new definition of anti-Muslim hostility, which is needed every bit as much as that existing definition of anti-Semitism, and I note that that definition of anti-Semitism has not had a chilling effect on free speech itself either.
Secretary of State.
And I thank him for his points, which are very, very well made. I mean, it's important that even going beyond this strategy, our existing laws against abuse and hate crime are properly enforced up and down the country, but we expect and hope that the definition will help organisations and individuals to better understand what causes anti-Muslim hostility and therefore how we can prevent it from happening.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. All forms of abuse are appalling. All forms of targeted abuse are even more appalling, whether it's against Muslim, Jewish or black communities. So I'd be interested to know why in the statement the word Islamophobia doesn't appear when it clearly is an enormous problem within our society. And I'm unclear whether he was able to take any advice or not from the Muslim Council of Britain, who have often, I find, been very, very helpful in explaining to the wider community the consequences of Islamophobia. And does he not think there has to be a much greater concentration on the role of the far right, the racist far right in our society, that subliminally and overtly on social media and other places continually incite violence against identifiable minorities all over the country, with devastating consequences to the security, safety and well-being of many people on our streets?
Secretary of State.
Well, he's right. It's important that we tackle all forms of abuse and discrimination against whichever minority group they may be targeted. That's why, in the case of the Muslim population, we've included the anti-Muslim hostility definition as part of our report. The language for that came from the working group itself, which of course included many very senior figures and well-respected figures from the Muslim community.
Yasmin Qureshi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I know from my conversation with my constituents in Bolton South and Walkden about the increased level of hate crime against Muslims. You hear the stories of women being abused, their hijabs being pulled off. This is as a direct result of most of the coverage by our right-wing media and politicians in this place, some who've held the highest offices in this land, including the leader of the opposition, who feed into this narrative and are causing this anti-Muslim sentiment. So what I would like to ask the Secretary of State, what further things are we going to be doing to encounter this level of racism and anti-Muslim sentiment against?
Secretary of State.
Well, I recognise very well and with deep sorrow the situation that she describes. It's outrageous that over 40% of all recorded religious hate crime targets Muslims, way out of line with the proportion of our population that is Muslim. That is why we've published the reports today, the entire plan and the definition to encourage and support organisations to tackle the forms of discrimination that are blighting the lives of British Muslims up and down the country.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I first of all thank the Minister very much for his positive statement. And I think he epitomises the society we all wish to live in, the society that I wish to live in, and the one that we have. So I want to thank the Minister for that. I chair, as the Minister will know, the freedom of religious belief, and we speak up for those with Christian faith, those with other faith, and indeed those with no faith. Respect is core to realising that we can all live together. In Northern Ireland, in the last 34 years, we have seen Protestant and Roman Catholic can live together. It's been seen in my constituency of Strangford and in ours that the local mosque is side by side by the Presbyterian Church, and there's no problems, there's no attacks, there's nothing that happens. Christian Syrian refugees came to ours in the last Conservative refugee allocation for sanctuary. Has the Minister had the opportunity to see and consider what has been done in Northern Ireland, perhaps the pluralistic society that the Minister has asked for and desires? And will the Minister ensure that all religious beliefs are equally treated and equally respected? Thank you.
Secretary of State.
Yeah, I think he makes a very important point. There will be much to learn, he's right, from the experience of Northern Ireland in bringing back together disparate communities there, particularly in the period since the Troubles came to an end with the Good Friday Agreement. So I will ask my department to reach out and make sure that we take on board those lessons.
Nashar.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I just first of all thank the Secretary of State and his ministers for all the hard work, and indeed the previous Minister, Lord Khan, who started this, and the working group, and I place my thanks on record to them for all the hard work that they have taken. The Centre for Media Monitoring, Madam Deputy Speaker, launched a report today, the State of British Media Landmark Report, and the largest study of its kind ever conducted in the UK, analysing more than 40,000 articles across 30 outlets, found that nearly 50% of all UK media coverage about Muslims contained measurable bias, and 70% associated Muslims or Islam with negative behaviours or themes. This is not a fringe problem. It is systemic. Can the Secretary of State assure this House that the definition of anti-Muslim hostility will be taken seriously by Ofcom, so that media outlets which spread conspiracies, target Muslim communities and actively undermine the social cohesion of this country are held to account?
Well, can I thank my honourable friend for her support today and her advice over many years on these issues. I recognise what she's saying. The vast majority of coverage in the media of Muslims is negative and completely misrepresents the experience and contribution of Muslim communities. So yes, it's important that we engage with Ofcom, with broadcasters and indeed with other public institutions to make sure they take on board the definition and work to improve their performance to date.
Blake Stevenson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, in his statement, the Secretary of State said, and I quote, "There is a direct link between declining high streets and a sense that the country is going backwards, sentiments with which I agree. Would the Secretary of State therefore consider encouraging the Chancellor to reduce taxation on high street businesses to support job creation and thriving high street businesses?"
Secretary of State.
Well, I thank him for his question. We already have the fastest growing G7 economy in Europe thanks to the work of the Chancellor, so I don't think she needs his advice.
Gurinder Josan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for his statement. In times of increasing division, there is no place for divisive rhetoric, and government clearly has a role in supporting cohesion. The Tories clearly failed in this, and we heard again today of their inability to embrace the United Kingdom of today. I welcome the anti-Muslim hostility definition. Racism against Muslims, Jews and people of all backgrounds, including Sikhs, is sadly increasing and needs to be tackled. Many Sikhs, when they face hate attacks, those attacks are recorded often as Islamophobia or anti-Muslim hatred, and it's important that data is disaggregated as well. However, the United Kingdom is a very diverse country. So can the Secretary of State outline how the proposals he has outlined will support people of all backgrounds, including in less diverse communities, particularly rural, coastal and smaller towns?
Secretary of State.
I thank him for his comments. I mean, he's right to say that the opposition party's response was disappointing, because it implies that they've learned nothing since their historic election defeat a year and a half ago. Approaches that we're promoting, such as Pride in Place, £5.8 billion distributed to almost 300 constituencies now, gives some of the most held-back communities in the land up to £20 million each, and it's local people that will choose how that money gets spent. Now, whatever the demographic makeup of individual communities, whether they're more diverse or less diverse, it will bring local people together to take decisions for themselves, and that restoration of power to communities will help build resilience within those communities for whatever challenges we may face now or in the future.
Kirsty Blackman.
Does the Secretary of State believe that echoing Enoch Powell's Rivers of Blood speech strengthens community cohesion?
Secretary of State.
That didn't happen.
Afzal Khan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The publication of this definition of anti-Muslim hostility has been almost a decade in the making. And I'd like to thank the Secretary of State and the Minister for Faith for their determination to define the hate and prejudices Muslims face. As the Secretary of State knows, this definition of anti-Muslim hostility must command the confidence of the Muslim communities it is meant to support. So will therefore Will he therefore commit to an extensive outreach program with a diverse range of Muslim community groups to ensure that this definition has the necessary community buy-in to begin to tackle the deep-rooted hatred Muslims in Great Britain face?
Secretary of State.
Well, can I first of all thank my honourable friend for his years of leadership and advocacy for this issue, and to have his support makes me even more proud that we're bringing forward this report and the definition today. Of course, it's critical that we now carry out the work to ensure that the definition is disseminated widely through local government, schools, universities, the NHS, broadcasters, as my honourable friend was implying earlier on, so that it can have the biggest impact possible on protecting Muslims from abuse and discrimination.
Peter Fortune.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome that this strategy acknowledges that anti-Semitism is being normalised in many corners of society and is increasingly a concerning issue. Indeed, 2025 saw the second highest annual total ever recorded for anti-Jewish hate incidents at 3,700. So what action is the Secretary of State taking to protect the Jewish community from those who may see Israel's involvement in Iran as an excuse to attack British Jews?
Secretary of State.
I'm thanking for his question, and he's right to point to a danger and a threat that we all recognise. I mean, there is much in the action plan that will cover the issues that he's talking about. For one thing, we're reviewing the visa watch list to ensure that extremists and hate preachers are not given visas to enter into our country. A second point I'd raise is that the Charity Commission will get new powers to close down charities that are promoting division, including anti-Semitism.
Conor Rand.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I warmly welcome the social cohesion strategies we seek to unite our communities. In Altrincham and Sale West, we're fortunate enough to have some fantastic interfaith groups and organisations, and I wanted to give a special mention to the Rabbi and the Imam project. With anti-Semitism and Islamophobia on the rise, the Rabbi and the Imam brings together a local Muslim and local Jewish leader to talk about their faiths, focusing on shared humanity, understanding and unity, including going into local schools. Isn't that exactly the kind of initiative the government and society needs to get behind to counter extremism and hatred?
Secretary of State.
I thank you for his question and the excellent example that he's outlined from his own constituency. Of course, it's interfaith projects like the one he describes that are going to make the difference. It's communities themselves that will be supported to take action to tackle the division that is trying to be forced on us, on all of them, by hostile actors who want to weaken our communities and thereby weaken our country.
John Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In 1979, my father took me to Newton Stewart Cinema to see Monty Python's The Life of Brian. And I recall my father being more upset by a spoof travel documentary that preceded the main film because there was swearing in it than he was about the supposed slights to Christianity. And it was an early reminder to me, or an early lesson to me, that no one in this country, in a modern democracy, has the right not to be insulted or offended. So why is it that we in this place, the cockpit of democracy, why are we discussing a blasphemy law by the back door?
Secretary of State.
Well, I'm sorry he's chosen to misrepresent the definition. It is intended to protect Muslims from abuse that we know is shrinking people's lives and life opportunities. You would hope that everyone in this House would get behind actions intended to give Muslim people the same chance as anyone else in our country.
Gareth Snell.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the community cohesion strategy. I chair in this place the Labour group of Hope Not Hate, and it's something we've been calling for. But the Minister will also know that the other side of that coin to building the community cohesion is the counter-extremism work that needs to be done to stop people being radicalised in the first place, whether that be people on the far right with anti-Muslim hatred or people on the far left with anti-Jewish hatred. I do wonder if the Minister can set out what action is going to be taken to make sure that those people that perpetrate those myths about people, whether they be Muslim, Sikh, Hindu or Jew, is going to be taking, and what resources might come from his department to achieve that.
Secretary of State.
The government is intending to fully bring into force and utilise the powers that are available in the Online Harms Act, which have not been fully utilised yet. And by doing that, we think we can tackle some of the worst sources online of disinformation and hatred that are being spread around to sow division in our communities.
Carla Denyer.
Muslim people across the country are facing intensifying, dehumanising and often violent racism every day. So now that we have a definition, I am desperate for the conversation to move forward towards action. So can the Minister tell us how quickly the Government will now be moving from definitions towards a clear and funded roadmap for action, including proper monitoring and accountability?
Secretary of State.
Well, she's right to call for action, and I agree with the point that she's making. What happens next is that we will engage in a review on how best to disseminate the definition and put it into action so it makes a difference to people's lives. There's £5 million of new funding in the report, but of course governments across the department will have sources of funding that can also be used to disseminate the new definition. We're committed to appointing a czar on anti-Muslim hostility, who can advise and be a critical friend to the government in doing the work that we need to do. And we will engage widely across local government, schools, universities, broadcasters, universities, the NHS and others to agree with them how we can best utilise the definition in order to support the Muslim community.
Sam Carling.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have long been arguing that we need an overhaul of charity regulation to tackle rogue operators exploiting charity status to peddle extremism and hate. So I'm thrilled that the Government has listened and is starting that today with new powers for the Charity Commission, and I look forward to seeing the detail. Can the Secretary of State confirm that there will be a range of sanctions available for the Charity Commission to impose where needed, and that there will be clear communication with HMRC to ensure sanctioned and shut down charities can no longer abuse public money through gift aid?
Secretary of State.
Well, he makes a very important point. The Charity Commission will be getting new powers so that they can close down those organisations purporting to have charitable objectives, but really being cover for promoting hatred and division. That will no longer continue with the changes we're announcing today.
Iqbal Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We all agree that there is no place in our society for hatred or discrimination, anybody, anywhere. Islamophobic incidents in the UK are at record levels. Thousands of incidents each year, with many more likely unreported. Abuse is increasingly normalised, politicised through media, TV and online driven, institutional as well as street level. And police data shows serious undercounting, making specialist monitoring essential. Islamophobia in the UK is not limited to fringe behaviour. The data shows a pattern of escalating hostility and normalisation in public discourse, including this place and the other place. So how will this definition be integrated into the Nolan principles, and what sanctions will apply to members of this House and members of the other place?
Secretary of State.
Well, it's for the House authorities to determine what happens with members of this House, but he's right to point to the huge concerns we should all share about the unacceptable level of hostility and abuse directed at Muslims, in all likelihood underreported, because we know that not all instances of crime of that kind are reported.
Steve Witherden. Dr. Scott Arthur.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think we're easily confused. You're very Welsh. Yesterday I attended Open Heavens Church in Wester Hales, and a man told me about how in his workplace he'd faced open racism from his colleagues, and how he was forced to resign and then take his employer to court and win his tribunal. A fantastic achievement for him. Shameful episode, but what made it worse is he was an NHS consultant, and it was the NHS he took to court. And the point he made to me on the floor of the church was that too often as a society we view hate as a series of events rather than a culture. So can the Secretary of State confirm that what he's presented today is something that will result in that change of culture rather than simply addressing events, and how we will measure this as we proceed through the remainder of this Parliament? Thank you.
Secretary of State.
We'll be measuring the outcome of the report through new measures as part of the social cohesion framework that are described in more detail in the action plan itself. And we will be engaging directly with major employers, including the National Health Service, to ensure they're taking every possible action to eliminate discrimination in the workplace, whichever groups that might be targeted.
Ayub Khan.
Deputy Speaker, can I thank the Secretary of State for introducing this definition of anti-Muslim hostility. I recognise there's many facets that contribute to causing division in society, not least the cost of living, because when we see the march in London, a large number of audience there were racist, but a large and majority number of people attending were not racist. They were just concerned with the cost of living. So how does the Secretary of State see this definition incorporated along with our far-right media and social media platforms in terms of holding them to account, but also how do you balance that with addressing the cost of living crisis?
Secretary of State.
Well, part of the action the government is taking is the allocation of that £5.8 billion to some of the most held-back communities in the country. Over 300 constituencies will benefit from that funding, and it will be local communities through neighbourhood boards that will decide for themselves how that money will be spent, directly addressing poverty, but also directly addressing the lack of power that many of those communities feel, and that will deliver the kind of change he's describing and that we all want to see.
And the final question on this statement, Rachel Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As part of my work on the Women and Equality Select Committee, I've heard first-hand from victims of horrific hate crimes, targeted just because of how they looked and who they were. Will the Secretary of State confirm that it's this Labour government that will finally deliver the funding, resources and a call to action to empower communities like mine in North Warwickshire and Bedworth to bring people together and to combat those seeking to create division and hatred across this country?
Secretary of State.
I thank her for her question. There is much in this report. I hope members will take the opportunity to read the full report, including the definition, but the many other proposals that are in there. This country is strongest when it is united, and the intention of this report is to bring this country back together in the face of those who have tried to pull our communities apart.
And that concludes this statement, and we now begin the business of the day. Programme motion to be moved formally.
Move formally.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Children's Wellbeing and Schools Bill, consideration of Lord's amendments.
No.
I can inform the House that Lord's Amendments 21, 37, 38, 39, 44, 101 and 105 engage the Commons financial privilege. If any of these Lord's amendments are agreed to, I will cause the customary entry waiving the Commons financial privilege to be entered in the Journal. We will begin with Government motion to disagree with Lord's Amendment 2, with which it will be convenient to consider all the other Lord's amendments, Government motions and amendments as on the notice paper. I call the Minister to move the motion. Minister.
I beg to move that this House disagrees with Lord's Amendment 2. Madam Deputy Speaker, children's voices are heard rarely in this place and are too often ignored in our society. So may I say at the outset that the opportunity to play my part in the passage of this landmark legislation is truly a special privilege. This bill is about creating the conditions in which every child can achieve and thrive, to ensure safer and more secure childhoods, to tackle the scourge of child poverty, to deliver high and rising school standards. And today I ask the House to renew its commitment to that ambition for our children and our country. I extend my thanks to my colleague and friend, the Noble Baroness, the Minister for Skills, for her skillful stewardship of the bill. And today I ask the honourable members to back the government amendments made in the other place, which increase the ambition of this legislation. In Part 1 of the bill, we have introduced a new duty on local housing authorities to, with consent, notify educational institutions, GP practices and health visiting services when a child is placed in temporary accommodation. We have also strengthened the government's work to put the voices of children at the heart of decisions about their futures, with amendments on family group decision-making and the kinship local offer. I'm going to have to make progress. I'm so sorry. There's so much to get through. Turning to Part 2 of the bill on schools, we are taking forward our historic strategy to lift children out of poverty. As my honourable friend, the member for Portsmouth South, set out last year, from September, all children in households receiving universal credit will be eligible for free school meals. This will put £500 back in families' pockets, support 500,000 more children with a nutritious meal, and lift 100,000 children out of poverty. That, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the difference that this Labour government is making for children and families. And we're supporting this, Madam Deputy Speaker, by upgrading the eligibility checking system, making it much easier for local authorities, schools and parents to confirm free school meal eligibility. Finally, the government are also enabling the introduction of Academy Trust inspection and giving powers to the Secretary of State where Academy Trusts are not meeting acceptable standards. I will now turn to the 13 non-government amendments made in the other place. First, the amendments relating to child protection. On Lord's Amendment 2, statutory guidance is already clear that a multi-agency conference should take place to review whether the child protection plan should be discharged. On Lord's Amendment 5, effective multi-agency child protection practices which prevents tragedies and save lives needs to happen now. Further delay is unacceptable. In addition, evaluation is already underway and regulations to give multi-agents child protection teams their functions will be subject to consultation and parliamentary scrutiny. Just briefly.
And there's much positivity in what the Minister and Government is bringing forward. Can I ask the Minister, in relation to smartphones and back in Northern Ireland, the Minister, Paul Given, has brought forward a pilot scheme which will take away smartphones out of the classroom for the period of time that children are in school. Has the Minister been able to consider that as a positive? If it is a positive in Northern Ireland, I think it can be a positive here as well. Thank you so much.
I thank him for that important intervention, and I will come on to it in my speech in due course. On Lord's Amendment 44, the Government cannot support this amendment on principle. Extending the consent requirement risks discouraging families from seeking or continuing to receive help or support. It suggests that a child or family circumstances can never change. I'm going to make progress, I'm sorry. Madam Deputy Speaker, I will now turn to amendments relating to looked after children and deprivation of liberty. Lord's Amendment 16 concerns a proposed review of the level of funding for the Adoption and Special Guardianship Support Fund. We all know how important effective support is for the success of adoptive families, and that's why my honourable friend, the member for Whitehaven and Workington, announced £55 million for the fund in 26-27 and confirmed the fund will continue in 27-28. He also announced a 12-week consultation on adoption support, including the ASGSF. Honourable members will, I am sure, agree that it is important that we do not undermine the separate review. Lord's Amendment 17 intends to strengthen relationships between looked-after children and their siblings. In practice, it requires local authorities to record in the care plan any contact arrangements made between looked-after children and any sibling they are not living with. I'll give way in one moment, my honourable friend. I am proud that this government has set out the biggest reform to the children's social care system in a generation. In particular, we are implementing changes to expand fostering, creating 10,000 additional places for children, and resetting the system to back kinship care so more children can grow up safely with people who already know and love them. And these changes will allow many more children who grow up in care to spend time with their brothers or sisters.
I thank the Minister for giving way and congratulate the Government on making kinship central to their policies. But when it comes to brothers and sisters, many children in care experience significant disruption in their lives through multiple home moves and school changes. Those relationships are so central to a child's sense of identity, belonging and emotional security. Could she possibly look again at how regulations and guidance could better ensure that those relationships are protected?
I agree with her about the importance of sibling relationships and would just say to her the amendment before us today does little to actually advance that cause, but the reforms that we're driving forward in children's social care will do so. Lord's Amendment 19, Madam Deputy Speaker, seeks to include integrated care boards in regional cooperation arrangements. The Government agrees it's important to include health partners in regional arrangements to improve looked after children's outcomes. But there are already legal requirements on local authorities to do this. These duties will continue to apply to local authorities that form regional care cooperatives, and this amendment is therefore unnecessary. Lord's Amendment 21 concerns joint funding arrangements for children deprived of their liberty. Mechanisms for pooled funding already exist and work well in some areas, and legislating now is premature ahead of pilots that will test effective models. Madam Deputy Speaker, moving on to school uniform. Lord's Amendments 41 and 42 seek a monetary cap rather than a numeric limit on branded school uniform. I welcome their Lordships' support of the Government's aim to tackle the cost of uniform for parents, and our manifesto was clear. We will limit the number of branded items of uniform required, so uniforms make children look smarter and not make families poorer. However, these amendments would undermine our shared aims. A cost cap risks creating perverse incentives for schools. By creating a financial target, many schools could require more branded items, reducing savings for parents. A cost cap would also require government to regulate for wider unworkable factors, including how many spares parents might buy, cost variations for clothing sizes, and even promotional pricing. It would also impose new bureaucracy on schools to carry out regular retail price monitoring, often across multiple suppliers. We do recognise concerns about high-cost individual items, which is why we will strengthen existing cost guidance to be clear that high-cost compulsory branded uniform items should be avoided. Madam Deputy Speaker, turning to school admissions, Lord's Amendment 102 seeks to limit the circumstances in which the adjudicator can specify a lower published admissions number, or PAN, following an upheld objection. Every parent should be able to send their child to a good local school, and we want a choice of good schools for all families. That is why, when we bring forward the updated statutory school admissions code, it will make securing a high-quality education and high levels of parental choice central factors in any decision on PAN in one moment. However, at a time of declining pupil numbers, schools acting unilaterally in isolation can put that parental choice at risk, and that's exactly why Clause 56, unamended, is essential to help ensure that all schools and local authorities work together to ensure that place planning delivers a choice of high-quality schools for all families.
I thank the Minister for giving way, and I completely agree with her position that parents should have the choice to send their children to whichever school they believe is best for their child. Relating to admissions, one of my first cases after becoming an MP was an automatic off-rolling of a child after she had been absent for 20 days, despite having communicated the absence to the school and it being extended due to a bereavement. But she was off-rolled with no process, no review, and she was out of school for 9 months. Would the Minister please consider reviewing this punitive policy to ensure there's a formal review before a child is removed from their preferred school?
The Minister is being... You need to sit down, Minister. The Minister has been very generous with her time. However, she will be aware there's many members in this debate that wish to speak, and as it stands, it is very, very difficult given the time constraints. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Perhaps if you could write to me about that case, I'll be happy to look into it for him, but off-rolling absolutely should not be happening. Madam Deputy Speaker, moving on to the crucial issue of allergies in schools. Lord's Amendment 105 seeks to introduce mandatory allergy safety provisions for all schools. The Government agrees with members across the House who have been campaigning for improved allergy safety in schools, including my honourable friend, the member for Redditch, and the honourable member for Rutland and Stamford. Last week we published draft statutory guidance, which will be in force in September. This sets out clearly that schools should have a dedicated allergy safety policy, stock spare adrenaline devices, and have whole staff allergy awareness training. At the launch, I had the privilege of joining Helen and Peter Blythe with their wonderful daughter Etta, whose campaigning in memory of their son Benedict has been both brave and instrumental. We recognise their argument about allergy safety requiring the strongest protections, and that's why I am pleased to confirm with Helen in the gallery here today that we will put Benedict's law on the statute book with our own amendment to require schools to have and publish an allergy safety policy, to have regard to statutory guidance, and to give powers to the Secretary of State to make regulations related to allergy safety. This protects children with allergies in schools and ensures our guidance can evolve as clinical advice changes. And I am sure the whole House will join with me in thanking Helen once again for her bravery and brilliant campaigning. Very briefly, but I'm going to...
I thank the Minister for recognising that we do need to legislate to protect children with allergies in schools. Can the Honourable Lady reassure us that both Benedict Blythe Foundation, Helen and those MPs who have campaigned for this will see the amendment before it goes to the Lords at the very earliest opportunity so we can ensure that Benedict's law is delivered in full?
I absolutely, and I'm afraid I can't take any further interventions. I must get through the last section of my speech, Madam Deputy Speaker. I can give that assurance. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me turn to Amendments 37, 38 and 106 on social media, VPNs and phones in schools. I want to start by acknowledging the strength of feeling on these issues, both in this House and the other place. The Online Safety Act has brought in strong protections, but as a government, we have always been clear that we will build on its foundations. We know that parents across the country worry about what social media is doing to their children's sleep, concentration and mental health. Many feel they are fighting a losing battle against platforms designed to keep children scrolling. Many parents and campaign groups have called for an outright ban on social media for under 16s. Others, including children's charities, have warned that a blanket ban could drive children towards less regulated corners of the internet or leave teenagers unprepared when they do come online. That is why, last week, the government launched a consultation to seek views to help shape our next steps and ensure children can grow up with a safer, healthier and more enriching relationship with the online world. The consultation will be open until the 26th of May and we will respond in the summer. The consultation already addresses the areas covered by these amendments, but crucially, the consultation goes beyond these amendments and seeks a view on a range of other issues, including children's use of AI chatbot services, mandatory overnight curfews, and whether platforms should be required to switch off addictive features, and whether the digital age of consent in the UK GDPR should be raised from 13. We are also ensuring that we can act swiftly and decisively on the outcomes of the consultation, and that's why we're proposing an amendment in lieu to allow us to act via regulation-making powers. These powers will allow the Secretary of State for DCIT to restrict or ban children of certain ages from accessing social media services and chatbots, limit access to specific features that are harmful or addictive on these services, age restrict or limit children's VPN use, and change the age of digital consent in the UK GDPR if the outcomes of the consultation show this is necessary. The specific measures will be shaped by what parents, children and experts tell us, and any regulations brought forward will require a vote in both Houses of Parliament, ensuring proper scrutiny. I'm so sorry, I must make progress. We understand we need to act swiftly, and rest assured, through these powers, we'll be able to do so. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me also be extremely clear. It is not a question of if we act, but how. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me briefly cover Amendment 106. We have always been clear that mobile phones have no place in schools, but because previous guidance was not sufficiently clear, we have published strengthened guidance so that there can be no doubt. Bell to bell, schools should be mobile phone free. We are also acting to ensure bans are properly enforced. Our network of attendance and behaviour hubs will provide targeted support to schools struggling, and from April, Ofsted will inspect schools' mobile phones policies and enforcement. Our consultation is also seeking views on whether we need to go further to support schools, for example, whether the guidance should be placed on a statutory footing. Madam Deputy Speaker, honourable members have the chance tonight to vote to keep children safe on and offline, to vote to tackle child poverty by putting money back in parents' pockets, and to vote for a school system which enables every child across all our schools to achieve and thrive. I urge the House to support this vision for our children and our country's future, to back our amendments, and I look forward to the remainder of this debate.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their amendment to. I call Shadow Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm delighted to be addressing the 13 amendments sent back to us by the other place this evening. The volume of amendments reflects the strong feelings in both Houses about the deficiencies in this bill, but there is a chance tonight to make change for the better. At the moment, the government seems to do its utmost to oppose anything it didn't come up with. Not on merit, just because it's retreated into a tribal bunker through which only ideas emanating from Labour special advisers or union bosses are deemed acceptable. Might I suggest, Madam Deputy Speaker, that this is not serving the government very well? Take the phone ban. The Education Secretary has turned into a contortionist. First, she was telling me that a statutory ban on phones in the classroom was, and I quote, a gimmick. Then the Prime Minister slammed it as unnecessary. Then the Education Secretary later admitted that there is a problem, but more guidance can fix it. And finally, she's now consulting on whether to do a statutory ban, but refusing to back our amendment, which actually delivers one. I am flattered by the energy that the Education Secretary is putting into avoiding agreeing with me, but it's getting ridiculous. If the government cannot properly argue the merits of its case, then we get bad legislation. We had this problem with the schools bill when it first came in. The government still cannot justify the rationale for taking away academy freedoms, the very same freedoms which have delivered improved school standards in this country. And indeed, we now have the absurdity of the schools white paper, which rightly says that academies are the driving force behind school improvement, yet in this bill, they are destroying academies in all but name. This is palpable nonsense, Madam Deputy Speaker. Don't try and make any sense of it. It's not possible. With pleasure.
Very briefly, I congratulate my right honourable friend in making the case for banning mobile phones in schools and indeed for restricting access to social media. We don't need more discussion. We don't need more consultation. We don't need more research because research already shows the harm that those things are doing. By delaying, by prevaricating, we are robbing children of a healthy life chance. And so let's move on. Let's just do what so obviously needs to be done. I congratulate my old friend for making that call here tonight.
As ever, my right honourable friend is the voice of reason in this chamber. So now, when it comes to our amendment on pupil admission numbers, Lord's Amendment 102, I hope that the government will try and actually argue why they think that good and outstanding schools should be made smaller when they are oversubscribed. Because, to be clear, this evening, that is exactly what the government is asking backbenchers to vote for. Parental choice has been the great driver of school improvement in this country. It empowers parents to vote with their feet and encourages excellent schools. Yet the government want to turn this principle on its head. They want to cut good school places. This is bad for parents, bad for schools, and above all, bad for children. School standards are on the order paper this evening, Madam Deputy Speaker, and the government want to vote against them. I will give way to the honourable gentleman.
Well, for her giving way. She, of course, knows that the challenge we have at the moment is that because of the way that the system works, local authorities can control the number of admissions to good and outstanding maintained schools, but they have much less control when it comes to academies. So when there are falling pupil numbers, as she knows there are across the country, and there does need to be work done to make sure we've got the right number of places in the right areas, the only lever that our local authorities have to pull is reducing admissions to good and outstanding maintained schools. So does she not agree that it is right that this government acts to make sure that we can genuinely make choices, regardless of the type of school, in the interests of children and parents?
I profoundly disagree with the honourable gentleman. In a time with shrinking school places, it is important that it is the good school places that survive, and parents should make that choice, not bureaucrats. The inability of the government to simply admit that they got it wrong in the bill and there is a better way of achieving the outcome they want is ever present. Amendment 41 on the cost cap for school uniform is palpably better than having a cap on items. It is the height of insanity to insist that it is illegal for school to use the football kit that they received for free because it is outside the item limit. And in case anyone is thinking that this cannot actually be government policy, I suggest they read the guidance that sits alongside the legislation. It literally says, and I quote, all loaned or gifted branded items will be captured within the limit if they are required to be worn. Absolutely. This means that they come under the cap. This makes absolutely no sense. I will give way to the Honourable Lady.
Just on that very specific point, I thank her for raising it, but it is clear in the guidance that if that item can be loaned, as long as it's not compulsory, that's a perfectly reasonable situation which does enable school sports teams to loan uniform items.
The whole point is whether it's compulsory or not. That's the whole point of uniform. And I was reading directly from the guidance. It makes absolutely no sense. How is wearing something you are being given for free going to increase costs for parents? If the not invented here syndrome wasn't running so rampant in the Department for Education, this change would have already been made. The same is true of Lord's Amendment 44. We all know the horrific case of Sarah Sharif. It was used as a rationale for bringing forward many of the positive child protection measures in this bill. The serious case review published at the end of the year set out multiple failings, which led to Sarah falling out of the system. The review states that while well-intentioned, this legislation would not have helped Sarah. So we have brought forward Amendment 44 to fix that, to ensure that any child who has ever had a child protection plan has to get consent from the local authority to homeschool. This would mean that the bill would have helped Sarah, which is the stated aim of the government. But guess what, Madam Deputy Speaker? The government is now opposing it. We are diligently doing the work an opposition should to improve legislation, and it is shrugged off by the government, not on its merits, but because they don't want to accept anything from this side of the House. It is not good enough. I will give way to the honourable gentleman.
I thank the Shadow Minister for raising the case of Zara Sharif from my constituency. What she states is that the safeguarding review did highlight failings in Surrey County Council and failings in the law. But the safeguarding review recommended three quite detailed things. What they recommended is not in the Lord's Amendment. The Lord's Amendment goes separately. Wouldn't it be better that Surrey was put under special measures and that the government implemented the safeguarding review in full immediately?
The honourable gentleman is arguing for things that are outside the scope of this bill. But what we do know is that if we change this specific amendment, it would have helped Sarah in a way that it wouldn't have done at the moment. On Amendments 2 and 21, I'm not going to push these to a vote this evening, but I reserve the right to come back to them if the government does not engage constructively in the other place. And I'm grateful to the noble lady, Baroness Barron, for her brilliant work on this and the wider bill. Moving to phones, I really want members to understand how bad things have got with phones in schools and why a statutory ban is necessary. I know the government has issued revised guidance and has asked Ofsted to enforce this. But if you read Ofsted's guidance on this, you will see that it still allows phones to be present in schools. I cannot overstate to members how damaging and dangerous that is. I was thinking about how I can communicate this most effectively. And I know they're not listening to me, they're not listening to parents, and they won't listen to teachers. So I thought first-hand testimony from a young person might help get through. I warn you, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the following account from a former pupil involves some graphic content, which I sincerely wish I didn't have to talk about. But I refuse to shy away from it, because if we're exposing 13-year-olds to this in schools, then we need to be able to talk about it in this chamber. This is testimony for a girl who was at an outstanding girls' school, which had a not seen, not heard phone policy, common in many schools across the country, and one which counts as a phone ban under the government's definition. The Minister says that children's voices are rarely heard. Well, I hope she listens to this today. When I was around 13 or 14 years old, one of my classmates would pull out her laptop at lunchtimes. She would connect her laptop through her phone's hotspot because the school Wi-Fi would block any social media, and launch up social media because some thought it was funny to see how long it took to find an old man wanking. It was never long. Or how long it took for somebody to ask them their age, and when they replied with 14, they would send their Snapchat for you to add. The teachers never knew because we were alone in our forms. Some of my friends had access to Snapchat from very young, some even primary school, but I didn't. I got Snapchat when I was 12 or 13, but I remember before my friends talking about dick pics in the changing rooms, and one said she got at least 10 in the morning. She put up her phone and showed us by scrolling through them just because it was funny that they would just send it. This happened after she added someone on Snapchat that she didn't know. Others had them too. Looking back now, I remember pretending to find everything funny just to fit in. But actually, I felt really confused and grossed out at some of the content being shared. All of this happened at school, and we probably should have talked to a teacher. But as an 11 to 14-year-old girl, you're not going to tell your male form tutor that people were being sent dick pics in school or that your classmates were sending porn in the form group chat. I didn't even tell my parents until recently because I was embarrassed, or maybe because it just seemed normal. But my mum was already pretty strict with my phone usage, and if I told her what was being sent around at school, I felt like I would be in trouble and she'd take the phone away. The phone was how everyone connected, so I needed to protect it. Over time, all the sexually explicit stuff just became normal. I remind members this is happening at school. And in this case, an outstanding girls' school. It is so far from being an isolated incident. In fact, it's the opposite. It's approaching a norm.
Would my right honourable friend give way?
I will give way to the honourable member.
It's just to enhance her point. I've been running a survey in my constituency of Bromley and Biggin Hill, and the vast majority of respondents and parents have said that they support the concept of a simple age limit to social media, and that's because of these algorithms, these particularly harmful algorithms. So would she agree with me that it's the responsible thing for all of us to do in this House is to support our policy of keeping our children safe by putting an age limit on social media?
He is completely right. We need that, and we need the phone ban in schools. Because polling out today shows 40% of children are shown explicit content during the school day. That's happening right now. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is an emergency. No more guidance, no more consultations. Legislate, do something about it. Vote to ban phones in schools tonight. And this brings me, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the amendments on social media. These amendments received overwhelming cross-party backing in the other place. They were put forward by the noble lords Nash, Berger, Cash and Benjamin. They have been extensively debated and backed by a number of expert groups and bereaved parents. But in the place of this amendment, we have the farcical situation where the government is asking the House to support its own amendment, which doesn't tell us what it's going to do, or even indeed when it's going to do it. Absolutely no action is required by the provision put forward this evening. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
I'm grateful to her for giving way, and she's been speaking quite a bit tonight about parental choice until, of course, this amendment, when she doesn't believe parents are any more able to decide what their children do. And in fact, she's far better placed, as are many members in the House of Lords who don't know how to take a photo on the phone, to tell everyone how the parents should parent their children. So does she recognise there are many parents who actually recognise that their children have very positive experience on social media? And isn't it sensible to have a consultation, as the government's already announced, to hear from experts, to hear from children, and to hear from all the people who have opinions on this, rather than allowing to legislate at great haste and make a huge difference to many young people's lives?
I would say to the right honourable gentleman, this is a safeguarding issue. And we've always taken steps where it comes to safeguarding and young people. But let me be clear to members across the House. The government can choose to do nothing based on this amendment. Ministers themselves say they don't have a view on whether social media should be banned, and they've put forward an amendment that does not tell us what they're going to do. I mean, it's extraordinary. I will give way to the honourable lady.
Honourable friend for giving way on this point. This is not about parents being unable to. This is about recognising that social media platforms are being weaponised by algorithms to make children addicted to them, let alone by hostile states. It is impossible for parents to protect their children who do not have the critical thinking skills before 16. Having worked in counter-terrorism, it's critical thinking that stopped children from getting on planes to go and blow themselves up in foreign countries. They cannot have those critical thinkings. And does my friend also agree that this is why we are seeing the number two cause of stroke in women under 40 is being strangled during sex, because they have been told on the internet that you can be safely strangled. You cannot, and that is why we have to protect our children, because it is impossible for them to police or have the critical thinking skills to protect themselves when they are on the internet.
Well said. The honourable lady eloquently sums up why this amendment is quite so important. Sorry, I'm just going to make some progress, otherwise I'm going to get in trouble with Madam Deputy Speaker. We have an emergency happening hidden on children's phones. A quarter of children in primary school have seen porn, and the vast majority access it via social media. 70% of teenagers have seen real-life violence online, while only 6% when looking for it. In other words, the social media algorithm deliberately serves it to them. Criminals are using Snapchat and Facebook to groom children. Child sexual abuse imagery crimes are up enormously. Snapchat is flagged in almost half of cases. Meta platforms make up a quarter. I'm sorry, I've really got to make some progress. Sextortion is also a huge issue on social media. In 2022, there were 10,000 reports of sextortion by Snap, not in a year, in 1 month. And those are just the ones that we know about. And most horrifyingly of all, social media is culpable in dozens of children's deaths. To give you just one example, Ellen Roon's son, Jules, she believes, took part in a TikTok blackout challenge. This is where young children and teenagers are encouraged to hold their breath until they pass out. Jules died as a result of this in April 2022, and this was 2 years after the challenge had supposedly been removed from the platform. When I met Ellen and other bereaved parents, they said tragically their bereaved group just keeps on growing. But in the face of this, do you know what the government's consultation says? That children like using TikTok to post dance videos. It is this misguided view that social media is in some way good for children or outweighs the harms I've spoken about that has got us here in the first place. I'm sorry, I've got to make some progress. I've heard government ministers argue that vulnerable children or children who are isolated need to find their community online. I want to put this argument to rest once and for all. All the evidence shows that these children are the most likely to be exploited, groomed and harmed by social media. If a child is scared or isolated, Madam Deputy Speaker, the very last thing you should do is put them on social media. This is a terrible argument and one which I hope is not repeated today. The other options the government presents in their consultation simply do not meet the scale of the challenge. A curfew, so you can only get damaged by social media during the day, it doesn't help. Time limits, so you still see the content just for fewer hours, not good enough. Getting rid of scrolling, fine, but how does that help stop children being groomed? So far, 3 senior Labour figures have managed to grasp the seriousness of the situation: the Mayor of Greater Manchester, the Health Secretary and the Labour leader in Scotland. They have judged this policy on its merits. I hope the House manages to do the same tonight, because we are in a crisis, Madam Deputy Speaker. And if members across the House agree, then they need to add their voices and vote for change. A government amendment which does not commit to any action, backed by a consultation which doesn't recognise the scale of the problem, is simply not good enough. If the amendments I've outlined today were included in the bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, children would be safer, uniforms would be cheaper and school standards would be protected. There is a chance this evening that we can make this bill better, and that instead of doing all that we can to disagree, we can make the changes that have cross-party backing. Parents are watching how we vote tonight. If you support school choice, vote for it. If you want smartphones out of the classroom, vote for it. If you want children off social media, vote for it. We can make change, Madam Deputy Speaker. That's what parents want, and that is what we will be voting for this evening.
And with the exception of the Liberal Democrats spokesperson, there will be an immediate 4-minute time limit to start with. Chair of the Select Committee, Helen Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the amendments to this bill which are most of interest to the Education Select Committee, following our scrutiny work on the bill and in relation to a number of other subsequent and ongoing inquiries. I want to welcome the decision to place the expansion of the entitlement to free school meals on the face of the bill. The Education Select Committee welcomes the expansion of the entitlement, which will increase the number of children who are able to benefit from a nutritious hot meal in the middle of the day. Combined with the rollout of free breakfast clubs, this will substantially reduce the scourge of hunger, which we know harms children's health and holds back their learning. My committee has recommended that the government introduces auto-enrolment for free school meals, and the use of universal credit data, which the government already holds, would make auto-enrolment much easier to achieve. So I urge the Minister to ensure that no child misses out on the meal to which they are entitled by implementing auto-enrolment. I also welcome the introduction of a requirement to notify health and education services when a child is placed in temporary accommodation. I've seen firsthand many times in my constituency the destabilising impacts of temporary accommodation on children's lives. It is usually the worst quality accommodation, most likely to be overcrowded, damp and mouldy, often far away from school and friends, with no space to do homework and with the constant underlying insecurity of not having a permanent home. It can have profound consequences for children's health and education, and the new duty to notify is an important first step in ensuring that children can be supported.
I thank the Chair of the Education Select Committee, of which I declare an interest because I'm a member, for her really passionate speech. And as a former teacher, I've got it into a speech. Would she agree that it's hugely important that teachers are aware when young people in their care are in temporary accommodation because of the huge impact that it can have on their education, as she suggested?
I thank my honourable friend for that intervention. I agree with him entirely that so often we hear from teachers that they recognise a drop in a student's engagement or performance, but without understanding the reasons why. I welcome the introduction of the new requirements with regard to allergy safety in schools. As the parent of a child who had unexplained allergies in early childhood, I understand some of the fear and anxiety parents experience when entrusting a child with allergies to a formal setting. Anxiety about whether allergens will be properly managed, and anxiety about what will happen if their child experiences an allergic reaction. These new requirements will ensure more consistency, improved knowledge and better protocols for managing allergies in schools so that parents and schools can have more confidence. I want to turn now to Lord's Amendment 17 on siblings in foster care. The Education Select Committee, in our inquiry last year on children's social care, heard directly from young people with recent experience of the care system who told us about the profound impacts of sibling separation. Sibling relationships are so important for looked after children who often have experienced trauma and broken relationships with their parents and other family members. Yet far too often, siblings are separated by a care system which struggles due to funding and lack of capacity to deliver child-centred care. My committee was shocked to discover that the Department for Education gathers no data on sibling separation, a first and necessary step in seeking to reduce it. I appreciate that the government is not yet content with the wording of the specific amendment on sibling contact, but I want to urge the government to find a way to incorporate stronger requirements for sibling contact to be prioritised and maintained before this bill reaches the statute book. It is a small change about something which should happen anyway, which has the potential to make a big difference to vulnerable children in the care system. I want, with the short time that is left remaining to me, to reference just two other aspects of the bill this evening. The first is the amendment related to school uniform costs for families. I know what a strain a school uniform can be for families struggling with the cost of living, and I welcome the government's efforts to limit the costs. But I want to urge the Minister in responding to this debate to give further assurance about the risks of the high costs of specific items. I encountered in my constituency an egregious case in which a child from a very, very low income background had been given a place at a school but was told that she was unable to attend unless she had uniform, the cost had the appropriate blazer, the cost of which was £100. So I hope the Minister can give some indication about strengthening the guidance to schools on this matter this evening. And finally, to the measures on social media. I support robust measures to protect children from social media harms, including raising the age of digital consent and a ban on some social media apps for under 16s, and I support a statutory ban on schools. But there are differences of opinion. I won't give way because of the time. There are important differences of opinion between stakeholders on the best ways to regulate young people's access to smartphones and social media. So I believe it is right for the government to consult, and I welcome the amendments which will allow legislation to be introduced without delay. It would be very helpful if this evening the ministers could give some assurances about the timescale for the introduction of legislation following the consultation, which I believe will be necessary. And I'll end there due to time.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Munira Wilson.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to welcome this bill back to the House of Commons some 15 months, I think, after it started its passage at the start of last year. And I'm extremely disappointed how little time the government has made, actually, to discuss the many Lord's amendments I'm very grateful to our colleagues at the other place for their diligence on this bill and for seeking to strengthen and improve it through the time that they had with this bill. I'm only disappointed the government is throwing so many of those amendments out today. So let me start, Madam Deputy Speaker, with Lord's Amendments 41 and 42, tabled by my noble friend, the Lord Muhammad of Tinsley in the other place. This would seek to introduce a price cap on the amount of branded uniform a school can require parents to buy. Madam Deputy Speaker, we know the price of uniform causes real hardship for families, particularly in the midst of a cost of living crisis. It often causes genuine anxiety, as we've just heard from the chair of the Select Committee, sometimes children being sent home for wearing the wrong item of uniform, disrupting their learning as a result. So whilst we strongly support the government's intention with a branded uniform item cap, I would implore the Minister to look again at the detail. Liberal Democrats have proposed a uniform price cap, which would keep the prices down for parents, while giving schools the flexibility to choose their own their own uniform policy and how many branded items they wish to include. The Minister talked about perverse incentives and driving up prices for parents. Actually, a monetary cap would do precisely the opposite, because you would be using the market and incentivizing suppliers to drive down their prices if there is a monetary cap in place, because obviously they want to be able to sell more items of branded clothing within that cap.
Absolutely right.
And I appreciate that the government points to its manifesto commitment, but there's nothing shameful about changing one's mind. Dare I say, U-turning, Madam Deputy Speaker, when the evidence demands it. That's something this government should feel pretty comfortable with by now. On the theme of supporting families, I turn to Lord's Amendment 16, which would require the government to review the per-child funding in the Adoption and Special Guardianship Support Fund following the devastating cuts they implemented last year. This fund provides therapeutic support for some of the most vulnerable children in our society, Madam Deputy Speaker. It allows them to process their trauma and relearn how to trust. Last year's cuts means that many adoptive parents and kinship carers can barely afford to pay for needs assessments, never mind the complex therapy their child actually requires. Many of these adoptive parents and kinship carers have written to me from across the country about their experiences since the government cut their entitlements, and heartbreakingly, many of them have talked about the threat of adoption breakdown looming over their family. This fund is a lifeline for families, but that lifeline is fraying. We're told that tough choices must be made, but the Department of Education's advertising budget hit nearly £50 million last year. That's a £15 million increase in the last 2 years. Just halving that budget could restore crucial therapeutic support to thousands of children. So I ask the Minister, will she support our amendment to review the funding for the ASGSF and commit to restoring individual grants? Or is this government more interested in glossy advertising campaigns than supporting its most vulnerable children? And speaking of vulnerable children, I'd like to turn to Lord's Amendment 17, tabled by the noble Baroness Tyler in the other place, who has done amazing work on the issue of sibling contact rights. This seeks to close a loophole in current regulations so that siblings, when one is in care and the other is not, are able to remain in contact. The amendment would require a child's care plan to include arrangements for promoting contact with all their siblings, whether they're in care or not, as far as that is consistent with the child's welfare. The government has said that there is no need to close this loophole as the duty already exists, but I ask the benches opposite whether they can be content with such an answer when it is clear the system at present is not working. And we've heard again from the chair of the Education Select Committee and the Honourable Member for Great Grimsby about the importance of this issue. I did have permission, Madam Deputy Speaker, to share Abby's story. Abby was somebody who grew up in a residential care home and lost contact with two of her sisters, contact which was subsequently restored, but I don't have time to go into that now because we've been so limited today in debate. But I hope we will return to this again if the government insists on doing the wrong thing and throwing out this really important amendment that clearly a number of their backbenchers support. Madam Deputy Speaker, I would also like to address the government's motion on in lieu of Lord's Amendments 37 and 38. that further amends the UK GDPR legislation to tighten control over children's personal data online. Liberal Democrats have been calling for this change for over a year now, and so while we welcome the government copying another one of our proposals, simply granting themselves the power to do something at some point is no protection for children until they act, and action has not been forthcoming. And this is true for the second part of the government's motion. Again, we have another consultation that appears to be dithering over whether something should be done at all. We have been very clear on these benches with the government. If they want our support, they must make a firm commitment to act, and to act quickly. Liberal Democrats are calling for a specific implementation timeline and a change to the consultation's terms of reference so that it does actually become a question of how we regulate social media, not if. And we have a thought-out policy ready to go if the government wants to take another idea of ours. We've proposed a harms-based approach to online regulation by age-rating user-to-user services by the addictiveness of their features, the harmfulness of their content, and the impact on mental health. The solution is practical, future-proof, and would provide the incentive to make the online world safer for us all. Unlike the government, our approach ensures that these sweeping powers are not concentrated in the hands of a single Secretary of State. So I must ask, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the government truly comfortable bypassing full parliamentary scrutiny through secondary legislation? They must consider the precedent they're setting. We are handing a loaded gun to any future administration of any political complexion to decide which websites are harmful and which aren't. For the sake of our children's safety and our democratic standards, I urge the government to think again. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, we made a promise on these benches to the campaigners, to the charities, to the thousands of parents who have written to us that we would not play party politics on this issue. And so while we may differ in our approach, we will oppose the removal of Lord's Amendment 38 because we need the government to hear the voices of thousands of parents and children who are desperate for something to change. Madam Deputy Speaker, every hour this House spends debating if we should do something, another algorithm is being developed to exploit a vulnerable child. By opposing the removal of this amendment, we are sending a clear message that the safety of our children is a non-negotiable right.
Emma Lewell. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I will speak very briefly to Amendment 17. From 2016 onwards, I've used every single parliamentary lever possible to improve sibling contact for children in care by trying to create parity in the legislation. Because whilst the Children Act 1989 requires local authorities to allow a looked-after child reasonable contact with their parents, there is no such requirement for a looked-after child's contact with their siblings or half-siblings. If siblings cannot be placed together, they should have the same rights to contact defined in primary legislation as they do with their parents. Many siblings who come from neglectful or abusive backgrounds often state that their only constant, positive and reassuring relationship is that with their siblings. After all, they have a shared experience. No matter how horrific it is, it's something they only truly know about. It cannot be acceptable that our legislation currently gives more weight to a child's contact with those who may have or have caused them significant harm than with their siblings who are totally blameless. I know all too well from my former career that removing a child from a family home is deeply traumatic, having to then explain to that frightened and traumatised child that they are going to be living somewhere else with strangers, separate from their siblings, are some of the most painful conversations that I have ever had. Over the last decade, the response from ministers has always been that sibling contact was catered for in the guidance, or that they would update the regulations to reflect what I was asking. Guidance, Madam Deputy Speaker, is never a substitute for a legal duty. And to date, those regulations, despite all the promises, have not changed. Our care system is one that separates siblings, then denies them contact with each other. Amendment 17 seeks to address a gap in the care plan and regulations, something I was promised would be done over a decade ago. However, by adopting instead my amendment from report stage, this gap would be closed and contact arrangements for all children in care would be strengthened across the board. I want to thank the Minister for Children and Families for his engagement with me so far on this, but very much like my honourable friend from Dulwich and West Norwood, when this bill returns to us again from the other place, I sincerely hope that children in care are at long last going to be given the right to have the most precious of relationships preserved.
Alicia Kearns.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Amendment 105 is named for Benedict Blythe, who was just 5 years old when he suffered a fatal anaphylactic reaction at school after being exposed to allergens. No child should go to school anxious in the morning that they won't be safe, and no parent should fear at drop-off that they may never pick up their child again. But that, unfortunately, was the reality for Helen and Peter Blythe. And since that day, they have fought to make sure that every child is safer in school. Benedict's law will ensure that every school has a mandatory allergy policy, holds spare adrenaline medications on site, and that every member of staff is trained and knows how to protect children. 1 in 3 schools in our country currently have none of these things, but we wouldn't have known that if it were not for Helen campaigning for the Benedict Blythe Foundation. And that is why this law is needed. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to begin by offering thanks to the Government. The statutory guidance committed to is a real step forward. And the announcement today that the Government will accept our amendment by laying it in the Government's name is welcome because it finishes the job. And it means that full protections will finally be in place. Every measure that protects a child with allergies is a good thing. And I'm so relieved that we've reached this point. I drafted the Benedict Blythe Amendment last September, and I want to pay tribute also to Harry Warren in my team, with whom I have campaigned throughout this time. When the amendment was put to the Lords, the Government whipped its peers to vote against it. And so I thank every noble Lord who voted for it because they brought us here today. Because the Government had told me that legislation was not needed. Yet when the guidance was announced, we welcomed it. But we did say it didn't go far enough. And that is why we pushed our amendment to a vote. We're glad the Government now recognises the guidance doesn't go far enough, largely because we were determined to push this to a vote. And we will need to see the wording of the amendment as soon as possible, because in the Lords we learnt that guidance can be given and guidance can be taken away. And there was a view that a threat of losing what little had been offered would deter Helen Blythe, and that misjudged her entirely. I'm willing to draw a line under it, but I put on record now that I want to see the Government maintain its resolve and make sure the amendment is laid. Because on Tuesday last week we received a letter telling all of us in this place the amendment would be voted down and was not needed. And on Friday that was still the Government's position, which is why they missed the deadline to lay their own amendment. I want to turn to the financing of this amendment. The Government does not plan to provide funding to schools for medications needed to protect children having anaphylactic shock. This is not the right approach. It currently costs the taxpayer about £9 million to provide additional adrenaline auto-injectors provided to children to take into school individually. By altering the distribution method as the Benedict Blythe Foundation has recommended, the new measures in Benedict's law could save the Treasury £1 million a year. So just like defibrillators, which the last Conservative government funded for all schools, we're asking the Government to fund medications to save the taxpayer money. These savings are before you consider the estimated £1.5 million saved by reducing A&E and hospital admissions, improvements to school attendance and parent workforce participation. So I ask the Government to look again as they draft the amendment for the Lords. I want to close by paying tribute to Helen Blythe. Her asks have really been very simple. Benedict's life mattered, and his death must matter too. And that is why we come to this place, to protect those who need us, and I'm so proud to have been able to stand beside Helen in her fight. So I ask colleagues today, hold Benedict in your hearts tonight. I know that today is a good day, but a promise is only worthy of him when it is kept and when children become safer in our schools. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Sadiq Al Hassan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As a father of 2 young boys, I want to be clear that I have approached these Lords' amendments, and in particular Amendment 38, not only as a legislator, but as a parent. I have seen firsthand the pressures that social media places on children, and I have considered this matter with the utmost care. To date, I've received 1,309 emails from residents across North Somerset calling for immediate action to raise the age of social media access to 16. This makes this campaign one of the largest I've seen since my election. The consensus is clear. Parents, teachers and almost everyone who works with young people want to see meaningful change, including the gladiator Steele, who I'm sure no one wants to mess with. Social media was sold to us as a tool for connection, a way to stay close to friends and family, to find community, to share in each other's lives. That promise has been broken. What these platforms have become, driven not by connection.
Way. The government already had an opportunity to raise the age of digital consent from 13 to 16 with amendments put forward to the data bill by the Liberal Democrats, yet they are dithering yet again, and children could already have been benefiting from that change. Why does he think the government is continuing to dither on this issue?
I'm going to talk about that in a second, but I appreciate your patience. So, social media was sold to us, and these platforms have been driven by connection, but by engagement algorithms, optimised purely for profit, and is something altogether more troubling. Parents like me are locked in a daily battle that they simply cannot win alone, fighting platforms that have been specifically designed to keep children hooked. This is not just my experience. A 2024 report found that 78% of young people have experienced at least one form of online harm: body shaming, harassment, non-consensual and consensual sharing of sexualised images, or publicly outed. As a pharmacist, I know if a drug were causing such measurable harm for 78%, it would be withdrawn, reformulated, or placed behind a counter with strict controls on who could access it. We would act because that is what the evidence demanded. The same logic must apply here. We have an identifiable source, we have overwhelming evidence of harm, and we have the power to act. Big tech companies are billion-dollar corporations that have built their business models on capturing the attention of young people for as long as possible. And if we're serious about holding these companies to account, we should go further. I would urge the government to consider a windfall tax on social media companies so that those who have profited from the exploitation of children begin to pay for the damage that they have caused. Like the tobacco industry before them, these companies that knew their product was harmful took steps to make it more harmful and more addictive, and then denied responsibility for the consequences. We do not accept that argument from tobacco companies, and we should not accept it from big tech either. The revenue raised could make a real difference. Youth centres have closed. Pubs and community spaces that once gave young people somewhere to go and something to belong to have disappeared. Mental health services are overwhelmed. Education support is stretched. A generation has been harmed, and the companies that profited from that harm should contribute to repairing it. That is why I welcome this debate today and any discussion on raising the digital age of consent, regulating social media, and crucially, holding big tech to account. I understand this urgent call for action, to put our boot on the neck of big tech companies that have hurt an entire generation and put our children at risk. I share that desire completely. But I also understand that we need to get this right. It is relatively straightforward to identify what change is needed. The harder and more important question is how we make those changes in a way that is enforceable, durable, and genuinely protective of children. A well-intentioned measure that cannot be properly implemented or enforced helps no one. We must learn from Australia's model. The world is watching. Our teachers, parents, and healthcare professionals are watching. Our children depend on what we decide in this chamber today, tomorrow, and in the future. Their opportunities, hopes, and dreams are in the balance. So we have to get this right for them.
Vera Hophouse.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There is now overwhelming evidence that addictive algorithms and harmful content are deeply damaging to our children's well-being. We Liberal Democrats support Lord's Amendment 38, which would ban social media for under 16s, although our preference is for online regulation of film style, age rating of user-to-user services. While the government dithers and delays, children across the country are being exposed to deeply harmful content every single day. I've spoken many times about the saturation of pro-eating disorder content that children view on social media. But the harms do not stop here. Social media is increasingly acting as a marketplace for illicit drug trade. Researchers at the University of Bath have found that up to a quarter of vapes confiscated in secondary schools contain the deadly drug spice. The government's own data reveals an 8-fold increase in young people entering treatment for spice in 2024-25. How are young people getting their hands on these dangerous drugs? Through social media. Researchers have identified nearly 10,000 accounts involved in the supply and distribution of spice, using TikTok as a means of communicating and advertising to children. Ofcom agreed that the content is priority illegal content. However, they declined to use their powers under the Online Safety Act. So we are facing a shocking reality. Children right now can buy the most dangerous prison drugs on mainstream social media: Snapchat, TikTok, Telegram. If Ofcom will not step up and the government will not make them, then what choice do we have but to prevent children accessing these platforms altogether? The government's own amendments in lieu of Lord's Amendment 38 and 39 is completely missing the point, as my honourable friend has already lined up. The government must act now to stop children being exposed to illegal and harmful content online. We cannot allow endless inquiries, consultations and delays to stand in the way. I will not, I'm sorry. More than 40 charities and experts support this approach. Our constituents have made their views clear too. I've been inundated with emails, the overwhelming majority of which support a ban. Now is the time for action. The government could accept this cross-party amendment and give children an escape from the dark corners of social media.
McAvoy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to talk to the social media element of the Lord's amendments. The argument for stronger protections for children online has been won, not least because of the appalling harms that have come to so many children because of the lack of use of proper legislation that's working. I'm going to use my time, which is limited, on this subject to make clear what I'd like the government to do and why I'll be voting down the amendments in front of us tonight. I want to focus on my steadfast belief that we must age-gate functionalities instead of age-gating social media, because I think that phrase will immediately become outdated. It is already outdated in schools, it is already outdated amongst peers, and one of the big problems with the Online Safety Act and how long it took to be able to come in is that so many technologies are now not covered in that legislation. So it is not evergreen legislation, and I am committed and determined to make sure that my time in this place is used to create evergreen legislation for the issue of our time, which is to protect children from the horrendous and exploitative harms that they're coming to. I want to outline the 3 harms that I think we could protect using a functionality approach. Number 1, strangers. There is no way that children under 16 should be able to be contacted by or to contact strangers of any kind, end of. You wouldn't allow it in the real world, we shouldn't allow it online. The second one is about dangers from themselves. I keep going back and forth on this because I really wanted to use the opportunity of the online safety campaign to bring young people's voices to the fore. And they said to me in my online safety forum that they really wanted a place online that they could speak to their friends but with no weirdos. And that spoke to me. I thought they're absolutely right. And we've got to get rid of the stranger danger online, but also their brains are developing before 16 and 17, and some of them are developed earlier and some of them are developed later, and we have an arbitrary age for when you can drive a car, and that's 17, as an acknowledgement that at 17 your risk appetite and your ability to analyse risk is going to be more mature than at 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So I appreciate that we do need to pick an age, but I do feel very strongly that there are dangers that young people and children are coming to at their own hand, and they're making mistakes that they wouldn't want to have a footprint and a permanent record of for the rest of their lives. It's an inappropriate risk tolerance that I don't think we should have. And the final one is the chronic use of devices and the way that device use and individual device use is filtered into all of our children's everyday life. So, I will give way.
Thank the honourable member for her speech.
would she agree with me that the film-style age rating system that the Liberal Democrats have come up with speaks exactly to what she's saying? So, for example, an app that allows children access to strangers, or something that is built with an addictive algorithm, would have a different age rating than something that is absolutely safe and gated, like a game, that could be rated safe for younger children.
Yeah.
So I thank the Honourable Lady for her intervention, and I'm interested in the idea of licensing functionalities and new developments before they come into children's lives, which is not happening at the moment. It's happening after they're using them for a long time, where sort of retrospectively age analysing and risk assessing them, which seems to be very backwards to me. I agree that we should have a licensing scheme for content that's designed for children, like Coco Melon and some of the other content that we know is addictive for very young children. But obviously that will need to be fleshed out with a proper consultation on publishing rights and who is going to license that, because at the moment self-published content is something that I feel very strongly is inappropriate for under 16s. I do not think that content that is not regulated, has not gone through any supervision or any has no legislative or regulatory framework surrounding it should be allowed to be fed to our children in any way. And I think I'm going to sum up by saying that one of the young people in my latest online safety forum said to me via an anonymous note, I said to them all that they could send me an anonymous note if there was anything they didn't want to say in front of their peers. And they said, don't ban it, but if you do, make sure it works. And I thought it was brilliant, because the young people are much more savvy than we give them credit for. But I want to make it very clear that at the moment, Ofcom is yet to use its strongest powers. And the Online Safety Act doesn't include AI. And I am determined that this government, whatever this government decides to do, it must do it with the idea of effective implementation of the legislation, because we owe it to the next generation and the generation currently using the digital world that we get it right and future-proof their right to a childhood. So I think that's because so many of them have been badly let down that we must make evergreen.
Order. Kirsty Blackman.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. In advance of this legislation returning from the Lords, only one clause in it applied to Scotland. Now it is the case that specifically Amendment 38 that is coming from the Lords is a reserved power and would apply across the whole of the UK, the changes that are being suggested in relation to the Online Safety Act. I want to focus specifically on those. In relation to the comments that have been made about social media, it's not exclusively social media where there are dangers for children online. It's not exclusively user-to-user services where there are dangers to children online. You know, you can download games that are not covered by user-to-user services, that are highly addictive, but would not be covered by either the Conservatives' proposals or the Lib Dems' proposals, because they're not user-to-user services. They are games. For example, they would only be covered if they have user-to-user stuff in them. Now, there are massive risks online for young people, but I don't want us to absolve companies of the responsibility of dealing with this. We have had, there's a sudden feeling that this is dramatically urgent. People have been sending unsolicited nude pics online for more than 30 years. This has been happening for a significant length of time. It is urgent that action is taken, but it doesn't have to be taken today. It has to be taken correctly. It has to be taken in a way, as the member just said, that works. We need to ensure that whatever we're doing, we've got a clear aim in mind. What is the intention? Are we trying to protect children online, or are we trying to ban children from social media? Are we trying to protect, to ensure that young people are not exposed to people who are looking to groom them, to access them, to, convince them of something? Are we trying to protect them from that? Or are we trying to protect them from obsessively looking at algorithms and videos on TikTok? Maybe we're trying to do both, but we need to be clear about what those aims are. There is no point in just banning social media if you don't know why you're banning social media and you're still allowing access to Roblox. If you're still allowing access to a significant number of things where the harm is. If you ban social media, if you ban YouTube, what happens when a kid wanders through and watches YouTube on the TV that's on the PlayStation? Right? Who's responsible for that, and how do we sort this? How do we ensure that this works? So I'm clear that whatever comes in needs to work. I'm clear that whatever happens needs to work. We don't need to just listen to the big tech companies. We need to do as the Minister has suggested, which is listen to parents, listen to experts, understand exactly how children consume the internet, how they're accessing it, understand where these individuals that are accessing children for nefarious purposes, understand where they are doing it. It is not only on social media. It's not only on the platforms that are being defined by some people as social media. So I'm clear that this needs to work, and therefore I'm supportive of the government undertaking a consultation. I've spoken to decent officials on it. I've spoken to as many people as I possibly can on it. I'm very glad the government is bringing forward changes to ensure that live streaming, for example, cannot be accessed by young people. I've been pushing for that for a significant number of years, and I'm glad that we've got to that place. But there's far wider issues online and functionalities, as the member said, online that need to be tackled, that are not covered by a blanket ban on social media. And we can't let the companies continue to get away with this. We can't let them continue to have horrific, harmful, illegal content without cracking down on it and making sure that they are held accountable for the behaviour on their platforms. We can't just say, oh, we'll ban under-16s from social media and absolve ourselves and the companies of responsibility. We need to take real action that will really protect our children. Please, everyone, respond to the consultation.
Jodie Gosling.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak on the Lord's Amendment 105. As the APPG Chair for Allergies, a lifelong allergy sufferer, former teacher and parent of a lifelong allergy sufferer, I am painfully aware of the inconsistencies of allergy care and the anxiety and harm it causes. Baroness Coates' amendment to this bill aims to introduce new requirements based on learning following the tragic death of Benedict Blythe and others. Whilst I believe that there is much more that can be done to improve the lives of allergy sufferers, I am pleased that the creation of new statutory advice and the implementation of Benedict's law will vastly improve the situation for children with allergies. All schools will now be required to stock allergy devices, to have a dedicated allergy policy and to ensure that teachers are trained, meaning that life-saving treatments for allergies will no longer be hidden in Tupperware boxes at the back of dusty cupboards, and no parent will ever receive a phone call, as I did, asking me if my child in their care needed to use their auto-injector, knowing full well that if the answer to that was yes, it could have already been too late. I am proud that this government is bringing allergies into the heart of proactive, preventative school planning. Recent approval from the MHRA means that more adrenaline devices are available, including stable, long-lasting and less traumatic adrenaline nasal sprays. I would appreciate if the Minister could confirm to the House that nasal sprays alongside other adrenaline devices will be available in schools as part of this new statutory advice. We know that our children in schools are more likely to have a reaction there than anywhere else. 80% of food allergy reactions happen in schools, including a quarter for the first time, which is why it's so essential that schools have devices available even before diagnosis occurs. I would also like to celebrate the work of Baroness Coates for campaigning and the incredible work of Helen Blythe, and the implementation of Benedict's law in full will reduce the risk to our children and ensure that every child starts the school day safe, and reducing the fear of making sure that children also leave it that way, even with allergies. Thank you.
It's just 2 minutes. Rebecca Paul.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am incredibly pleased today to be speaking in support of Lord's Amendment 38, which seeks to raise the digital age of consent to 16. I only wish we had much more time for this. This debate deserves a lot more time. For years now, parents like me have worried about the harms of social media on our children and the detrimental impact from excessive screen time. We've tried to manage it as best we can on our own, felt the sting when we've been told by others that responsibility fully sits with parents, and good parents don't need the state to help them get this right. Yet no one says this about alcohol. or smoking, or buying fireworks. In all these cases, it is acceptable for parents to be helped by sensible laws put in place to protect children from preventable harm. Yet social media and excessive screen time is just as harmful as cigarettes, alco pops and messing around with fireworks in the street. So why wouldn't the state step in on this too? I have 3 children and it's fair to say they love screen time. If I try to talk to them when they're glued to a YouTube video of someone else playing a computer game, they ignore me, completely engrossed. They don't want to go out in the garden, they don't want to play with their friends in the street, they don't want to play with toys. Instead, if given the choice, they would always choose to stare zombie-like at their tablet. Thankfully, I've kept them away from social media, but there's only so long I can get away with that. Staring at a screen for endless hours isn't healthy. It prevents children from developing the social and cognitive skills they need in adulthood, and it's terrible for their mental health. It is no coincidence that we're seeing a mental health crisis that started at the same time as mass adoption of smartphones and access to social media. This really should be a wake-up call. What does the future look like if our children's most important relationship is with their phone? Their brains are literally becoming hardwired to respond to likes and shares rather than human interaction and connection. Social media is doing exactly what it is designed to do, reeling our children in and feeding them content that often isn't in their best interests but is highly addictive. And we know this because we all experience it the same. Social media is not for children. We do not need any more time given over to consultations to confirm what we already know.
Minister to wind up. Olivia Bailey.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I would like to thank members from across the House for their varied and valuable contributions. There's been a number of very powerful speeches making really important points, and I am very sorry that time means that I am unable to respond to the points made in detail, but I will endeavour to those members who asked me a very specific question during the course of the debate to try and write to them with the answers. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a bill with opportunity at its heart. Opportunity for every child, no matter the circumstances that they are born into. A bill that will make children safer on and offline with our ambitious, swift-acting action on social media and phones. A bill that helps tackle the cost of living crisis with our action on free school meals and the cost of uniforms. And a bill that will drive up standards in our schools. This is a bill that will improve also outcomes for children in care. Tonight, this House has the opportunity to support free school meals for 500,000 more children, for swift action to protect our children online, and for the most significant safeguarding measures in a generation. This is a landmark bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, but it is also a Labour bill, because it is ambitious for every single child in this country, and I urge the House to support Labour's vision for our children and our country's future.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 2. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Aye. I think the ayes have it. Page 5, without. We now come to the motion to disagree with Lord's Amendment 5. I call the Minister to move the motion. Slightly louder. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 5. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I must now order. I must now put the questions necessary to bring proceedings on the Lord's amendments to a conclusion. We now come to the motion to disagree with Lord's Amendment 16. I call the Minister to move the motion. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 16. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No!
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 16. As many as of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no.
No.
The tellers for the ayes are Taiwo Owatemi and Jake Richards. The tellers for the noes, Lincoln Jopp and David Reed.
The ayes to the right, 309. The noes to the left, 181.
The ayes to the right were 309, the noes to the left 181, so the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock. We now come to the motion to disagree with Lord's Amendment 17. I call the Minister to move the motion. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 17. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division. Clear the lobby. Division. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 17. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. The tellers for the ayes are Taiwo Owatemi and Jake Richards. The tellers for the noes, Lincoln Jopp and David Reid. order.
The ayes to the right, 306. The noes to the left, 182.
The ayes to the right were 306, the noes to the left 182, so the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock. We now come to the motion to disagree with Lord's Amendment 19. I call the Minister to move the motion.
Move formally.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 19. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the motion to disagree with Lord's Amendment 21. I call the Minister to move the motion.
Move formally.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 21. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the motion to disagree with Lord's Amendment 37. I call the Minister to move the motion.
Move formally.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 37. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Clear the lobby. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 37. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. The tellers for the ayes are Taiwo Owatemi and Jake Richards. The tellers for the noes, David Reid and Lincoln Jopp.
ayes to the right, 321. The noes to the left, 106.
The ayes to the right were 321, the noes to the left 106. So the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock. We now come to the motion to disagree with Lord's Amendment 38. I call the Minister to move the motion. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 38. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No! Division! Clear the lobby. Is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 38. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No! The tellers for the ayes are Taiwo Owatemi and Jake Richards. The tellers for the noes, Andrew Snowden and David Simmons. order.
The ayes to the right, 307. The noes to the left, 173.
The ayes to the right were 307, the noes to the left 173, so the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock. I call the Minister to move amendments A, B, C and D in lieu of Lord's Amendment 37 and 38 formally.
Move formally.
The question is that Government Amendments A, B, C and D in lieu of Lord's Amendments 37 and 38 be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the motion to disagree with Lord's Amendment 41. I call the Minister to move the motion.
Formally.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 41. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division. Clear the lobby. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 41. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. The tellers for the ayes are Jake Richards and Taiwo Owatemi. The tellers for the noes, David Simmons and Andrew Snowden. Order, order. Order!
The ayes to the right, 316. The noes to the left, 171.
The ayes to the right were 316, the noes to the left 171. So the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock. We now come to the motion to disagree with Lord's Amendment 42. I call the Minister to move the motion. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 42. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the motion to disagree with Lord's Amendment 44. I call the Minister to move the motion. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 44. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Division. Clear the lobby. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 44. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. The tellers for the ayes are Jade Botterill and Deirdre Costigan. The tellers for the noes, David Simmons and Andrew Snowden. Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 315. The noes to the left, 109.
The ayes to the right were 315, the noes to the left 109. So the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock. We now come to the motion to disagree with Lord's Amendment 102. I call the Minister to move the motion.
Move formally.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 102. As many as of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no.
No!
Division, clear the lobby. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 102. As many as of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no.
No!
The tellers for the ayes are Deirdre Costigan and Jade Botterill. The tellers for the noes, Lincoln Jopp and Andrew Snowden. Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 315. The noes to the left, 163.
The ayes to the right were 315, the noes to the left 163. So the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock. We now come to the motion to disagree with Lord's Amendment 105. I call the Minister to move the motion.
Move formally.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 105. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the motion to disagree with Lords Amendment 106. I call the Minister to move the motion.
Move formally.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 106. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division. Clear the lobby. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 106. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. The tellers for the ayes are Deirdre Costigan and Jade Botterill. The tellers for the noes, David Reid and Lincoln Jock.